everyone, and welcome to the final day of the Weissenhaus Freestyle Chess Grand Slam, and what promises to be a thrilling conclusion to 8 straight days of over-the-board freestyle chess action. I am very happy to be joined, as always, by the lovely Tanya Sachdev, David Howell, and Levy Rosman. Levy, I'm coming to you first. I think coming into the tournament, many would have had expectations of who we'd be seeing fighting for that top spot, and maybe in the end, going a bit against expectation, it's going to be Fabiano Caruana reaching back to a finals, but this time his opponent, someone a little different, the local hero in Vincent Keymer, who has been the surprise of the tournament, is very near taking the top spot.
For sure, it's a very exciting final day. Even if we don't get Magnus Carlsen in the finals, we get the potential amazing story of the local hometown hero, the local hometown favorite, the only player in Germany who is above 2,700 ELO, Vincent Keymer, and he may finish off one of the greatest runs in recent chess history.
He's on the verge of doing it, David, but of course the pressure's on in this moment. He's up 1-0, could end it all with just the classical portion today, draw or better, but Fabiano has been a picture of resilience in this tournament.
Yeah, Fabiano, he's done it the hard way. His semi-final was a marathon against Javokhir Sindarov, and we should mention Fabiano has been in this situation before many times throughout his career in World Championship matches and all sorts of tournaments. For Vincent, this is a real first, so nerves might play a part.
And to that end, Tanya, this tournament, this format feels like nothing is decided ever, right? It feels like anything can happen. We've seen it all tournament long. And so, while yes, maybe the odds are slightly in Vincent's favor just because of the work that he did yesterday over the board, he still has to get it done today. And Fabiano is someone who's not going to make that easy for him.
Absolutely, James. It's Valentine's Day. Happy Valentine's Day to y'all. But there's going to be no love across the chessboard today. It's high pressure, high tension, high stakes today. A championship on the line. History going to be written, right? Who's going to be the first winner of the first slam in the history of freestyle chess? Vincent Keymer, what a run he's had. Can he complete the unthinkable? He's taken down Alireza, he's taken down Magnus Carlsen, and the final roadblock, Fabiano Caruana, half a point away. But Fabi, he is not new to these pressure situations. He's done it all. He's played it all. He knows exactly what's needed to make that bounce back. No easy draws in freestyle chess. It's going to be an unforgettable championship day.
Yeah, grab your loved ones, hold them close. No better way to spend Valentine's Day than maybe 8 hours of chess coming your way, because it is the second day of action in a round. And so while we talk about the opportunity for players to get it done in the classical portion, David, we cannot forget that if the classical portion ends in a draw, we go into those playoff tiebreakers. We're looking at Rapid, we're looking at Blitz, we're looking at possible Armageddon as well.
Exactly. Bring it on. I'm hoping all the viewers see us as their Valentine's today, because it could be a very long day. We saw it in the semi-finals, right? Over 7 hours of action, and yeah, strap in. It's going to be fun.
Well, of course, our focus is going to be at the top of the table, the marquee matchup in that battle for first place. Let's take a look at the tournament tree and remind ourselves that there are actually still 4 different matches in play today. Keymer and Caruana there fighting at the final table. We've got the match for third place between Carlsen and Sindarov. Carlsen finds himself with the advantage in this one going into it. Nakamura up against Abdusattorov in that 5th place matchup. Nakamura, in this case, the one with the point advantage, and the only game to have ended in a draw just yesterday. Alireza Firouzja fighting up against the world champion Gukesh for 7th place. Points, prize money on the line. But of course, I think for most people, it's that top spot. And then the conversation around third, which is still superbly relevant. We talked a little bit about what happens, Levy, depending on the results of that matchup. Obviously, Sindarov fighting for some of the biggest prize money of his life, but also the opportunity to go to Paris if he finishes in the top 3, locking up that spot. Magnus Carlsen, on the other hand, he's going to get there either way. It's just a matter of how he does it.
Yes, that's correct. Actually, if Sindarov makes a comeback against Magnus today, it is miles more impressive. I cannot understate this. Kilometers or miles more impressive than if Fabiano does it against Vincent. Fabiano, on paper, is still at least equal, if not a very, very slight favorite in just a classical game. Maybe not in freestyle, is what we're learning, but just in general. Sindarov beating Carlsen in a classical game and then beating him in a tiebreak would be unthinkable, and then he would qualify for Paris. If he doesn't automatically get to Paris, as we've learned, and in fact, because of the way all the regulations are set up, it would go to our generic IC by rating. So it's a big day for Sindarov, it's a big day for Fabiano, and hopefully we get some exciting games all across the board.
And with all that in mind, as we do have the scorelines coming into the day and still a lot of action ahead of us, let's take one trip down memory lane more to remind ourselves how we got here.
High-stakes battles at the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam. While snow blankets the stunning Weissenhaus resort, the heat is rising inside for the first day of the final round. Can a blazing hot Vincent Keymer go all the way? Will an elite veteran finally halt momentum? All eyes were on the final between Keymer and Fabiano Caruana. Neither player held back. On move 3, Caruana sacrificed a pawn to lure Keymer's queen off course. Keymer returned the gift, sacrificing a pawn of his own to seize control of the center. And control became the defining theme of the game. With commentators and viewers watching in awe, Keymer tightened his grip on his seasoned opponent like a constrictor snake. He didn't snatch material when he had the chance. He didn't engage in the skirmish Caruana invited. Instead, cool Keymer increased the pressure, move by move. But on the other side of the board sat a 6-time world championship candidate defending himself. Caruana did everything he could, hiding his king, pushing his passed pawns, looking for counterplay. His efforts weren't enough. Caruana's duo of passers never got far before Keymer's pieces invaded his position.
Beautiful game so far by Vincent, but can he put the finishing touches? Because it's really not that easy, right? You have to be so precise as white in these positions.
A brilliant combination forced Caruana to resign, another masterpiece from the German Grandmaster. Now, Keymer is the heavy favorite to win the Weissenhaus Grand Slam. The match for third place saw another battle of generations, this time with the roles reversed. Javokhir Sindarov started strong against Magnus Carlsen, but couldn't keep up.
I think my position has been quite suspicious most of the game, but I think I think it's been probably downright bad, but I feel like he's drifted a lot in the last few moves, and the ugly duckling of a bishop that I've had hidden in the corner is about to become a beautiful swan.
The GOAT set up a powerful queen and bishop battery aimed at Sindarov's king. Visibly nervous, the young Uzbek tried to shake off the pressure, to no avail. In the match for 5th place, yet another generational showdown. Hikaru Nakamura looked to have rediscovered his form, grinding down Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Meanwhile, in the match for 7th place, Alireza Firouzja let a winning opportunity slip against world champion Gukesh. A draw. One more day to go at Weissenhaus. Does Vincent Keymer have another masterpiece in store? Will he claim the $200,000 first prize? We'll find out. Stay tuned.
Welcome back, everybody. Fun to relive those moments, the ups and downs, the highs and lows for each of our players, and an interesting peek back on some of the matchups here. Of course, Sindarov, as it was kind of called out and even shown there, showing maybe some of those nerves that you're talking about, Levy, in terms of the mountain that he has to overcome in Magnus Carlsen just to get that third place spot locked up. I'm curious for you, though. An interesting perspective that you might have just on the day as a whole as we watch these games unfold in classical time form, all of us together. But you, every day, you go back and you go through the games in a little bit more of a lightning speed. Do you glean anything else, or do you find, was there anything you found either in yesterday's games or over the course of the tournament in, rediscovering these players' play or analyzing them a little bit more closely under that kind of a microscope that maybe we missed on the day, talking about player styles or understanding of positions?
Nothing hyper specific other than the fact that we're so used to seeing a guy like Magnus show up and always have something kind of fresh, some wrinkle out of the opening when he plays, and ultimately put pressure sustained throughout the middle game and the end game. And here he's just not able to do it. He said in an interview yesterday that almost every game he's had with black has been a disaster. Like, he just can't seem to get a playable position out of the opening. So I do find that pretty fascinating, and I find it very fascinating also that Vincent Keymer, who was here with us yesterday, said that, he's had a really good understanding of certain positions that he's gotten. And so I had to ask him, is he just getting lucky with those positions, or will he have a really good grasp of the position he gets today and sort of indefinitely? But it's just really fascinating to see the clash of styles, the clash of generations in so many of these matchups. And in the case of Sindarov, Vincent said it yesterday, when you lose a 7-hour match and your reward is playing Magnus Carlsen, I mean, I might not get out of bed in the morning. Like that kind of sucks, Like I don't know if you can summon energy for that matchup. So we'll see. I hope he doesn't just kind of melt today after going down yesterday with the white pieces, but we'll see.
Yeah, that's like climbing Everest, and then they're like, okay, your reward is now climbing K2, the most deadly mountain in the world, or something like that. Also, I love his illustration or the way that he speaks about his position, even looking back at that confessional yesterday, where yes, with the black pieces, he thought maybe not a great position to begin with, but he had maneuvered himself into a position where he could turn, the ugly duckling of a bishop, as he said, into a beautiful spawn, a disaster piece into a masterpiece.
Yeah, I mean, just a nice treat for us as well. Gives us talking points during the game, gives us kind of insight into the future, into the players' mindsets. And yeah, I mean, Magnus showing that deep understanding.
Now, talking about understanding, we are very happy to announce that today, helping us understand the starting positions will be none other than Daniel Naroditsky, joining us from home. So once the starting position is drawn, he will dive in, giving us some deep insights as to how he's evaluating the position before maybe we come back in and see what the players ultimately attack with. But that's maybe the note I want to leave on, the idea that Vincent Keymer has been the one who seems, of all the players, to have the best understanding of the lotteries that they've been given.
Yeah, but just 2 days ago, we were talking about Fabi being one of the best, when it comes to these, the feel of the position. What do you start with? Where do you place your pieces? I think a lot will depend on what that starting position will be. The 2 matches, I will point out that Vincent won against Magnus, and yesterday's game that he got on with the white pieces, it just felt that he got that starting moment, what he would want. And he kept that pressure going. Incredibly difficult for Black to really understand how to do it. So will Fabi also get sort of a position that's harder for Vincent to handle? I think that would also be that would play a very, very big role. Just what numbers pulled out today. Fabi knows his task is cut up. I think for Vincent, the pressure lies in knowing how close it is, how close the championship is. In Fabi, it's about there's no margin for error today.
We're ready. The players have to be ready. We're into the player hall to get that starting position.
Excited to watch the exciting games between our finalists, hoping for some amazing content, hoping for some exciting games, maybe some tie breaks, and I can't wait to see what will happen today. I'm wishing the best of luck to Vincent Keymer and Fabiano Caruana fighting for the first place today. And now we would just like to have a recap of yesterday to show you what was happening.
Every move counts. Every second matters. Welcome to the finals of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour in Weissenhaus. Alireza Firouzja versus Gukesh Dommaraju. Nodirbek Abdusattorov versus Hikaru Nakamura. Javokhir Sindarov versus Magnus Carlsen. And the game for the first place, Vincent Keymer versus Fabiano Caruana.
This is definitely an event that's first of its kind. So you have almost all the top players here. And I think the players are being treated the way top athletes should be.
Vincent Keymer's incredible success story continues. The 20-year-old German Grandmaster struck first, defeating Fabiano Caruana in their opening classical game. With remarkable control, he steadily increased the pressure before sealing the victory with a brilliant combination.
For me, most things were coming very naturally, so I could also play quicker and my moves were easier to find. Also, it would, of course, mean a lot to me to win such an elite event.
Magnus Carlsen applied significant pressure on Javokhir Sindarov in the opening game of the third-place match. The young Uzbek started off well, but ultimately couldn't withstand Carlsen's relentless attacks.
My chess is in a relatively in a good place. I feel like I'm in decent shape. I'm struggling like a little bit in the opening, but overall I feel quite good.
While Nakamura secured victory over Abdusattorov, Gukesh and Firouzja played to a draw. And there's more exciting news. The traditional chess festival in Karlsruhe, Germany, is evolving into a new format. This April, 2 major opens will take place: the Grenka Freestyle Chess Open and the Grenka Chess Open, featuring none other than Magnus Carlsen and Vincent Keymer. But first, all eyes are on Weissenhaus. One final step separates Vincent Keymer from the Freestyle Grand Slam title. The tension rises. Stay tuned.
After this amazing tournament for the last days, I am very, very excited to continue this. I would like to invite a special guest on stage to choose the final position for today. We have a celebrity guest, the most beautiful woman in this room. Sylvie Mais, could you please join me on stage? Thank you. Hi.
Thank you so much.
So, I am going to
This is very exciting. So it will be number 909.
Thank you so much, Sylvie, for your help.
You're very welcome.
It is amazing to have you here. And thank you so much. And thank you to all the players. You have done such amazing things this week. And I am super, super happy that all of you had fun at this tournament, first and foremost, that we had such amazing viewership. Everyone was so excited that we learned so much over the last year about how to make the perfect tournament. And we will keep evolving and we will keep doing the best for freestyle chess. Can't wait, and good luck to everyone.
Good luck, everyone.
Well, there you have it, folks. Position 909 will be the starting position for our final classical game between the 8 players who still remain. But it is now time for us to warmly welcome Daniel Naroditsky onto the broadcast to deliver us his insights into this starting position. Daniel, take it away.
Well, thank you so much, Dash. It's an honor to be joining you all for the final day. And first and foremost, I just want to say that, chess players are defined not by their reaction to wins and brilliant moves, but by how they sit back at the chessboard after a loss and after a bad move and after a blunder. And I just wanted to extend my deep gratitude to Jan Henrik in particular and the Freestyle Chess team for talking to me, engaging in dialogue that was at times emotional, but ultimately extremely productive. And I think we're all for the better moving forward. We analyzed our mistakes, and they have the marks of a true chess player and a true successful organization. So it's such a pleasure to bring my insights to you on this final day of the Grand Slam Weissenhaus. We have a position, and my actual job is to bring you the insights on that position. I don't know if I'll be able to do that, but let's see if this position has updated, and I think it has. So let me see if I can pull this one up here. We have the white king over on the left side of the board. It's on B1. The black king is on B8. So essentially, there's a checklist that I like to go through anytime I look at a position for the first time. And that is to first and foremost identify any and all hanging pawns. Are there any pawns that could be hanging right off the bat? And the answer to that question, I think, as soon as I see the position, I'll be able to tell you in more depth. Let's see if I can pull this one up. I don't think that there are any hanging pawns. There's the G7 pawn and the G2 pawn, the knight's pawn, but that pawn can't really be attacked. The second thing that I like to do is to try to estimate the likelihood that I castle queenside and I castle kingside. Because the white king is on B1 and the black king is on B8, the likelihood is that both sides will remain on that side of the board. And that kind of gives you, let's say, a general roadmap. You can see the players, they're testing the move 1e4. And what's been amazing to me thus far, watching the Freestyle Grand Slam, is how often the players actually start with quote-unquote normal moves. The point of those normal moves, I'm talking E4, D4, and C4, is not always to control the center so much as it is to open up avenues and boulevards and streets for the pieces. Central control per se is not as important in freestyle chess as it is in classical chess, regular chess, but it is still important to open up your pieces as quickly as possible. And there we have the board. I can actually make some moves. You can see the players testing out the move 1 E4, now I'm seeing one D4. I saw one C4 previously. So what are some quick ways that pieces could be brought out here? Well, you could play one E4, a conventional move to control the center, to open up the bishop. You'll see the knights probably come out to G3 and E3. And one very important thing to realize, this is much more common in freestyle, is the idea of the restricted knight. So if you look at this knight on H1, one thing that I would not be surprised to see at all as these games move along is anytime the white knight is brought out to the G3 square, black can push the G-pawn one square up to G6, controlling the knight's two possible advanced squares on F5 and H5. When there are two squares between the knight and a pawn on the same file, the knight is heavily restricted. So both sides will have to solve the problem of their knight. I'm also looking at the bishop on G1, right? That bishop can be opened up and brought into the game by pushing the F pawn. That's going to be very likely as well. And this other bishop could be brought out by pushing the C pawn. That is what the players are testing out. We can see Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana. It's so great to watch the wheels turning. So great to watch the wheels turning here as the players discuss the first 2-3 moves. It's very, very hard to predict, obviously, what black is going to play. But I'm expecting either C4, D4, or E4. To my eyes, C4 is a very dangerous move to play. If I put this on the board, and hopefully y'all can see when I make a move on the board, after C4, the H7, B1 diagonal opens up. And I would be a little bit worried about the prospect of, let's call this a 960 fianchetto, right? So generally a fianchetto puts the bishop on B7 or G7 here. A fianchetto would put the bishop on H7. And how dangerous is this? Not particularly dangerous. White's pawn can move up to D3, building a little pawn chain and restricting the light-squared bishop. So that's something to watch out for. You could see black respond to C4 with a move like E5. This is, of course, the English opening in classical chess, but it doesn't have much to do with the English. One thing to watch out for is if black's E-pawn moves up to E5, then white's knight could drop into the center. And that concept that I mentioned earlier of the pawn sitting on the 6th rank and restricting the knight, that no longer is valid because pawns cannot move backward, even in freestyle chess. And there we have Nodirbek Abdusattorov. What did they have on the board right now? I'm seeing some sort of a French defense almost. I have no idea how they got that position. It seems the pieces just appear on the board by magic. Okay, let's listen in for just a couple of seconds.
No, it's kind of fight.
Yeah.
Nothing.
You don't think it's bad?
No, nothing special. All right, I think. Okay. F4, F6.
Yeah, like F5 we didn't really like. We give like knight G3 all these tempi and E4.
So they're looking at one F4 right now, as far as I can understand. I was trying to just catch F4, F6 right now on the board. So they keep shifting over to the king side. F4, F6 is currently on their board. And I think what they were looking at earlier, now I can understand why I thought this was a French. I think they were looking at F4, F6, E4, E5, so F5, F5 yeah? And D5. Any French players among you will recognize this sequence of moves. The point of D5 is to undermine white's pawn chain on E4 and D5, and white can support that pawn chain with the move D3. You can see the eval bar is not a great fan of that move. I'm potentially also looking at bishop escapades to H5, for instance. One F4, to me, is probably the most logical move because it opens up new vistas for white's bishop. My strategy generally when I play a tournament like Freestyle Fridays is just to copy my opponent if they're higher rated than me. So if I'm playing anybody with a G in front of their name and I have the black pieces, I'm basically doing what they're doing, right? I'll have what she's having. F4 could also be met with F5. But here, you might have to be very careful about a move like bishop to D4. Probably not immediately. But remember, there's a thing called a knight on H8. That's a potentially important piece, someone told me. So black cannot play this pawn up one square. Instead, black will be able to jump to E6 with their knight, hitting the bishop and hitting the pawn and defending the pawn on G7. But just something to watch out for. Instead, I think white should prefer a move like knight G3. And if black plays G6, now this knight on H8 potentially could land in a lot of trouble. White could also quickly open up the center with a move like E4. So the more I look at this, the more I like the move 1F4. I would not be surprised if we saw that essayed by the German hometown hero, the finalist, Grandmaster Vincent Keymer, or Fabiano Caruana rather. Vincent Keymer winning yesterday, leading the match 1-0. Fabiano in a must-win situation. So Vincent is preparing against the move 1f4. You often see players reach similar conclusions. So to my eyes, I would bet that Fabiano is seriously considering the move f4. I prefer it over c4. I think it does the same thing, but it doesn't weaken the king. How would I expect this game to go? As I said earlier, I think the kings will stay, by and large, sort of on this quadrant of the board. Because in order to castle to the east, as I like to say, you'll have to clear away 1, 2, 3, 4 pieces off of their initial squares in order to even make it possible for the king to escape to the other side of the board. So you would only want to do something like that if you're getting attacked on the side of the board that the king is on, which is pretty unlikely. So after f4, if we anticipate this move by Fabiano, how is Vincent going to respond? Right now they're looking at, let's see, d5. Wow, and now they're expecting a move like e4, I believe. That's a pretty bold prediction here. And now they're looking at d4. So they're basically anticipating Fabiano's possible moves and setting up responses against them. So after d4, I think they're looking at f6. Not something that you see every day. That was not on my bingo card. And now I think they're looking at knight to e3, e5, and knight to f5. Crazy position. I would prefer a move like e4 here for white, just controlling the center. This is what I call a, well, I don't call this anything. This looks like a Caro-Kann shifted over to the right side of the board. Never thought I'd want to see this until today. And now I can drive the pawn up to d5 in order to restrict the bishop. But the problem with a setup like this, potentially, could be a move like c6. Black would undermine the pawn chain and open up an avenue for his dark-squared bishop. And you can see how many different structures, how many different directions this game could take in just the first couple of moves. This is one of the things that makes freestyle chess so complicated. And as I said at the very start of the very first show, now you know how Philidor felt. Now you know how Wilhelm Steinitz felt. You're sitting at the board, you don't know anything. Maybe a couple of people came before you and developed a little bit of opening theory, but by and large, you're entirely on your own. You have no idea what's going on, and you still need to choose and recommend an opening to your fellow readers and those who come after you. A pretty steep responsibility. Now they're looking at e4, I think. e4, you can see like this position on the board, I think. Every time I try to make the moves on the board, they keep changing the position. Come on, guys. Don't they know I have some commentating to do? As we see Nodirbek and Vincent sharing a little laugh. Good to see that the atmosphere is fairly calm. Vincent not really showing any signs of nerves. Typical chess player thing there. They'll sort of show a move on the board without playing it. But okay. Let's start a but okay counter and let it run for 15 seconds. Oh, but okay. I think that's +1. And I think I heard Fabiano say we'll leave the but okay counter at 2. Go ahead.
If I may jump in, brilliant breakdown of the position as we see the players making their way to the boards. I just want to once again thank him so much for breaking that down for us. And I turn to all of you and I wonder if, I mean, we talk about who's got mastery over starting positions and we're pointing at Vincent Keymer, but maybe there has to be a discussion about one Daniel Naroditsky in the way that he's breaking things down, because feels like there's a lot less unknown, at least coming out of that 10-minute explanation.
For sure. Or more unknown. Because what frequently happens is they have this 10-minute thing, and then the players just do whatever they want. I will say, when you do this, like in the evenings here at Weissenhaus, we've had social gatherings. Fabi's been hosting card night. I should say Avalon, not poker or any other for-profit card night. And we play Blitz. We just set up a position. We don't think at all, and we just play. And it's hard. Like, it's really not easy to do. Sometimes you get lucky. You get a nice position. Sometimes you get a losing position. So curious to see how this one develops, because I don't love Black's position, actually.
Yeah, and while we have Daniel on the line still, and we will be checking in with him all throughout the show if and when we have concepts that we really want to get deep into and have explained. Daniel, you mentioned the position of the kings already over onto the left-hand side of the board. I'm curious how you feel that's ultimately going to play into a game where players might already have an idea, right, of where they need to attack, where they need to send their resources to get a decisive victory, whereas in standard chess, a lot of times you're waiting for that castling decision to be made to know where you want to go and start to coalesce your resources.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, it's one of those situations where both types of castling occur to the same side of the board. So I like to say castles to the near east and castles to the far east, right? So because the king position is often more clearly defined, you often see those earlier rook lift, for example, Dash. Like you might see black playing e5 and rook e6. The rook lift is a pretty standard mechanism in regular chess, but it usually only happens, toward the end of the middle game or when it's very, very obvious that you need to exert all of your resources on an attack. But there's these small subtleties, right? And we're just not advanced enough as a human species to know exactly how they impact these various types of freestyle chess positions. It's a fascinating part of the game's development.
Without a doubt, and day over day, we find new little learnings in each of our games, and we do have the first moves of the day, it looks like, going out onto the board, and so I'll bring us back into the studio so that we can start checking in on a number of them. Vincent Keymer, one of the players who has shown a quite deep understanding, or at least intuition, for these positions, albeit this time he's playing with the black pieces, Tanya, and that's been a conversation as well throughout the tournament, that the onus really does feel in most cases on white to figure out what their attack plan will be. Black playing a little bit more reactively. You can do all the work you want in trying to theorize what your opponent's move will be, but at a certain point you have to just wait to see what they put on the board.
And to your point, that's the reason why on 3 of our boards we've got the black pieces still thinking after that first move by white right there. We saw four boards getting on with that move 1. 3 chose to start with the d pawn moving ahead, and 1 of them chose to start with the move that we were seeing on the analysis board as the players were trying to figure out their path ahead. Gukesh versus Alireza is the only one that started with that f-pawn moving 2 steps forward, which now has gone 1 step ahead as well. And I think Fabi's strategy to switch that up, we saw Fabi with Hikaru, trying to figure out how they want to go about this, is that perhaps they believe that the younger generation would in fact be expecting that f-pawn to go forward. David, to me, that also felt like the natural path ahead. And I see the players with the black pieces, the younger generation goes into a think early on. A slight surprise there.
A slight surprise, and it feels like 3 of the players are just waiting for their colleagues to make a move so that they can copy. It is interesting that, as you said, Tanya, the 3 elder statesmen, the 3 more experienced players, Caruana, Carlsen, Nakamura, all opening the same way. We should mention that Magnus was a bit late, so we didn't see him kind of enter those discussions earlier. He came to the playing hall, played the same first move anyway. So interesting that he had the same thoughts. But yeah, Gukesh against Firouzja, just like yesterday, the first game to really start developing.
I don't know what the best first move was, Levy, but when we've got Hikaru, Fabi, Magnus all start with a d pawn moving ahead, regardless of what the engine says, I want to believe that this had to be the top move in this starting position.
Yeah, it definitely makes sense. I've seen a lot of these top players play a pawn move first. I had a blitz game last night in freestyle, and I moved my knight out, and I felt wrong. Like, normally, they are always moving a pawn, trying to see some space, and it seems like for black, the best move might be to move the f-pawn and go for a what's traditionally known as a Dutch defense, but a bit intimidating when this trio plays the exact same move against you. And I just love that Gukesh and Firouzja are already like on move 5.
I was going to say, we will obviously spend the majority of the day keeping track of the top 2 matchup, first and third place being battled out for. But as you mentioned, Levy, yesterday, Gukesh and Firouzja treating us to a much speedier initial game. Granted, it was the final game to conclude of the day. Maybe we go there first, David, just to kind of see as they've taken a different approach and a different path than the rest of the boards.
Yeah, very interesting early approach in that clash of the youngsters. Gukesh, the world champion, of course, facing Alireza Firouzja. Gukesh yesterday riding his luck. He had a lost endgame, but found a miraculous, really cunning way to save it. And he starts on equal footing to Alireza, who played extremely well. We should mention yesterday, just couldn't get that last touch, couldn't get the killer blow in.
This whole tournament, playing really well, can't get the last touch, has kind of been the feeling of it, right? Had a brilliant finish to that round robin, but unfortunately the bracket stage wouldn't treat him so kindly.
Yeah, and this is the position. I just want to shout out to Danya here, because he actually mentioned that this position, this idea appeared on some of the boards when the players were discussing beforehand. White here, Gukesh with a beautiful pawn chain, the connect four that I like to rant on about, but black can do the same. I should mention black can also push forward in the center. There's some tension here. It's a stylistic thing. Do you trade a set of pawns, or do you just push forward yourself, build your own nice pawn chain? I think this is more than just aesthetic. Firstly, you're opening up this bishop's diagonal. Secondly, you're getting ready to push pawns on this flank, and that's where the kings sit after all. And we talked about pawns pointing in a certain direction the other day. Black's pawns are pointing this way. That's indicated by the head of the pawn chain. That's the side he should attack on. That's the side the kings sit on as well. And white's pawn chain, nice, but it's not clear exactly what they are doing. So, yeah, we see a question mark move for Gukesh this early.
I know. This reminds me of the Fabiano Sindarov game. One of the tiebreak games, later ones, where Sindarov just pushed the pawn in the center early, completely locked the position, and Fabi didn't have much for the duration of the game. So, yeah, what if Firouzja just pushed the pawn? Like, I'm a little bit confused. Like, what? I guess Gukesh is going to just advance on the right side of the board.
Yeah, he could advance. Firouzja will advance, and we could just see, I mean, this, I don't know, this type of pawn storm from black just looks very promising against the white king.
I like the point that you earlier made, David, about this position, right? You've got these two tempting options, which is why Alireza slowed down. You could grab that central pawn, trade it off early, and then try and target it. It's a more open position. It's got more open diagonals and lines to play for. Or you could go for this opposite side pawn chain. And here we've got a completely third different option that Alireza goes for. Coming to a point you made earlier on one of our broadcasts, James, about keeping the tension, not resolving it, not pushing the pawn, not trading, but still keeping all the forces as they are at the center of the board. And I think it is a very stylistic approach. And we know Alireza Firouzja, his style, in fact, is to keep it as chaotic as possible. So perhaps this, another decision that reflects that.
Yeah, an intriguing decision, though, because as we've talked about before, at least in traditional chess, that's a scary pawn to push, opening maybe a future diagonal for the king to be attacked on, of course, right now, while it's pretty blocked in behind that infantry wall of pawns that he has built up. But maybe a concern, as we've talked about, Gukesh bringing his pieces more to the right-hand side of the board before rerouting back towards the black king.
Yeah, and clearly reflecting Alireza's kind of mindset right now. Just quick move. He had some very tempting options there, but he just wants to get this game done. And I've got to say, great start for black. Like, occupying the center in traditional chess we talk about, but in this specific freestyle position, 909, it looks like he's the first one to get a grip in the center. He's the one who holds the key when things will open or when things close.
Our top two boards still sitting on move number one.
Wow.
Black players waiting to respond. But in our fifth place matchup, Nodirbek Abdusattorov has elected a response to that initial push. And so we can maybe zoom out exactly, take a look at it there. Somebody's committed, and just as I say that, it looks like Sindarov as well has found a response, and they are different, in fact.
It's Valentine's Day, James. A lot of people will be going ahead with the commitment today. But this one, stakes super high, so you got to be thinking, taking your time in those first few moves. And we see two boards. In fact, it's Nodirbek and Sindarov who do make a decision here, and two very different decisions. You know, we see two different pawn moves there. Vincent, the one board where the stakes are the highest, fighting for glory there. Vincent Keymer is half a point away from championship. Fabi has to win to force a playoff. Is still in the think tank.
Wow. I'm not going to talk about nerves yet for Vincent Keymer, but typically when you're so close to your goal, so close to tournament victory, you do tense up a little bit. You do start double checking things, second guessing yourself. It costs you on the clock. We'll see if that plays a role a bit later.
Let's work our way up the leaderboard. So next to our 5th place matchup before we dive into 3rd and then 1st. So checking in on Nakamura versus Abdusattorov, where Abdusattorov has elected for that F-pawn push, F6, in response to D4 initially. If we can get that up, and then soon on the analysis board, we'll be able to check out maybe some of the ideas behind it, some of the possible lines that will follow. But of course, Hikaru Nakamura looking to hold strong against the young generation. It has been perhaps a little bit tumultuous. We saw the emotion striking a chord for Hikaru just a few days ago, but seems to have found some footing, seems to have found a little bit of momentum here in the final few days, displaying some brilliant chess at times. Nodirbek Abdusattorov looking to unseat him and grab 5th place for himself.
Yeah, it does feel like Hikaru has stepped up his game. At least he's been closing things out. He's been getting advantages all week, but only in the last few days has he been able to capitalize on those. And again, shout out to Dania before predicting another opening that has indeed appeared. Pawn to D4 met by this Caro-Kann-esque move, aiming simply to support a pawn challenge in the center. And this is where Dania said the most natural move for white is to push forward, establish a duo here. And again, there would soon be a dilemma for Hikaru. He's just mulling things over here in advance, whether to trade off, simplify things there, fix the structure, or whether to step forward, be extra ambitious and gain extra space, clamp down in the middle. So yeah, big moment, big decision. And a really weird starting position, I've got to say.
My neophyte understanding of freestyle chess tells me that putting those 2 pawns on the board, like you just said, kind of a drunk Caro-Kann, and white advancing in the center should be good for white. But is it so simple? Like, what would black do from here? I really don't like playing with the lack of space, and almost every game I've gotten in online games against strong players, and when they have this clamp, I generally end up in a really bad position. So what would black do here?
Would it be completely crazy to unclamp yourself immediately on the board? You know, you talk about striking the base of the pawn chain. I see that central pawn. Yes, I move that F-pawn, just one move, one step ahead. But can I go further into that position and try and break the center early on, get my bishop active?
You definitely can. And the idea here, I guess, Tanya, is if I take your pawn, you take my pawn. And this looks like a good trade for black, who has more control now on the center long term. But the question is whether, I mean, okay, I'm going to start talking about Connect 4 in a second, I promise. But if white just keeps the pawn chain, if white just sits on the position, black can challenge the center all you want. But, I mean, it just feels like this bishop, the light squared bishop, is a bit dead. The knight's struggling to jump out, and more space means more room to maneuver for Hikaru Nakamura.
David Howell over here moonlighting as a Connect 4 pro on a free challenge. Freestyle chess practice.
Easy game.
This is not an ad, I promise.
It's easy. Gotta play. Oh, you gotta. When I used to play this video game when I was really young, called Maple Story. Good times.
Great game.
You used to be able to play Connect 5, and they would call it Omok. That was fun because you have a gigantic grid.
It's massive,
and it was like huge. And Connect 5 could go in any direction. Connect 4 is like, game ends too fast.
But I think if you get a Connect 5 on the chessboard, you're almost close to winning. A pawn chain that far ahead,
yeah,
in so many positions, that will give you such a big advantage.
Or losing, like in the King's Indian. Like, you do your Connect 5, but you're obliterated on the other side of the board. So, yeah, you're either winning or losing. Or it's a draw, because it's completely closed off.
Let's give an example.
There we go.
There it is.
There it is.
And this is near fatal for black, who is desperately running.
The computer right now is like, how did you let it get to this position?
Yeah, but I mean, that's part of the plan, right? I mean, we joke about it, but white will push a pawn forward, open up the dark squared bishop on a nice diagonal, and then white's just going to be pushing towards the black king. It's actually pretty much a mirror image of what we saw Alireza could have done with the black side against Gukesh, but elected not to, and Hikaru very quickly gaining the space. It's the advanced variation of the Caro-Kann defense here, clearly, and I really like it for Hikaru.
So looking good for Hikaru. Maybe we now take a trip over to our third place matchup to see how Sindarov is stacking up against Magnus Carlsen. Again, Javokhir on the back foot here, taking a loss to Magnus just yesterday, now playing with the black pieces. Has to get a decisive victory if he wants to extend it to that playoff tiebreaker, give himself rather a chance in the rapid and the blitz. Now, he did overcome Magnus in the round robin, and I think that's something that he can kind of hold on to. But again, the idea is he has to get back to that style of game if he wants to have a chance. It's the world #1 on the other side, and that is still a titanic task to be certain here for the young Uzbek.
Actually, the more I'm looking at these positions, I know we've got hype for Sindarov right now, but I will just say I think this position absolutely sucks for Black. Like, it looks like on every board Black is about to get squeezed, and it's happening here too.
Hey, Levy, that's exactly the idea that I just suggested, and that just completely sucks for Black. It's totally the wrong direction.
Yeah, it's exactly right, and this is and actually, this is more information for Keymer.
Who, by the way, still has not made a move.
Who has not moved. He's watching these games develop, and he's going, damn, I shouldn't do that.
I think he sees it too. He's like, this is just, every move feels bad for Black.
So he should just sit for 30 minutes and not make a move and just see everything else being played out.
I mean, yeah, who's going to end up in the best position? I'm going to go their way.
Shot clock on move 1, 2, and 3 in this format. You have to make your first move within 5 minutes. You already got 10 minutes.
I like it.
You already got, what are you doing? Make a move. You know what I'm saying? Now, he might play the Dutch. Like, he might just straight up play d4, f5 because he realizes that, and we'll get to that game. He realizes this is not what you can do. A spatial disadvantage like this just simply isn't good in the long run. And already Magnus has ideas like knight to e3 here, which targets that pawn, gambits the pawn in the center, and he can very easily win it back because Black's knight can't defend the pawn. Like, normally you have a knight that can go to the f6 square. That's not possible now. Also, bishop to g4 almost traps a queen.
I was just going to say that I think is the big one here, right? That you suddenly realize the queen has got no squares. So not only pawn takes pawn, you have this deadly pin here, but even if the f-pawn was to move forward, hitting that knight, I think this would be a very, very strong move coming in after Black's f4 if the knight did jump forward.
This just looks like a bad King's Indian structure.
Hey, connect 4.
Yes. Because in the King's Indian defense, Black has this gigantic pawn wall, actually the exact same one, but the queen for Black is usually a bishop, and also White's king is generally already castled on the right side of the board. None of these conditions are met, so Black's light-scored bishop and even dark-scored bishop are completely not conducive to the pawn structure, and White has more space pointed at the Black king. If Black can somehow, by some miracle, develop all of the pieces and castle the king to the right side of the board, it's going to be fine. But I mean, yeah, visually, I would hate to play this as Black. However, guys, what we see frequently is that if you let the computer think for a while, it actually does go back to being equal, and it finds a way. But early days here, I really don't like Black's position.
Yeah, and I mean, here basically, Tanya, you know this f5 pawn push that you mentioned, it's very, very logical. I should mention Sindarov's got one move extra compared to Abdusattorov because he's played this pawn push in one move. Abdusattorov pushed his pawn just one square, so if he later pushes it again, he gets the exact same kind of slightly dubious position that Sindarov has, just with one less move, so it's even worse for Nodirbek, whose game we checked out a moment ago. Definitely feels like Magnus, Hikaru, with these pawn pushes, the gain of space, they're already in the driver's seat.
Fine, guys, I get it. I'll just stop suggesting pawn breaks in the future.
It's a good move. It's just, I think maybe...
Not working on either of the boards where it's played.
Should have been played on move 1.
Yes.
Well, it's the harsh reality, too, of chess, right? That your best move still might not be, you know, a great move. It might not feel good. It might not result in the most advantageous thing, but it can still be your best option.
I think the harsh reality is that sometimes in chess, the most natural move, the move that you really want to make, and, you know, something that principally we've been taught and the patterns we recognize, try to break the center, get your bishop active as quickly as possible, create tension. Like you said, is perhaps objectively not the best move, and the players need to figure that out in freestyle chess, which makes it that much more difficult right now. But Magnus, he's trying to find his way ahead. Do we have a move in our marquee matchup yet? Has Vincent made his decision?
Still waiting, still letting the time tick down to 1:12 on the clock is Vincent Keymer. Don't worry, we got our eyes on that one for you at home, friends. We're not going to let you miss it.
Yeah, well, yeah, we don't actually have any eyes on it, but we promise that we are watching the game, just not on the big screen because we don't have a move. This is pretty crazy. What a format. He spent how much time on the first move? Like 18 minutes? 16?
Yeah.
But I will say, I don't think that has as much to do with other boards and figuring it out. I just think there's so much on the line. And maybe this is one of those starting positions where it is difficult for Black to figure the way forward. I mean, you know, the three greats, the three titans, they're showing us, well, at least, Fabi, just with his first move, how hard it is to respond to. But on Hikaru and on Magnus as well here, that indeed it's easier to play with White. If Black plays the most natural looking responses, strikes in the center, you can get in trouble. And Vincent, with his feel, understands that. You know, it's the kind of format you go wrong early on, the game could be over in just about 10 moves. And look at that. We've got not one David Howell, but two Connect Fours going on. It's a great day for you.
I might be the happiest person in the room right now.
So I take it you like Connect Four.
I'm very bad at it, I should mention. Like, I don't know what it is. It's like you said, it should be such a simple game, but I don't know. I don't win that often.
You have a Connect Four. That's all you gotta.
I know.
Do you like fall for those traps?
Yes, there are like two different ways to get it.
The only trap in the game.
Yeah, like there's one tactic in the whole game.
I win. Guys, come on, you're very strong chess players. It's not.
But it's also like a party game, right? Connect Four. So then it really depends.
I normally play, in the evening, late at night, after a few glasses of wine, and then it goes wrong.
All right. Well, while we're searching for insights and things to glean across each of these games, we are very lucky to again have Daniel Naroditsky on standby, who has a slight observation. So, Daniel, we're going to bring you back in, my friend. Javokhir Sindarov, Magnus Carlsen. What are you looking at?
Well, listen, you talk Connect Four. Here's another game that I like but suck at, Settlers of Catan. And you often see this in freestyle chess. Like, Catan has been settled on the king side, and you see this very clear shift of battlefields from one side of the board to the other. You see both players saying, all right, now let's take a look at the other side of the board. And the reason that White has a superiority on the left side is because of this pawn on d5. My guess is that Black's next move against almost any one of Magnus's responses will be to open up a little bit of space with c6. And we should not assume that Magnus will automatically respond to that move by pushing his c-pawn up to c4. The trade on c6 might actually be beneficial for White. So the computer actually proposes a very deep idea. It was not to play c4. Magnus waited for me to say that. It was to play a4. But Magnus, he goes for the space advantage. I would not be surprised if we see this move, c6 from Sindarov. And then if we see Magnus winding his knight into the center of the board, if Black captures on d5, will we get a queen trade? As much as Magnus likes endgames, I don't think so. He's going to take with the e-pawn, opening up. Look at this beautiful outpost. This is a Valentine's Day outpost right here. Package that e4 square up and send that to your loved ones. Dash, back to you, Magnus, with a clear superiority. I'm not seeing Sindarov coming anywhere near winning this game right now.
And absolutely perfect timing, Daniel, because as this game continues to develop, we finally have a move made on our marquee board. It's Vincent Keymer, the 8th seed coming out of the round robin, looking to challenge and take down Fabiano Caruana to take the title of the champion in our first Freestyle Chess Grand Slam. And after all that time thinking, Tanya, here we have it. It's going to be an f5 pawn push in response.
On move one this time, so perhaps a way better way to start. And what a moment this is, right, for Fabiano Caruana. The pressure really mounts up. He's a veteran. He knows what needs to be done. He's done it all in the chess world. Can he once more take this to the playoffs and get that fight in, really make it a big one? And for Vincent Keymer, he's on the brink of a career-defining tournament victory. He's taken down Alireza. He's taken down Magnus. Can he finish the fairy tale today?
I have a request. not from you, from the players.
Okay.
If there was one match that goes to a tiebreak today,
let it be this.
Yeah, can it be this match? I don't want to crown a champion, and then Alireza and Gukesh are fighting each other with gloves on, you know, in a blitz match. Like we got to decide 5th, 7th, and 3rd. And these boys, Fabiano has to get the win, and we got to go to a nail-biter tiebreak. We need to have one game. It would be so epic if that happened again, because he did it once. Fabi understands the content, you know? He had that crazy match, and listen, his work is cut out for him because Vincent Keymer has played the best first move.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, and he said it himself on this couch here. He loves tiebreakers so much. At times he's thought, "What is it even, you know, a good idea for me to lose just so I can end up in a tiebreaker?" Good news for him today. He doesn't have to lose to get a tiebreaker. He needs that win, so he should be fighting for the win.
Yeah, and Levy's saying that Vincent finds the first best move. David, it could also have, you know, this effect that on the other boards, we saw if white is allowed the free hand in the center to get more pawns rolling, just how difficult black's position's getting with less space. And Vincent, again, with his understanding, realizes that he can't allow that. He stops it, but that does make that pawn vulnerable to this knight coming out, developing itself with tempo. So now Vincent has to decide, because you can't really push that pawn attacking the knight. There's a queen that's just been opened up from that square, which will then end up taking that pawn. So how and with which one of the two pawns is Vincent Keymer going to defend the threat?
Which one of the three? He actually opens up his own queen. And again, I should mention, that was by far the best move this time on move 2. Everything else would have allowed white to break open the center and actually just get fantastic piece play, fantastic activity. He's clamped down Vincent. I think this is maybe what scared the other players from playing this great first move that Vincent chose. He needed a bit of time. He realized here the queen controls this square. The pawns actually stop any pawn breaks in the middle right now, and it becomes much slower, it becomes much more blocked, and actually that might favor Vincent now.
Yeah, maybe scarier to the other players at first, but now that he's had the benefit of seeing how their positions have developed, he's realizing perhaps that, you know, those connect 4 pawn chains, the closed position for black just seems so much more dire.
Exactly. Closed position here is fine because you're not kind of struggling for space. White hasn't kind of pushed any pawn into your side of the board, so your pieces, they can breathe. Black actually in the very near future might even lash out himself. White cannot control in the near future this key outpost with a knight. That's, again, something different from normal chess. This is what we often call the stonewall structure if black puts pawns just on light squares. But the downside is the dark squared weaknesses, but white cannot really challenge them. So just great understanding yet again from Vincent.
And the reason why white is far away from challenging it is because those knights, you know, usually in standard 5-1-8, you already have a knight that's towards the center of the board that can arrive in one move to that square where the pawn has just moved from G1 and then get to that E5 outpost. But that's not possible right now. I want to just point out, Vincent took 21 minutes to make that first move and then instantly played his second move. So he had worked his way ahead. You know, he was looking at all the opportunities that white has and what would be his response if that pawn was indeed threatened. Fabi also sets up for a central break with his last move. Another quick pointer here, that white knight did attack one of the pawns. It also has a further jump in the position. The undefended pawn that Daniel pointed out to at the start of the show, you know, the G pawns in front of the bishop, knight h5 would be a threat. Eventually trapping that rook at the corner if the pawn was to move forward is something that Vincent might need to watch out for.
But so far, a great start, I just have to say, for Vincent. Again, showing that he has the highest level of understanding, I think, of any player in the tournament. Well, this is what we're used to seeing from Magnus in regular chess. And it's amazing to see it from a completely different person in Vincent Keymer.
Yeah, and to your point, Tanya, about you know, having that quick follow-up second move of Vincent Keymer, a good lesson in chess, but also a good lesson in life. If you're going to go your own way, have a plan, you know, right? It can't just be made one errant move at a time.
Yeah, you need to see often 2 or 3 steps ahead in different directions. When you make decisions, it's nice to know, judging. I just want to mention Fabiano also playing very quickly, reacting very quickly, trying to capitalize, jump on the fact that Vincent has been thinking for a while, and Vincent now about to make a move. He doesn't look too happy on the camera. That's because, as Tanya mentioned, there are threats such as the knight jumping forward and the center exploding. This one could get very fiery, very fast.
On the next move, I'd predict here, David, you were talking about a central on break that Vincent could be targeting, and I really think that's the move you want to make. And he reaches out, he does play it. I was about to say that looks extremely dangerous for black, because if white was to capture the pawn, invite the black rook forward, suddenly the bishop, the dark squared bishop opens up, lands itself on a nice central square, x-raying the rook and the black pawn behind it.
Wow. Vincent Keymer.
I only don't mind it because of the benefit of seeing the other board. So I kind of appreciate the approach of let's just blow the position up, and make things a lot messier at this point.
What is happening?
What is the idea? Like, okay, if he takes and then he gets pinned, does he have a tactic?
By pin, you mean bishop to d4?
I have no idea. No, I'm saying, like, does he have a response ready? Is he just going to bring the rook all the way back to
e7, maybe? Just to defend?
Then the knight jumps forward. Things get very murky there, no?
Yeah, one of the black knights can kind of come to the center to attack white's bishop if it ever lands in the middle of the board. So maybe defending, maybe clinging on. But Vincent Keymer's paused. I mean, is he contemplating not taking this pawn back? Because I think 99% of us would just recapture the pawn, hope for the best. But bringing your rook out first, I don't think I've ever seen a chess game where a rook comes out before any knights or bishops. Normally they say minor pieces first.
There was that game Vincent won with black against Alireza, the first classical game, where the rook went out. But the knight, I think, maybe the knight was out or maybe not, but the bishop was out in that game early. But yeah, like, there's a lot of these formats, rather I should say in this format, there are a lot of positions where the centralized rook pops out into the center of the board and then drops back, but then you can't castle.
I mean, I'm just going to say, if on move 4, Vincent Keymer just gambits a central pawn, to your idea of bringing the knight out, I want to point out, if you don't capture that pawn instantly, Fabi can push its best friend on the next file, the f pawn one step forward, and then just make sure you're never winning this pawn back. The match situation, needing a draw for championship and going for this approach, that's very gutsy, incredibly brave of Vincent to do that. He keeps thinking, so he does have something else in mind apart from the very, very obvious recapture. I also want to point out one of the factors in this starting position, right? We see rooks next to the king. When that's the case, in the beginning of the game, very often we talk about castling being the way to get the king to safety, but it's also a way to get your rooks into the game, but not in this particular scenario. When you have the rook at the edge of the board in freestyle chess, very often you can just push the pawn in front of it at some point, keep the king as is, which looks extremely safe, and get the rook out with the rook lift, develop it. So I'm just wondering if castling actually is also something that's not even in their minds, because one of the main reasons of getting rook into play, there are different ways of doing it here.
Yeah, different ways of doing it. And on that point, Tanya, we've got a very strong computer sitting next to us, and at a higher depth, black's best move is apparently pawn to a5. And
wow.
What?
Wow. Shut up.
If Vincent plays this, Fabi should just shake his hand.
I'm calling the cops.
Yeah,
right?
that's crazy.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, and actually, as it thinks more, initially the second best move was rook recaptures pawn. That move is actually falling down the list as the computer has more and more time to think. It wants to leave that on the table.
Can we put it on the board? Rook takes.
Okay.
No,
not
no,
a5.
no, not a5. No. Rook takes.
Rook takes.
Bishop d4. What is the line there?
Yeah. Oh, wow. And rook going back to e7, I would say, is the most natural. And here the computer says e4 and white has an advantage, blowing open the center. I think actually there will be some tactics later of the black queen being in a bit of trouble. But apparently the best move...
Bishop f6 or something?
It's never going to happen. I was also thinking bishop f6 or maybe knight to g6. But apparently the best move is rook to e8.
Oh.
And bishop takes pawn, looks like it's just attacking knights. Just give up a pawn and pretend nothing happened. And apparently black is better. So chess is hard. I mean, this is crazy.
There's another line instead of taking back with the rook.
Mm-hmm. He's played knight to g6.
Okay, so yeah, so now we can dive into this. So white defends the pawn with a pawn, right?
Yes.
Pawn to f4. And now black goes knight h4, I imagine, right? Attacking the pawn, threatening to trap a rook. So what is white's best move here? Is it to play knight e3, David?
Yeah, again, according to the computer, I think knight e3 would be the first move I look at, but the downside is that after d4, your knight is actually trapped.
And then the rook is trapped.
And then the rook is trapped.
And then the rook's trapped.
That's sick.
Goodness.
Actually, I didn't see knight d2 was even possible. Like, like this format is...
It's mind-boggling.
So goofy. Okay, so knight d2 is the move.
Just to point out, everyone at home, this rook would be trapped. So the move, instead of knight to e3, is to get out the other way and evacuate a rook here using the newly vacated f1 square, and the game goes on simply. At some point the black knight will be forced back and might have to lose a bit of time. White has a very strong protected pass pawn in the center, but then again black has a nice beautiful blockading square in front of that pawn, and this just looks very double-edged. I think this is very likely to happen considering what Vincent has just done. Clearly his knight move, dual purpose, attacking the pawn in the center and going pawn hunting on the edge of the board.
But then that means that Fabi actually can't hang on to that extra pawn for too long. You can defend the central one, but there is no good way to defend that side pawn, which can be picked up with that knight jump. We were talking about the white knight jumping. It looks like it's Vincent's horse that's going to find its way in right now. If not for this line, because it looks incredibly scary, can Fabi hold on? And also in the bigger picture, is Fabi happy about this imbalance that's been created early on in a must-win scenario for him?
I think he should be pretty happy, Fabiano. He won't know the evaluation, of course. He might just think it's totally equal, but I mean, it's going to be a weird pawn structure, weird piece development. He's already tested Vincent, gained 20 minutes on the clock. Great start for Fabi.
Yeah, so thinking that Fabiano should be happy. We don't have the benefit of being able to jump inside of his mind, but I tell you a player who we do have the benefit of diving into the mindset of, and that would be one Vincent Keymer, who stepped into the confessional booth just a bit ago. Let's hear from him now.
Yeah, actually, I kind of get the feeling that I'm starting to repeat myself, but the starting position looked incredibly dangerous for black. At first, I thought it's kind of fine because there are no immediate targets, but this pawn on g7 is so hard to defend long term, and after d4, it really wasn't easy to find the first move. What we discussed was, I mean, I think what Nodirbek played with f6, e5, the way it has turned out for him, it's quite okay, but if Hikaru had played knight e3 instead of c4, I didn't really like the position at all. And what I did is also seems very dangerous. I mean, after f3, I played e5, de, and now I decided to go knight g6. The idea being that after f4, I will have knight h4, taking g2. Knight e3, there's d4. And if he includes, let's say, knight h5, queen d7, still he can't play g3 because knight g2 traps the rook. So that's kind of my idea. I'm not entirely sure whether this is so great, but I think it's kind of okay for now. But just in general, it's possible that what I did is not so great because it doesn't really feel good. I just don't see an immediate problem. Yeah, but I also didn't really know what else to do. So that's why I also spent so much time on move 1, because I felt that if we make the wrong choice here, we might get into a seriously bad position. There are so many weak squares and spots, and yeah, it's really difficult to find any kind of setup which doesn't allow huge explosion of these weaknesses. This knight e3, I think d4 also was a very good first move, of course, but it's kind of obvious in the sense that, yeah, you'll just play d4, e4, bring the knight either g3, f5 or e3, f5, and you're always right in time. I mean, the symmetry first move d5 would have been countered by e4, I think, and then again, also didn't really like that. Maybe it was still the best option, but yeah, I'm not incredibly unhappy with the way my opening has went, but I also don't have a really good feeling.
Feeling like he's very much in the unknown, but from the get-go, feeling that Black's position was quite precarious. Maybe taking a note from Nodirbek's game that he pointed out most specifically and choosing to go his own way. But love that identification of the line that we kind of went through, where the rook can end up being trapped. So some tricks up his sleeve in this one here against Fabiano Caruana.
Yeah, and out of the 3 players with the black pieces who did face that same first move, pawn to d4, I mean, he's reacted the best. He played the best first move, the best second move, best third move, literally everything according to the computer, yet again showing fantastic understanding. And as he pointed out, none of the players in that playing hall know the evaluation. None of them know exactly what's going on. They're just trying to feel their way, trying to evaluate as best they can, try to get positions that they can handle and maneuver in their way. And yeah, fair play to Vincent. Although Fabiano should be happy with the match situation at the start to this game, I think Vincent's handled it admirably.
I'll just say, this whole approach by Black feels so nebulous. It's so random. But Vincent can trust himself because he's already played really well. If he was having a bad tournament, I feel like you never go for this. Because you look at this position in your head and you go, it's ridiculous. Like, what am I doing? My knight is venturing out. I'm taking a pawn, etc. But he can trust himself. So it's really cool to see. And he's obviously got a good grasp of the position, and Fabi's happy, but maybe so will be Vincent.
Yeah, perhaps the most even board state that we have so far out on the field there in the Players Hall today. And we'll continue tracking all of the action. But we are very happy to be joined once again by Alexander and Andrea Botez here in the studio. Welcome, of course, but final day, grand final here.
Final day.
Are the emotions hitting? Where are you guys at?
Oh, yeah.
The emotions are definitely hitting. Excited to see what happens in this game. And also, you know how you're getting towards like the end of the trip, you get some adrenaline, you're almost at the finish line.
Yeah, without a doubt. Taking a look at these positions and the players as they step into the day, more so than the position on the board itself, I want to know from the two of you, did you have a sense coming into the day between Vincent Keymer and Fabiano with the way that Vincent's been playing, if he can conclude his historic run here at this first Grand Slam in top fashion, or will Fabiano strike back and give us an exciting playoff finish?
I love when I get asked positional questions because we've just filmed podcasts for 2 hours, so I'm going to be completely honest. However, my first concern was Vincent's heart rate was at 116 when we walked in, so that's kind of what caught my attention. I think you guys are going to carry the positional analysis, but if it's more of a question of who are we hoping is going to walk away as a champion, I'm biased because we have been playing board games with Fabi every night, and we guilted him to film a simul with us, and he was the last standing grandmaster.
He was the only one who said yes.
So I have to root for Fabi, not because I have anything against Vincent, but purely out of personal bias.
Even after he laid waste to everybody in Avalon last night, that guy's a monster.
Our team, you know?
It was
really
by
oh yeah, that's right. You were on his team at the very end.
Yeah, that was incredible.
Got away
so
with
exhilarating.
one.
Oh my god.
No, after seeing his play in the board game, I think that was by far probably one of the most impressive things I've ever seen in a chess tournament.
And I remember yesterday I was going to dinner and I bumped into Alex. I think you were setting up to play some chess with Gukesh at the time.
Yes.
Simul game as well. And I was just wondering while I was eating, I was talking to my friends as well. I wonder what happened because I've seen you guys do that against Vidit. I think it was you, Andrea, Dina.
Yeah.
A lot of trash talking, but that must have been hard against Gukesh to get the trash talking in.
We didn't get trash talking in. I think the meanest thing we asked was like, what's your favorite food?
It was the only Botez video I've ever done where we didn't trash talk the opponent. It was impossible.
When his father is behind him.
His father was watching.
I don't know, what am I allowed to say? So we were just very polite. I'm sure it'll still be an exciting video, but it's definitely on the low end of trash talk.
I remember that video. What was the title?
He lost all games, right?
Can 3 women beat 1 grandmaster?
No, that was definitely not the title.
Was that not the title?
It was like
3 women versus 1.
Indian top grandmaster gets intimidated by women. Like,
oh,
I don't
you're
even
thinking of our cigar video, which we did. I think we would have said nice Indian man gets bullied by 3 women.
We had to do some tests.
It was really fun. I watched that one.
Yeah, that was practically, we had the same video and we had to come up with a different title for the exact same content. So that's where that creative writing came from.
But this one's easy because we can put world champion in the title.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Enough said.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
if Vincent wins this tournament, you can put world champ. No, sorry. No, I'm not going to go there. You got to win the whole tour.
Yes.
To be crowned that.
Well, as we are, nearing the end of this incredible event, but with the idea that we've got 4 more ahead of us throughout the year, I'm kind of curious the way the two of you are beginning to reflect on your time here, the level of access that you've been given to the players, as well as the venue itself to create any kind of content that you want, for your audience at home.
Yeah, we were just talking about, for me at least, this was like the most special experience. We've never gotten so much access to the players. Also, just been treated
The revolution of professional chess starts now. 10 world-class players, 5 unique destinations, 1 gripping and innovative format, changing chess forever. Welcome to the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour. Bringing a unique chess experience to iconic places around the world, only the world's best players will take on the Freestyle Challenge. During the 2025 season, players are awarded points based on their placement in each Grand Slam tournament. Over the course of the season, each player's points from all the tournaments are added together. And after the last Grand Slam, the player with the most points will be crowned Freestyle Chess Champion.
It really is combat from move 1. This is so much better than classical tournaments.
All events in the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour will be played in the format of Chess 960. Each Grand Slam starts with a round-robin phase. All participants face off against one another in rapid chess. The 2 last-place players in the round-robin stage are eliminated, but will play for 9th place in a playoff match. The remaining 8 advance to the quarterfinals. From here on, the games will be played with classical time controls. Each matchup will be a best-of-2 game over 2 days, and in the case of a draw, 2 rapid games will be played. If there's still a draw, 2 blitz games will follow. And if the winner is still undecided, a final Armageddon match will be played. From the 7th to the 14th of February, the first Grand Slam of 2025 will take place in the luxurious Weissenhaus Resort on the Baltic coast in Germany. As it is the first Grand Slam of the year, all Grandmasters are eager to make their mark, with the top spot there for the taking. After 8 intense days of play, only 1 competitor will become the 2025 Weissenhaus Grand Slam champion, taking home 25 points and $200,000 in prize money. Let the revolution begin.
Welcome, everybody, back to the Weissenhaus here for the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour in 2025. Apologies, we lost connection for you guys just a moment there and interrupted this lovely conversation with the Botez sisters. So diving back into it, as we kind of showed viewers at home, this is a year-long endeavor. This is just stop number 1. We've got a ton of cool cities slated in the future. Paris next, obviously back to America, New York as well, and then, of course, to India and South Africa to finish. I'm curious for the two of you, do you guys have your sights set on any of those locations for a possible re-entry into the Grand Slam space?
Yeah, we're talking to the organizers about potentially coming to Paris. Nothing is set in stone yet, but it was such a good experience. We'll definitely try to come to one of these again.
If you could have your pick, which one would it be?
You gotta say India.
You're right. Honestly, I feel like you can't not say India.
In South Africa, they were saying you can paraglide off a cliff.
What?
Yeah, I might do that if the competition.
I would absolutely.
Is that what you're thinking about right now?
They like part of the hype for the South African one was that they have a whole cliff that you can just go.
Yeah,
and they have a lot of insects there. Apparently, you're really in tune with nature. So I don't know. I'm kind of sold on the South Africa one. I've always wanted to go on a safari.
Should be one in Australia. Australia is crazy.
I've never been to Australia
next season,
either.
maybe.
Sydney.
Michael yesterday, the owner of the resort that the event will be held at in South Africa, was here yesterday telling us, yes, about on a big nature reserve, lots of animal conservation, so maybe some safari opportunities and also wine country. I mean, it feels like a phenomenal place to end the entire tour.
Ask the giraffe for opening advice. Oh, rather, there's no openings. I ask advice for the middle game, talk to a giraffe.
Well, so then actually maybe a giraffe is as good as anybody else to ask for advice.
Yeah, me for sure. Like me and the giraffe are equivalent for advice in this format, but India will be super cool. Obviously, Gukesh will be there. Maybe we get Prague or Eric Icy. So, yeah, it's exciting. All over. And New York, you know what I'm saying?
It's going to be awesome. Yeah, all the iconic. And Paris next. I mean, it's hard to pick, right, where you really want to go. But I just want to say, Andrea, Alex, I'm such a big fan of everything you guys do and how much you've given to the game, contributed to it growing in such a fun way, building your community. And I'm always cheering for the two of you. I love it. And I want to ask you, is there any one super fun thing that you guys have done here that's special, that perhaps didn't make it to your content, but means a lot to you personally?
I got to watch Hikaru play from the distance.
First time?
Yeah. How about you?
Wow.
In real life? In person, yeah.
For us, it was just the sauna. There's this really, for me, there's a sauna. There's one that you could look into the forest because one of the walls is entirely glass, and there's all these nice herbs around, so it smells really good. And we were there with some of our friends, and I love sauning in general, so that was a top moment.
I was in that sauna with Fabiano. We were discussing life.
Romantic.
Yeah.
Were you trying to recapture a similar moment to the one he had in Singapore with Magnus playing chess in the pool?
We were indeed in the same state of undress as they were. We were actually discussing future, life plans, where we want to settle down, kids or not.
Wow.
Bad thing to discuss in the sauna, which is, I think, known to affect that process.
Right.
But, it was nice. It was philosophical. We talked about the event, its future, and so on. So, yeah, the sauna is definitely good. No
awesome,
content was filmed there. There was no Chess-Based India walkthrough.
That's not making it to YouTube.
Yeah.
But how was that? Because, you see Hikaru so much online on his streams and everyone feels that, they kind of know so much about him. But was it different? Did it surprise you in any way, Andrea?
Yeah, honestly, with the chess community, we have so many rumors that everyone has beef with each other, but it was really nice to just all come together and all be buds and hang out. And it was the first time I felt really part of a greater community.
Very sweet.
Well, as this is the final day and the conclusion of the event, I wasn't here last year, but I heard that there was a pretty rockin' after party. And I'm curious from the two of you got some dance moves saved up? We're going to see you on the dance floor tonight?
Andrea's leaving in 2 hours.
What? You're skipping the party?
I had a meeting in Hamburg, and this was the only way. But my sweet sister is going to carry on, and there's going to be poker, and she's playing Catan. Alex is playing all the games tonight.
We have the Catan world champion here.
He is the world champion. It's pretty crazy.
One of.
Did you know
he's the best player?
There's regional champions, though. I think there's an American champion or something.
And he just started playing 3 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. And he's already world champion.
Just to show you how much more, elegant chess is. Nobody can master it.
Hey,
or how much of a savant he is.
Yes.
Cap. I call it Cap. But he is very nice. I met him, and he was he's been playing with us. Also, I think he's a pretty good chess player. But he's not going to be no world champion in 3 years. I mean, come on. I'm just salty because I can't learn Catan. I can't learn any other game. I do not have a skill. I can play checker. I'm nasty at Battleship too, but I can't learn a serious game like Catan.
Is Battleship the one where you've got these two?
You have the 5 little ships, and you don't know the grid, and you say D9.
Yeah, you're trying to snipe your opponent's ships. You hit or miss, and you're trying to narrow in a grid.
Different generation here, and Battleship was this video game that we'd play with Contra and Mario, where you had these battleships, and you had to shoot your way through and protect your queen. Anyone?
So chess, practically.
Yeah.
We never got to ask you guys, what was the highlight memory for you, Tanya? And for our lovely commentators.
Anyone wants to go first while I think?
I mean, mine's the easy one, getting to be here and to be involved as the outsider coming into the world of chess, just to be given the opportunity to sit next to brilliant people, to meet lovely individuals like yourself has just been a highlight already of 2025, and we're only a month and a half in.
Yeah, I think for me, the chess has been fantastic. Meeting all of you has been great. I've never met Levy before, so that's been awesome as well, working with him. But if I had to point one thing out, when Annie had her performance the other night, and James, you were there with her performing. I think that was one of the most magical experiences that I've had. She has this incredibly powerful voice, and I'd heard so many great things, but I just felt like I was transported. Those 15 minutes, never seen anything like that. That left an impact. She was incredible to watch and hear.
I'll then take her better half. We're just capturing the whole Aronian family. Meeting Levon was delightful. He's great. But yeah, I can't point to something specific. I have been in quite a few saunas. Although the ones here were very, very nice. But I think just the whole experience, right? Every time I travel to a chess tournament, I also meet new people. I met Tanya, I met David for the first time. I met Levon, I met Peter Lecko, Judith Polgar. You just go down this list of people who, for me, I've never met. So, it's very special, and I can't wait for New York.
Has no one mentioned the food?
So
That's
good.
you. Jump on
So
it, my
good.
friend. Gush about the food for a second.
I mean, there was a nice gym. I didn't see that one. I just saw the,
Yeah,
A lot of
same.
food, very little
Make it.
gym.
very little gym. I mean, the food's been incredible.
Yeah.
Different cuisine every night. 2 Michelin
Yes.
star chef.
Yeah.
Life is good.
Absolutely incredible setup here.
We'll just say, boys and girls, getting treated to a whole Asian cuisine. They had like sushi, they had teriyaki, they had all this stuff. Then, a riveting Indian night.
That was
and
so
then
good.
Turkish. And then you just go down to Swedish and German. No disrespect. I know we are here. They gave me a fat pretzel yesterday.
Dude, that Bavarian pretzel was pretty sweet.
It was slapping, but I mean, the other nights, I ate every dish from the Indian cuisine. I ate every dish from the Asian cuisine.
I
was
agree.
like, I'll settle for a pretzel, whatever.
Yeah.
But it's just funny how what's tonight? What's the celebratory?
I don't know.
Last year was awesome.
They're gonna, wouldn't that be great?
Did you ever see the menu?
On the tables?
No. The movie.
The movie.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to go into like some graphic design element about how pretty the menus were.
It's nice. But, I mean, at the end, she gets out.
And that's all she wanted, exactly.
So.
Oh, too funny, too funny. All right, well, as we've all taken an opportunity to reflect on the week, I'm going to take an opportunity to thank the two of you once again, Alexandra and Andrea. Thank you so much. Safe travels tonight. We're sorry we're going to miss you at the party.
too.
We'll see you at the poker tables, Alexandra.
I'll see you guys tonight.
Enjoy
You guys
the
are
rest of
Letting
your
us
day.
interrupt the broadcast. It's a pleasure.
Oh, we appreciate you greatly. Enjoy the rest of the day and
too,
all of the
guys.
action.
Boat Test
And
Live podcast.
check it out. Don't miss it. And as we peek back into the player hall, it is that man on your screens right there, Vincent Keymer, looking to get it done against Fabiano Caruana in the classical portion of the day. A win or a draw here locks it up. He will be your first Grand Slam winner.
He's sacrificing a pawn.
Wow. Fabiano marching out there. I'm not sure whether that's to the confessional booth or not, but he's just made a huge decision. And let's just recap the last couple of moves. The first two were as predicted. Knight takes pawn was Vincent's big idea. This was defended by Fabiano, keeping his protected passport intact. Very logical. The knight came to the edge of the board, and we eventually surmised earlier that bringing the knight to d2 was White's most, well, I'm not going to say logical, but the safest move, at least. Knight takes pawn now, doesn't trap the white rook, which could move. Instead, Fabi's just dropped a bomb on the board. Pawn to c4. At first, this looks like first a sacrifice, firstly a blunder. The rook is trapped, but he's got deeper plans in mind.
Yeah, no, and I love, as we're trying to make sense of it, lucky for us, we've had Daniel Naroditsky locked into the screens while we were having that lovely conversation with the Botes sisters. So let's bring him back in to maybe help us make sense of this somewhat explosive move here by Fabiano. Daniel, take it away.
I think the Merriam-Webster's dictionary is going to have to rewrite its definition of complicated, and they're going to have to add a pictorial element, because if there's any pictorial representation of complicated, it is what is going on in Keymer Caruana. So let's switch to that game, because a big decision indeed from Fabi to open up the second part of the board, and as soon as this board appears on my screen, I'll be able to make some moves. Now, he's just pushed his pawn up to c4. He's pushed his pawn up to c4. What on earth is going on? First and foremost, this move looks like a blunder, right? Because the black knight on h4, it can capture the pawn on g2, trapping White's rook. It is not, in fact, a blunder. And Fabi has intended a tactical response to knight takes g2. He wants to counterattack Black's rook by driving his bishop from d1 and putting it on a4. And let's see if we can get that game pulled up. Then I'll be able to show you on the board. Okay, we're working on getting that board up. So for now, you can imagine in your head the bishop moving up to a4, hitting the black rook on e8, and we have total pandemonium on the board. I'm not even going to try to evaluate that position. I will say that black can actually keep an extra pawn by blocking the attack on his rook with c6, pawn c7 to c6. And then once white rook moves away from e1, black plays pawn takes c4. And this is where Fabi, I think, has cooked up his main positional idea, which is to deflect the black pawn from d5 in order at some point to blast open the center with e2, e4. I don't believe that it is the best objective option, but it certainly creates the kind of complications that he would need to create in order to ultimately hope to make Vincent go wrong. The only other possibility for him would have been to move the knight away from f1
and put it on d2 in order to vacate the f1 square for his rook. Dash, that is the option I would have preferred, but I'm also not Fabiano Caruana, and I never will be, except in my dreams.
Well, thank you so much, Daniel, for helping us break down what is a very complex position that only seems to get more complex with the moves that Fabiano is electing for. But Tanya, I think an element maybe at play there is the fact that Fabiano needs the win, right? So trying to make it a super complex and bloody game where players are exchanging blows might ultimately be his best opportunity to find an imbalance eventually and drive it home for a victory.
Yeah, you've hit the nail on the head. I think it's the match situation, and for Fabi, you know, getting this position out of the opening, it's kind of a dream start because it's absolutely chaotic. There's no safe space here for Vincent to keep it solid, to keep the position calm right now. You know, when we play 5-1-8 and a player has to win that game, there are two approaches. You could either choose a line that's incredibly sharp, or you could just keep the game going and sort of wait for your opponent to come at you. But I think freestyle chess just makes it easier to get that mess on the board. Your opponent can't be prepared against it. And then there are all these ideas like the one that we're seeing out. There isn't one pawn on gambit, there are two on gambit, and the positions that Dania was leading to. And I think, David, you earlier alluded to the idea of the rook actually not being trapped because that bishop has just been opened up as well to land an attack on black's rook in case the pawn was captured. And just all the complications that ensue, it suits Fabi right now because Vincent will have to be incredibly precise in handling these ideas.
And there's another idea, and so many have been discussed. So maybe Dan even alluded to this, but if you deflect the d pawn to c4, you can now play knight e3. Right, like, so right now, if he had played this move, black would have attacked with pawn to d4. So this is another, like, very important element, and the pawn is protected, the pawn is attacked, the other pawn is targeted, it's obviously not under any threat. But yeah, Fabiano has clearly done like a controlled explosion here. You know, like when they have to bring down a building to start renovations in New York, I'm always fascinated because I walk by and the whole thing is gone, but not the other buildings. And this is sort of what he's done. He did everything correctly. And now it's chaos, and I wouldn't be surprised if Vincent spent like 15, 20 minutes here.
Yeah, that pawn move, in essence, setting the dynamite for what will be the explosion
C4.
soon enough. And so, as we expect, nice little animation added on top of that as well. While we await Keymer's response and expecting him to take some time, I think it's wise for us to hop back over to our third place matchup, Javokhir Sindarov against Magnus Carlsen. This one, a game where only one minor piece has been taken off the board on either side of things, but a very different looking game. And by the computer's evaluation, things aren't looking great or easy for Sindarov.
Yeah, let's hop on right over to this board. Magnus looking pretty relaxed. And yeah, this one, the skeleton as a position, the pawn chain, very, very different. This one is a closed position, locked up. We see black trying to play checkers here with his pawns. We might well see him push another pawn to a dart square in a moment. He's traded off his dart squared bishop, so only one set of minor pieces have been exchanged, bishop for knight. But you've got to say, Magnus, he holds the key to whether the position opens up or whether it closes. He's challenging this pawn, this pawn, this pawn. I could even see a world where Magnus just kind of locks all the pawns and says, this is a draw, that's enough for me.
I was just about to say, there's all those like hilarious looking positions where all the pawns are completely locked up, and we're very close to that, and those positions are a draw. Normally Magnus would never go for that, but that wins him the match here. So that's actually a really big problem for Sindarov. But yeah, on top of us discussing the fact that this position was really dangerous for black and kind of sucked in a lot of situations, also we mustn't forget, like we mentioned in the pregame, it's really hard for Sindarov.
Yeah.
He also could just be completely okay with fourth and just does not have like the stamina or the experience maybe to resummon some energy to beat Magnus in a classical match after that marathon. He was so close to a
Has
final.
anyone done that? Has anyone bounced back in a match against Magnus from behind? I'm trying to think and I can't remember.
And also, yeah, but also like the dynamics of the tournament, like you lose a match in a knockout format, you don't keep playing. Like, the only place is the World Cup, right, in chess. So
Well, there's the World Championship as well.
Yes, of course, but like, you know, in like a tournament format,
yes.
which really is crazy. Like you lose in your bronze medal matches against Magnus.
Yeah, just in any tournament, any match, I can't remember a player being behind and being able to neutralize the score against Magnus. You know, he's done that. He's managed to bounce back even at the highest stage, even in his World Championship match against Sergei Karyakin. But against this guy, this feels like an impossible task, and especially with the white pieces completely in control. Magnus knows what he needs for match victory. I don't see a world in which Sindarov makes that happen, takes this to playoff.
Such a tough spot for the 19-year-old here. And on the other side, Magnus Carlsen slowly working his way towards a draw or victory to close this one up and take top 3. All week long, we've been treated to lovely little sound bites from the world #1. He did step into the confessional booth one more time, so let's take a look at how he evaluated this position from the get-go.
I really like my position so far. I think one of the peculiarities of our freestyle is that the same structures that are good normally in chess they can be a bit different. I feel like in this case his bishop on g8 is particularly atrocious. He will need a few moves to get that into the game, while mine on g1 is kind of participating by attacking his pawn chain. In a more active way than his is. There was an interesting option on the previous move. His move c5, I don't particularly think he wanted to make that move closing up the queen side. Another option was maybe to push c6. Then I was going to play like knight f2, bishop b6, knight d2, and everything is about the bishop on g8. I can even exchange my nominally good bishop in this structure, and my other bishop, even though it should normally be worse than his, is actually better because it's closer to the action. So it feels to me that I have space on the right side, really. For instance, now if he goes, I think like bishop a4 is always an option for me. I think if he goes queen d7 now, I can already start breaking with b4, cb4, knight d3, knight d2, a3, and everything is coming in. It's looking very good for me.
Lovely insight from Magnus there. It's incredible to me how often players are identifying just a singular piece on the board, right? That can be the weakness of the opponent, can be the target, or the thing in which their entire strategy is crafted around, saying it's going to be that g8 bishop that will be the demise of my opponent. It's just on me to make sure I put the screws to it.
He's also completely right. And I think in that game, Sindarov played slightly superficial counterplay, and because of that, he's just in a really, really difficult position. For example, we will look at the game Hikaru Nodirbek, and in that game, Nodirbek did not play in a similar style, and his position is actually still very much full of life, and Black is still doing quite well. Here, Sindarov is almost out of lifelines, guys. It's going to be really difficult for him to create counterplay, and let's also not forget it's White's move. So Magnus can start winning pawns.
And I'm just wondering if we can actually, yes, he can go winning pawn hunting right now, but the idea of just blocking everything, the reality of that, if Sindarov tried to break on the left side with his pawn moving forward in the future, Magnus can just push that b pawn one step ahead after a move like a5, if it was ever to arrive. Then put your own pawns on the light squares on that right side of the board, and you've got this perfect position where all of Black's pawns are on dark squares. You've got yours on the opposite color, no open lines, no open diagonals, and this is just impossible. Nicely done, David, to break into. Also, I just realized, guys, I was wondering who was the last person to ever make a comeback against Magnus down a point, and it was actually down 2 points, and it wasn't too long ago at the New York, the most controversial final that we've ever seen, right? Jan Nepomniachtchi, 0-2, and then he comes back.
That was crazy, and it's just so funny how different the world develops, because Magnus in the World Blitz just a few months ago defeats Hans Niemann, sweeps Jan Krzysztof Duda 3-0, and wins 2 games against Jan Nepomniachtchi. If he had won or drawn the next game, the world would be so different. today. There would have been so much less narrative. There would have been so much less drama, controversy. It would have been such a statement to make, you know, especially after the whole stuff with the genes and the World Rapid and all of that. And instead we are where we are. It's just so interesting. Like one chess game, one move in a chess game can change everything. So yes, but that was Blitz also. Like who has done it in classical? And the answer is no one. No one.
Yeah, again, maybe at the Champions Chess, though, which is played in 5-1-8 in standard position, we've had some comeback matches. But again, that's fast play, that's speed chess.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, Sindarov is not going to make a comeback here. Short of Magnus getting locked in the bathroom or something and not being able to come back out.
Now that would be some drama right there. But while, yes, it is a difficult position here for the young 19-year-old Uzbek, we did have a response chosen by Vincent Keymer over there on the top board in the player hall. So with that C-pawn push, he is going to elect just to grab it up and open up the position a bit here for Fabiano.
Okay, so not electing to grab a pawn with that black knight on the edge of the board. We talked about it the other day, the threat being stronger than the execution. This is just going to dangle over Fabiano for the near future. The one chance to save this pawn now is to bring the knight forward. Levy mentioned this one. Looks very healthy to me. I think probably the most natural move in the position. I wonder whether there are any downsides here. The other option now, probably less attractive, I would say, to hit this black rook. When you get blocked, you're most likely going to get kicked in the near future anyway. This bishop will be forced to beat a retreat, and this pawn push actually helps black to develop the bishop somewhere along this diagonal a bit later. So I don't think we'll be seeing that move any longer from Fabiano. But what else? It is a bit strange to kind of give up a pawn for free and then stop to think. But there are options, so Fabi needs to pick one that will throw Vincent off balance.
And both are relatively quite calm given the match situation and given what's at stake here, right? I mean, still for Vincent, it's around the 85 mark, and for Fabi, still in his 70s with the heart rate monitor. We've seen that shoot up to 160 for Fabi in the finals last season. Going to be interesting to see how that storyline plays in this one, what the players are actually feeling, because once again, for Vincent, you know, he's not only fighting Fabiano over the board, but his own nerves, the pressure of being so close. Can he rise up to that occasion and put the finishing touches? For Fabi, he knows it's just this game. He has to squeeze out every single opportunity that he has. The knight jumping forward, the idea that that Levy had mentioned earlier, looks very attractive. And if Fabi wants to go all out, right, if he wants to create complete chaos, I'm just wondering the mindset he is in. And is he going to strike in the center instead of blocking that pawn, move that pawn 2 steps ahead? I don't know where that leads. It looks incredibly fun. Looks completely crazy, but it's something that perhaps, given the match situation, might be on Fabi's radar.
There's such an absurd line. Like, one of the best moves here, like you said, Tanya, is to play, this move. And I don't get it, because the pawn is still hanging. Like, knight takes pawn, attacks the rook. The rook has to move, right?
Attack the knight.
And now the knight leaves. And white is just down 2 pawns. But David, what's happening here? White is fine?
I think he's only down 1 because he was up a pawn a few moves ago. He grabbed on e5. So 1 pawn down.
Oh, he never lost the pawn on g2 yet. Okay, so now...
that one yet.
Okay, so he's down...
The threat.
He's down 1 pawn.
Greater than the execution.
I forgot about that sacrifice already.
But the threat's so great, Levy thought it was an execution.
Okay, so... Now what?
Now what? And maybe it's just about getting pieces into the game. Black has only moved 1. We should mention only the black knight has moved. I'm not sure whether we trade off this pawn yet or whether we activate this bishop. But for example, I don't know, just trying to get pieces into the game. I could see a world in which, okay, there's some pressure here. And if black is forced to ever trade, white gets a beautiful pawn chain. White is only 2 moves away, by the way, from getting the queen out and castling the king. If I just put this on the board. Something along these lines, and suddenly you see all the white pieces start to gather. The white knight just needs to be improved, but black's piece is very much stuck. So for just a 1 pawn deficit, probably good compensation. Whether it's enough for an advantage is another question, but it looks very playable for white.
And while we're going to see a lot of tactics on the board, I think just given the nature of the position that we have, I'll point out one strategic long-term aspect of what we have in front of us. We've got 5 versus 3 pawns on one side of the board and 4 versus 2 on the other side of the board. But look at Fabi's pawn that's far advanced at the center. It's a protected passed pawn. It's 3 steps away from promotion, while Vincent's majority really doesn't have that clear way forward. So any endgame, if as many pieces come off the board, that protected passed pawn at the center of the board will be a big asset for Fabiano Caruana in this.
And are you thinking about the end game already right now when you're evaluating this position, which pieces to keep on the board, which pieces to take off the board? Yeah. Or are we not there yet?
We're not there yet, but the players will have it in mind. And that question will keep popping up time and time again. When any exchanges, trades are threatened or kind of hinted at, then the players will be like, oh, does this suit me long term? Does this help the pawn structure? Does this mean my pawn will become stronger if, for example, the black knight that might blockade it later gets traded off? So it's always thinking long term, but of course the priority is the short term kind of melee. So it's always difficult. That's the tricky balance that a lot of players struggle to kind of judge, especially when they're first learning the steps and gaining experience. But here, I'm going to say that, this middle game ahead is going to be where the battle is won and lost before the end game.
And what do we make of this time usage here from Fabiano? As we said earlier, it's very rare that you would, throw that c-pawn forward, opting to gambit it away without having a concrete idea of what your follow-up would be. Do we feel like he missed one of the kind of 3 ideas that we were just talking about?
Possibly, or maybe he was just so locked in on Vincent getting greedy and grabbing this pawn that he was mainly kind of trying to go deep in that direction. I think this strand of pushing the white pawn forward, this kind of branch of the variation, maybe you do need to go deep as well. And or maybe he's torn between 2. Maybe he thinks knight into this square, defending a pawn, attacking a pawn is also good. And maybe he's just trying to weigh up the pros and cons of these 2 different directions he's likely to go in. Or maybe he's just thinking about the match situation and Avalon last night.
Yeah, who's got a gut feeling? Is it going to be bishop to a4? Is it going to be pawn to e4? Or will it be that knight out to e3?
I'd love to see that pawn move forward. I think it means more fun for us, more tactics on the board. Fabi's played these big pawn moves, and I'd predict that. What about you, Levy?
Yeah, it's so hard to say. Maybe he will start with his bishop move, just to make black play something a bit more defensive and get a piece out. But I don't know. Maybe we have somebody on call who can help us out.
I know. I'm trying to make sure that we have the technical abilities to jump to the man, but I just received word that perhaps Daniel Naroditsky knows what Fabiano might have missed in this position and is giving him extra pause before making the next move. So we're going to try and get ourselves over to Daniel as quickly as possible. There he is. He's on our screens. My friend, come to our rescue.
Well, I have one chess history remark because I just can't help it. I'm too much of a history nerd. You mentioned that the threat is stronger than the execution. My personal favorite chess phrase is there are no bad bishops, there are only bad players. But the origin of the term the threat is stronger than the execution is really interesting. It's usually attributed to Aaron Nimzovich, the author of the famous book My System, but it might also have been uttered by Savelli Tartakower. And the general origin story actually does not have anything to do with chess. It concerns a smoking incident. Aaron Nimzovich, of course, played in the 30s and 20s when most players were smoking at the board. And the story that is often used to describe the origin of this phrase goes, and I quote from a chess book, Dr. Vidmar once promised to refrain from smoking in a game with Nimzovich, but in mid-session, the latter approached the tournament director very agitatedly, saying, "You remember Vidmar promised not to smoke?" "Yes," replied the tournament director, "but he isn't." "Ah," came the reply from Nimzovich, "but he looks as if he wants to, and you know that Capablanca said a threat is stronger than its execution." So really interesting to trace the origins of these phrases. Could have had nothing to do with chess. But my next comment does have something to do with freestyle chess. Have you guys looked at e4 met with g5? Did this line come on the board?
No, it did not.
Okay, so then I just didn't want to repeat anything he said. I think one thing Fabi might have missed is in response to e4, Vincent has an incredible idea to play g5. What we really needed is more pawn tension. And the point of this move is to use the opportunity to take on g2 as effectively as possible. The threat is stronger than its execution. If white plays f takes g5, black responds by shoving the f-pawn up to f4 or down to f4, depends on your perspective. And white cannot capture the pawn. Well, you can, but you might get kicked out of the tournament. After knight takes g2, you walk into a fork against the queen and rook. If this knight moves away, well, where do you move it? If you move it back to e2, your rook gets trapped. f5 is also covered by black's knight. This might have been, if I had to hypothesize, a detail that's gotten Fabiano Caruana all flustered and all thinking. Dash, back to you.
And what perfect timing again. We go to Daniel Naroditsky to explore that idea, and Fabiano, after a very long think, has finally made a move. He is going to opt to bring that bishop out, one of the ideas that we had dove into, but it's a quick response here out of Vincent Keymer as well.
Well, he had no other move. Yeah. I think that was what he was planning all along. But listen, us clones, we think the same, you know? We got the curly hair, we got the glasses, we're all 5'6" to 5'9", you know? Actually, Fabi and his second and I look very similar. And we did think about the fact that if we take over the resort, you know, it's the attack of the clones. We only have 3 of us, though. We needed more. And by the way, e4 on the board. So the combination of all of these ideas is ultimately what Fabi goes for. To me, it feels a little bit odd. Like, it feels like the light squared bishop is venturing off to the edge of the board, but there's the secret idea to also castle, right? You're freeing up the square for the rook. So, yeah, these two guys have put on a dazzling final. It's a shame that that I would say only Magnus and maybe Hikaru and in India Gukesh, let's say, but there's this star power that just attracts an audience or recap views. And I will break the fourth wall and say yesterday's recap was the worst one of the tournament because people just, in terms of viewership, just because simply people are like Magnus, Hikaru. These guys have put on dazzling chess. Like, this is so high level. Vincent is playing at an absurd level. Fabiano's responding at an absurd level. I hope after this tournament, Vincent becomes a superstar.
Yeah, Vincent Keymer, I think he's just taken the chess world by storm over this last week, and it's been incredible to watch not just the score line, but the chess that he's producing on the board, start to finish, amongst the biggest titans of the world. Start of the tournament, would anyone have picked in their top 3 as Vincent a potential winner or even a finalist? Probably not. Top 5 picks? Maybe, maybe not. And yet here he is, half a point away, and I can't stop thinking about the idea that Daniel pointed out, something that was nowhere on my radar or my picks in this position here. And again, is that still a possibility? That G-pawn moving forward. And speaking of taking the chess world by storm, that's going to take this position by storm.
Yeah, it's a fantastic move here. It was a fantastic move in the variation Daniel showed. I think the inclusion of these two moves, White's bishop coming out to attack the rook and the pawn block, doesn't change anything in Fabi's favor at all. The one thing this has changed, I should just mention, is that there is one weak square in Black's camp. I'll highlight it there. If a white knight ever lands, then that is going to be painful. So what Black should definitely not trade off in the center right now. You only guide the white knight closer. This is what Fabiano is aiming for, of course, but this actually narrows Vincent's options. I'm going to say it makes it more likely he might find this incredible move. And as Danya really nicely pointed out there, it's all based on this trick, just luring the white queen in to the f4 square so it gets forked on the next move. This looks terrible for Fabiano, I've got to say. And I grew up in an era where it was all about the Ks. It was Kasparov, Karpov, later Kramnik, now Keymer.
Now Keymer.
VK.
Trying to bring it back alphabetically. Either way, with the level of chess that he's had on display at this tournament, wouldn't be surprised if he finds that idea and ultimately brings it onto the board. Both these players, they deserve your respect. Their chess demands your respect at this point in the way that they've been playing. And very much, the goal of freestyle chess is to find and develop new superstars. And I think already very early on in 2025, we see one rising above the rest in Vincent Keymer.
Yeah, especially this format. There's something about it. He found all the best moves in the opening here yet again. But the fact that we're not surprised by that is just a testament to how great he's been this whole week, especially in the long time format. I think he's found that kind of perfect point for him. He needs time on his clock. and he needs the pieces to be shuffled.
But it's also the kind of position, right, David, where every move is such a high responsibility move, and the players don't know that they're playing the absolute best moves according to the engine. Objectively, really strong chess being played here, not just practical problems being posed. And when you're sitting across such a position, you have to work out so many variations, so many trades, the pawns hanging. Once again, one inaccuracy is the cost of a championship, perhaps, here. So huge pressure. And I saw Vincent there, he kind of looked up at Fabi, and you could literally see through that. And I think all these ideas, whether to play this move G5, which I think is the most chaotic, one of the most chaotic pawn tensions that I've seen so early on the chessboard appear. It's going to be awesome to see Vincent play this move. I don't know what else he's thinking about. Does he go for the pawn grab immediately? Does that change anything? Because that also feels like an obvious response here. To David's point, one move you don't want to make is allow the white knight to land on that beautiful post. So many options, so little line, time, and so much at stake here for the players.
I think we should also point out why black can't take the pawn. I feel like we've been right, and maybe we did. No, the other one. Like pawn takes pawn, right? But it's not good because white gets a one-way direct flight into the black position, and he played G5.
Wow!
Oh my!
This is unreal. What is this form? What is going on with Vincent Keymer?
He can do no wrong, it feels.
How is he finding this stuff? How? Just the absolute best move? This is some of the best chess that I've seen.
Yeah, dude is. I think Fabi might be cooked. Like I feel like G5 is one of these moves. It's like when you get rocked in a fight. Maybe he saw it coming, but just for Vincent to consistently be clutch again and again and again is not a good sign for Fabiano Caruana.
Yeah, that's a punch that makes your opponent stagger for a moment, right?
Yeah.
You can kind of see it in the body there. And that may have come as a shock a bit to Fabiano that his opponent continues to find the right answer every time.
And I just want to point out, it's been a total mess on the board. It's been chaos, but 99.7% accuracy.
Oh, my goodness.
And
brutal.
He's literally played the best move every single time, apart from earlier. Maybe playing A5 first, the computer-esque move would have been even stronger. He's played the best move since move one every single time. Yeah. And it's by a distance. It's crazy. And none of them were obvious. 0 moves were obvious in this game to anyone. Here, even with us kind of having access to engines, we had to kind of find our way through these murky waters, but Vincent's doing it all on his own. There we see the accuracy scores at the bottom of our screens there. Just incredible from him so far.
And that's the thing. You're still staring at a 95% accuracy from Fabiano, right? That's, if I could tell you could have that accuracy in any freestyle game you play, you'd jump at that opportunity, right? And it's not enough. It's not enough here.
Absolutely. I mean, each of Vincent's decisions, the least natural is what it seems, and it's not against anyone. I mean, the opposition isn't just the Grandmaster. You're talking about the absolute best in the chess world. You're talking about the world #1, the world #2 here, and Fabi as well. It's not an out-of-form Fabi. It's not a Fabi who's struggling in this format. We are seeing some of the best chess by Fabi as well. Like you said, 95%. That's awesome chess, but Vincent is on beast mode.
Yeah, so let's talk about what the response Fabi needs to find is, right? How does he breathe life back into the position for himself?
I was just going to say, I don't know if we got Daniel on the line, but he's watching, and he sent a message, and I saw it, and he told us that knight takes f5 is the only move to limit the damage, because actually it's either the position is slightly better for black or much better for black.
All right, well, yes, that idea exactly as you mentioned is going to be knight takes f5 that Daniel kind of teased to us in a quick message, but why not go to the man himself to more deeply explore why it is that it has to be that move Fabiano finds in this moment. Daniel?
Well, this is so impressive by Vincent, just echoing what you guys said. You don't play for a draw when you need a draw. Even in regular chess, in freestyle chess, you cannot play for a draw. You just need to play the kind of chess that has served you well thus far. Now, Fabi's already in dangerous territory where he needs to tread a very narrow path in order to avoid black's advantage from getting out of control. The only move here, according to my analysis, is actually knight takes f5, the only move to keep black's advantage under control. This will lead to a loss of a pawn. Black will very likely take this knight, right? White takes again, take times 5. Bishop to c2. Black is not done taking. Queen takes f4. And this is a very important position. Let's count the pawns. I'll give people several hours. Just kidding. Black has 6 pawns and white has 5. And now very important for white to find the move bishop to e3, saying, take me, please. What happens if black takes on e5? I drop back to f2. This reminds me a little bit of Fedoseev Carlsen. Remember knight b2? So kind of a similar retreating move, leading to a discovery against black's rook. So black's queen will be forced to drop back after bishop e3 to a square like f7. Does white have enough compensation for the pawn? Absolutely not. Black is going to start bringing his pieces out. But at least Fabi can play for the initiative and play for access to the d6 square. Dash, back to you. I think Fabi is capable of finding this.
Thank you so much, Daniel. Yeah, needs to find it as well. His best of the bad choices, if you will, right? Still recognizing that at the end of that entire line, Daniel just worked through. Black still has an advantage, but it's how we keep it into its minimal sense.
Yeah, and just to echo Daniel, I think he will find it by a process of elimination here. Essentially, there's 3 moves you consider, 3 candidate moves. You take this pawn with your pawn, you take the other pawn with your own pawn, or you take this one with your knight. So Fabiano will be looking in these 3 different directions. He'll be comparing, contrasting, and yeah, the other moves are terrible here, unfortunately. I think especially taking the pawn that has just challenged his edifice there due to the tactic of stepping forward, hitting this knight onto simply a bad square, and just this fork concept will drive Fabi in the right direction, most likely. Then again, he could just be reeling, and I think it would be very natural for Fabiano to spend 10 minutes here just regaining his bearings after this kind of sucker punch, potentially. Pawn to g5, great move.
Well, if we have a bit of time, maybe we do a quick trip around the world, just take stock of the current positions on each of the 4 boards that are in play. Let's zoom out for that bird's eye view, and then perhaps we can quickly slide through each of them. Anything jump out to you? I mean, I'm looking at that bottom right. Firouzja, Gukesh, again, the 2 players most willing to blitz out moves early on and get the game underway. It does seem, though, that black has found themselves an advantage there. Alireza Firouzja, this is familiar territory, right? He has an advantage, but now the question is, can he close it, which he struggled to do in the past?
Yeah, I'm going to say that, yeah, that advantage less clear-cut than his position yesterday, where it was very much one-way traffic. Still a complicated one, but let's start here. Let's go to it. He is the world champion, Gukesh, and he is looking for his first win in the classical time format of this event so far. Here, Gukesh with the white pieces, just making a mistake. Rook to this d1 square, given a question mark. I mean, aesthetically, it looks quite nice to me for white. If you get 1 or 2 more moves, I think the main problem might be the white rook trapped in the corner. You're essentially playing without a piece right now. The white knight is well in the corner, but black has a bad piece of his own. The black bishop still stuck on his starting square. Alireza yawning as if nothing's happening, but it looks like quite a chaotic position. There are some threats against black's pawns on the right flank. Maybe it's about switching things to the other flank for Alireza.
It's funny you say that, David, because when you put this position up, I thought white's got to be suffering here, right? With no development, all the pieces on the first rank. Yes, I see the tension on the right side of the board. There is a threat, as you're pointing out, some pawns hanging. But optically, at first sight, it looks like black's managed to get all the pieces on, you know, has managed to get that king to get a castle. The rooks are on the central file. The knight's looking at jumping forward. There's also a target that Alireza has in the position. That e4 central pawn of Gukesh can come into the line of fire, not only with the knight, but also with the black queen, finding some squares to enter into close to that pawn. You know, you're highlighting b4. I'm also looking at some eventual further jumps into the camp as well. The one problem you pointed, the knight on f7, that's one move away from developing. You know, if there's ever a trade, let's say the knight was to jump forward, the rooks get off the board, the knight recaptures, the bishop's open, and I see it's probably not the best line as the bar does rise up, but this looks incredibly tempting with no development for Gukesh right now.
Yeah, I think this might be the moment. If Alireza just takes his foot off the pedal and doesn't create any threats, then Gukesh is simply going to push his pawn forward. He's going to bring his rook into the game, and he'll argue that all of my pieces are ready. Let's fight. But this might be the moment. We see Alireza thinking for longer than he's spent on some of the other moves in the last few days. And yeah, it feels like it's in the balance. So the eval bar might say black slightly better, but Gukesh has his fair share of the chances.
This position feels very delicate for white. Like, it feels like everything is precariously placed. Like, your queen is hanging on to the pawn on the top right side of the board. And I'm not exactly sure how you break through into black's position. Having said that, the computer is saying that black is only better if black moves the king up one square.
What?
That's the only reason this position is in any way, shape, or form better for black, and it's
Obviously.
because,
Obvious.
yeah, and the idea is to bring the knight forward, protected by the king. Now, I mean, yeah, like visually, I think I would prefer to play black, but I would not play king c7 in a million years.
Agreed.
So.
Just to point out as well, knight takes pawn here is maybe one reason not to play king c7. It looks a bit scary, but black could meet this by jumping his knight out of the way, taking a pawn as well, and recapturing the knight with a pin.
And then if pawn takes, yeah, and then actually you win a pawn. And here black is much better, because black is just going to be up a pawn.
But it's difficult moving the king when there's so much other, so many other pieces, so much choice. That's not an easy one for Alireza to find.
So from our 7th place match, let's hop to our 5th place match. It's Nodirbek Abdusattorov up against Hikaru Nakamura. The thing that jumps out to me here is actually the time differential. It's Nodirbek who's got nearly double the time of his opponent in this one. Of course, still needing to find a victory today over Hikaru if he wants to push into those tiebreakers and find the rapid and blitz games as a possibility.
Also, I think part of the reason Hikaru spent so much time, besides understanding the essence of the position, is that he doesn't have to win. He won yesterday. He won yesterday on the grounds that Nodirbek just went completely nuts. Like, he refused to draw early in the game. Then he sacrificed the pawn in an endgame. And then the position was drawn, winning for Hikaru, drawn again, and then it was a scramble, and Hikaru won. So today that strategy might work really well for Nodirbek, because he doesn't have to just sort of provoke a fight, and they've castled on opposite sides. But I don't know about you, David. I feel like Hikaru is just kind of like trying to figure out, am I trying to play for a win? Am I trying to just limit Nodirbek because I know he has to win? It's a tough position to be in if you're up 1-0 in the match.
Yeah, 100% agree. I think especially Hikaru's last move might hint that he wouldn't mind a quieter position. He just wants some exchanges, something that's a bit easier to handle, less tense. But yeah, it's always difficult, caught in two minds. But just one moment I want to highlight in this game. It looks roughly balanced right now. I'm expecting a trade of knights, maybe an exchange of bishops. Black here, due to the pieces disappearing, doesn't really suffer from a lack of space. Having a slightly more cramped pawn structure isn't an issue if you don't have pieces that you need to maneuver behind them. But Vincent Keymer, in his confessional earlier, alluded to one moment, and I've just checked, he's 100% right. Vincent just understands freestyle chess. If we backtrack to move 3, where there was a challenge, we saw Hikaru pushing his pawns forward. There was a challenge on his center. Vincent just kind of casually said, oh, you know, Nodirbek's fine now, but if Hikaru played knight e3, that wouldn't have been the case. And computer says huge advantage for white here, because the knight is actually coming into some really juicy squares very, very quickly. Hikaru could have had a big advantage. Instead, he pushed his pawn forward. Vincent said that this was a small mistake. It was, and this allowed the black bishop out. And yeah, the door was closed, essentially. The black pieces now pouring out themselves. So Vincent just not only understanding his own game in just on site, but he's identifying the mistakes of others.
Not enough to be at a final table. He's also, you know, in his mind playing the positions of the other tables and evaluating them at the same time, and with near perfect accuracy at that.
He was 100% right, Vincent, there.
It's wild. Man's brain is going to be studied after this one.
Yeah, how did Hikaru not? I mean, it's move 3. Like, you know, you do kind of wonder how did he not, and how did Nodirbek blunder that, right? Like, it's just so interesting that on the third move here, you could be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, it's interesting because in that confession, he said that this is what they were looking at, right? The youngsters were analyzing together. And then later on, while playing himself, he realized, he worked it out, that in fact, there is a deviation from Nodirbek's idea where white gets the advantage, missed by Hikaru. But this also shows that at the end of it, you know, those 10 minutes are not enough. You kind of get a feel, a very superficial level feel, but you have to sit down and work it out on your own. A big miss on move 3 could be incredibly costly. 21 minutes on the first move by Vincent, so that would explain a lot. But to wrap up, I think this particular board that we have, it still feels needing only a draw for Hikaru. Everything's under control, you know. White's got more space in the position. The problem of the undeveloped knight will be solved soon. There are some light squares. I also really like the way Hikaru's placed the king and the rook, sort of preempting the opening up of any lines towards his own king. So not giving Nodirbek the option to really grab that pawn on d5. Things look under control for getting that at least a draw in for Hikaru Nakamura.
Yeah, under control on the board, but maybe the clock, the one issue for Hikaru. If this game gets a bit tense, he's down at 35 minutes, but yeah, looking level, and that's enough.
Now, as we continue our round trip back to the top table, let's first make a quick pit stop over there at third-placed match, Javokhir Sindarov against Magnus Carlsen. Still a very congested position, it feels like here, David, although I'll note one pawn apiece has fallen off the board since the last time we checked in.
Yeah, one pawn apiece, and that does hint that Magnus doesn't want to shut down the game. He is happy to kind of just play chess, as they say. The one pawn that's disappeared was on the g file. There's now an open file on this flank. That one exchange, and traditionally, again, talking of that pawn pointing kind of theory, Black's pawns in the center, this trio here, they do point in this direction. That means both short-term, long-term, Black should be aiming to play on that side of the board. And if Black gets a rook across, if Black gets a knight in a bit later, you could see weak squares there appearing for White. It's just so tense, though, right now. I still think Magnus has full control. He could still try and lock it up later, but he won't get that totally blocked structure, the safe one we pointed out earlier, because at least one line will be open for the rest of the game.
Yeah. But what can Black do here, right? I mean, this is the big question. The only side you're going to break through is down the G file. That's it. You're not going to do anything on the left side of the board without probably losing some sort of material. At least a pawn. Like, Black can play the move pawn to a6 right now and just simply lose a pawn, but open up the lines. But I'm not sure you have any other follow-up. And then White can even lock in the bishop and play like pawn to b5 and just keep advancing. Not necessary, but obviously possible. No, it's very tough for Sindarov here.
I agree. I really like White's position here. And you know, sometimes I think this is one of those cases where, in fact, the space advantage that Magnus has will really come to use, because you can sort of move your pieces so much quicker and faster to the other side of the board. All the ideas that you were pointing out, David, for Javokhir, get that knight into g3, the rook there. Even if you achieve all that, I want to point out there are no big targets, no big weaknesses, even if you get that beautiful knight. Meanwhile, Magnus can slide over his queen. He's also eyeing that Black rook, trades on c5. There are weak spots in the center as well. I'm looking at sacrifices, potential sacrifices, directing itself against the Black king. You could get your rook on that triple line, create that Alakaine's battery, and then trade. It still feels that having control of that one break in the board, right? The one pawn tension that we see, Magnus controls that one, and that would play to his advantage because there are some tender spots in the center which he could look at for tactics as well later on.
Well, in this matchup, Javokhir Sindarov is hunting for one result and one result only. That is a pure victory here over Magnus Carlsen in this one. And as it is such a congested board state and it feels difficult to find the answers, we're going to bring our resident expert back in, Daniel Naroditsky, who's analyzing from afar, my friend. It doesn't look easy, but if he's going to do it, have you found any way?
Well, I'm sad to say, Dash, if it's not easy in Weissenhaus, it's definitely not easy in Charlotte. The Southern Air is not helping me chart a clear course for Sindarov. I think the lesser evil, as it were, is probably to park the Black bishop on h5, sort of a prophylactic measure, right? There's this concept, sounds like a big word, prophylaxis. It makes you want to run into a corner and hide. Black's position makes me want to run into a corner and hide. But the point of bishop h5 is simple. You are tying white down to his only weakness, the f3 pawn, and you're saying, Queen, I'm not allowing you to slide over to b2, as Tanya so astutely pointed out. That is one of white's main ideas. Here's the problem. You're fighting two enemies. You're fighting Magnus Carlsen. It's a pretty scary enemy. You're also fighting the situation in the match. You need to win this game. And so let's not forget that white can just adopt a waiting strategy, right? White simply can do nothing, and I cannot generate even a hypothetical plan of action for Sindarov, even if he grabs the g-file, right? So, and he's just played bishop h5. So even if Magnus plays a complete no idea move like bishop f2, congratulations, you have the g-file. Let's applaud, take off our hats, and now let's win the match. White plays queen h1, and white can later fight for the g-file with rook b1 and rook g1. But look at how all of these squares, every single one of them is under white's control. Magnus might not have played in ideal fashion, but he's got this very much under control. I'm not saying this happening for Sindarov.
Well, thank you so much there, Daniel. In perfect concert with the players, a symbiosis across the Atlantic still finds bishop h5 in the moment that Sindarov finds it as well. But it's a tough position. This one is sure to be a grindy game if Sindarov is going to find a way to breathe new life into the position. So once again, I think we go back to the final table, that matchup between Vincent Keymer and Fabiano Caruana, to check in once again to see who will ultimately crown themselves the first winner of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam here in 2025.
I have a question. Do they crown themselves, or does the organizing group crown them? Like, they win it, but
you're right. Maybe I guess they don't have the authority, but the actual act of putting a crown on, maybe they elected it themselves. Who knows? Right? Yeah. I mean, with the way he's playing, I'd let the man do it. Everything he touches right now is gold. The crown might turn into gold the moment he touches it.
Fun story. So there's different paths around this resort, and there's one that goes along the Baltic Sea. Have you guys done this one?
I have not.
You guys gotta get out and walk more.
I know.
You don't have to lift weights, just walk.
It's very cold for me.
It's fine. It's not cold for David. All right, he has no excuse. There's a 40.
Welcome back, everyone, to Storytime with Levy, where the internet said nope and got us right out of that one. I apologize for losing you in the middle of that little
Vincent Keymer and I went on long walks this morning and ran into each other.
Which was lovely.
That's the story. And also, I heard that internet sucks in Germany, and well, it's coming true.
It was so much better the first time you said it.
It was beautiful. It was scenic.
It was a beautiful story.
And, you know, we took walks. All right, nobody cares. Just let's analyze his game and finish up today. Yeah, let's.
But I think because maybe not many heard that story. I don't know at what point our audience lost Levy, but the whole thing, right? Vincent out by himself for an hour before the games. The games start pretty early here, 1 p.m. And just an hour's walk with the headphones on, getting into the zone, getting locked in even before the match starts, getting that clear head going. And you can see the chess really does speak for itself then.
I mean, we've heard so much about how the major difference between freestyle chess, chess 960, and standard chess is preparation, right? Or rather, lack thereof in this style, but how maybe preparation is going to continue to warp for these players as they find their zen, if you will. How do you approach the game with mental clarity, with an openness to whatever might play out on the board, and ultimately enable your most creative form?
Yeah, I mean, often at regular classical tournaments, I see these grandmasters going on these long walks, chatting about life, thinking about stuff. But I mean, I always find it difficult to tear myself away from a laptop, from a computer screen, just from the databases going through all these openings. So yeah, a nice tip, and hopefully it rubs off, Levy. Hopefully you picked up something there. That moment of connection with Vincent. You'll be a GM in no time.
God, no. But this one's exciting.
I was going to say, you talk about being glued to the computer.
Yeah,
what's the computer telling us about this position, my friend?
Yeah, I mean, Vincent Keymer playing great moves. Maybe we should call him the Kaiser. But I know that we do call Daniel Naroditsky the Prophet. And he's predicted all of this. This was the variation that Daniel said Fabiano had to find simply to stay in the game. And of course, he did find it. He's a world-class player for a reason. And maybe we just backtrack and show these last few moves because we did leave it with this bomb dropped on the board by Vincent Keymer. Fabiano found the only move to minimize the damage. He traded off a set of knights now. Knight takes pawn, a recapture, a check. This was nicely blocked by the white bishop. Stepping back, black queen captured a pawn. White did not trade queens. White is a pawn down currently. The bishop activating itself. The black queen drops back. And now the knights both activating. So if Fabiano can somehow get his knight into this square with maximum effect, then he's loving life. If not, then he might just be a pawn or two down. Still big moments ahead.
Yeah, I just checked, and I want to point out, since move 3 in this game, every single move has been a gambit of a pawn. A pawn has either been hanging or threatened or captured, and the players have had absolutely no time but to take care of the tension on the board. So that's been pretty fun to watch, you know. I haven't seen that happen since Vincent struck in the center with that e-pawn moving 2 steps forward. It's been maximum tension on every single move.
It's also one of the few games we've had today, but also just like in the entire event, that half the pawns are going to just fall off. Like White can take the pawn on g5 now and equalize the pawn count, I think. Yeah, 5-5.
Yes.
And then it's just complete chaos because White has a 2-on-1 on the right side of the board, a 1-on-0 in the center, and a 2-on-4 on the left side. 3.5 with Black's pawns being, of course, doubled. So how do we evaluate this endgame? Like, I know the computer is telling us it's equal, but what can we expect in the later stages of this game? We're not going to get very clear-cut king attacks. We're not going to get one side suffocating for air like yesterday. Where are we heading in the next 10 moves?
Yeah, it's very difficult to predict. It's another scenario where it's hard to imagine a draw, right? Just because the pawn structure is so imbalanced. And of course, a draw not being enough for Fabiano, maybe that's a good thing. But taking this pawn, I think, maybe the most natural move. The only other one I would really consider, okay, that's me, mouse slipping. Bishop takes pawn there. He will not blunder a piece, Fabiano. But I guess Black now just reacts by moving his bishop, trying to capture this pawn in the center. And to go one pawn ahead again. The only other move to consider is bringing the knight in via one of these 2 squares and trying to plop it on this nice strong outpost. But yeah, a bit to calculate there.
Maybe you can help me understand, if bishop takes g5 pawn, what's stopping us from snagging that e-pawn with our knight right away?
Yeah, I think the black rook just has 2 jobs right now. It needs to defend its bishop, and it needs to protect a piece that lands in the center. So, for example, knight takes pawn would allow a capture of the bishop, and the black rook torn in 2 minds if it captures the bishop.
Then we get the knight.
The knight drops off. And likewise, if we flip it the other move order, try to solve this tension first. Now the white queen rides to the rescue and protects her pawn.
Quite interesting.
Nodirbek has just, lost the game.
Whoa.
Okay. Alrighty.
Straight up lost in the last move.
Oh, yeah, that's looking dire. Let's hop over there real quick just so we can take a look at it, because he had at one point, right, double the time advantage. And so makes you wonder what went wrong with all that time on the clock to spend.
Well, first of all, I think he found it really hard to come up with a winning plan. The position was really locked up. Let's back up here. Let's pull up a board. and go about 4 moves back each, and we will show you. In this position, Nodirbek played. Let's go forward. Yeah, Rook C8, which he just blundered a fork. I don't know. Maybe he thought he had Knight F8 or something, but this is just a double attack, just a pure double attack.
That's a 1-move blunder.
Yeah, and it's not just that.
A big one.
He put his rook on literally the worst possible square. If his rook was anywhere else, the black knight could just drop back and defend. But he's left his rook hanging in this direction. That is a shocking blunder, I'm going to say.
I don't even know, like...
This happens in online chess, and you'd almost believe that was a mouse slip. The rook was moving to the square behind the knight, just keeping things defended to get the knight to defense. But no online chess, no mouse slips here. Just walking into this blunder, and how do you come back from it? Because that's a very key pawn to defend the king.
Yeah. Hard to explain that one. Maybe just the fact that the white queen started on this square just threw him off. It wasn't on his radar that the white queen is coming this way. Or maybe he was thinking of the same idea, but trading bishops first. And we'll catch up with the live position because they're racing ahead. Now the black rook could zoom across. Now the white queen is misplaced. But right idea, wrong order, potentially. The white queen came up. We did see a trade of bishops. And when the black rook defended its knight, now Hikaru is moving in for the kill. Queen takes pawn check. It's not just any old pawn.
He doesn't even need a kill. He just sit on this exact position. Like, he can just move his king back and forth, and there's nothing Nodirbek can do. So, Hikaru will secure 5th, some points, and 50 Gs. So not a bad trip to Germany for Hikaru.
Not at all, not at all. And yes, just the slightest of missteps from an opponent or from somebody can spell disaster.
James, I will just say, he tripped and fell down the stairs. Yeah. That was not a slight.
No, it wasn't.
Okay. He fell straight down.
This is a fracture coming up.
But granted, it was very tough. Like, he could have sat and lost in 3 hours. He could have, or lost the match. He could have fought for a draw. But it's hard. I mean, it's really hard when you lose the first day like he did. But it's hard not to play for even a top 3 spot. It just really is.
For these guys.
Yeah.
Who've got big expectation and ambition for themselves. And for Hikaru, right? It's suddenly like he's found his form at the very end of the tournament. He beats Gukesh and now won against Nodirbek yesterday and sort of just crashing through victory in this one as well. But Nodirbek, struggling with form. I'm just wondering, David, is there a reason why Hikaru did not go for the more obvious give a check, perhaps win another pawn in the position?
Yeah, I think, again, the threat might be stronger than the execution. I don't think this check is running away anytime soon. Hikaru giving a check. But let's just quickly show that and investigate because, I think, most of us would have been tempted to give the check here. The black bishop dropping back would not have been a good idea here. You'd simply get pinned. And you'd now need to move the king and you get checked and checkmated within a few moves. So instead, the black king would have had to run away. This would have been a second pawn. Maybe he was just scared of the black rook coming across.
Oof.
The queen isn't trapped though. She can run. She can escape. Just to point out that using this square would not be a good idea. You would get caught by the 2 black rooks.
That loss would be
following your opponent off the cliff that they just tripped over.
If Hikaru did that, he would have been investigated. All right, like.
Well, look at Hikaru on screen. He's wondering, hey, why did you just blunder the pawn, and how are you ever going to come back from this? This is over.
Hikaru just has to make more retirement threats, and then he will win the rest of his matches basically indefinitely. Like,
he said in his interview yesterday, right? All of that depends on how the World Cup and Norway chess goes for him when it comes to classical chess.
But World Cup is one of the hardest tournaments, period, because you have a lot more of these Keymer and Sindarov stories, and you have 2 games against every opponent, and that one is a real marathon. That one's a month long. So a bad result in the World Cup for somebody who is not actively playing so much classical is not that unexpected. It wouldn't be crazy if Hikaru didn't make it to even a round of 16. So Norway chess also, it's got Magnus, Gukesh. I mean, if he has 2 bad tournaments and 2 of the toughest tournaments of the year, I don't think he should retire. But
as a chess player, chess commentator, and primarily as a chess fan, for me, I don't want to see any of these guys retire ever. It's, I think, one of the most heartbreaking moments for me in the chess world was when Magnus took the decision to step away from the World Championship match. I think many were disappointed because you just want to see them play out. And I think greats like Hikaru, greats like Fabi and Magnus, you never really want to see that become a reality. But everyone's got some time.
This is one of the toughest moments in any sports, right? When you see a legend of the sport, come to the conclusion of their career. Both watch them and their realization of it, but then also the impact and the realization of the community at large that, this titanic force maybe isn't what they once were. And there's a new wave coming in and what, that push and that pull, up until that final moment where you finally do have, a new great arise.
Not everybody can be Vishy Anand.
That is true.
Man is 50.
In his 50s.
He's 27-70. If we made Vishy play as actively as he did in the past, okay, maybe he would be 27-40, 30, but dude is maybe even not. He's such a monster. It's unbelievable.
And that's a bit of an anomaly, right, in the chess world, because it's been so difficult for his generation to keep up with as chess gets younger and younger, and the computers get stronger and stronger, and the principles keep evolving. But Vishy, he kept doing it, and until very recently, David, playing in the Grand Chess Tour, playing in the very best tournament with the very best in the world, and still holding his own, even in shorter time formats.
Yeah, but chess does stand out there. Garry Kasparov retired back in 2005 when he was still number one by a distance. He was still the best player. He could have gone on a few more years, clearly. Before that, Bobby Fischer retiring when he was number one. Not many other sports do you see a player still retire when they could be dominating if they wanted. Mostly you see the decline start, you see things start to fall off, and then players make that decision. But we've seen some of the best players in history retire at the peak of their games.
Why is it the ego? Is that what we think it is? It's very rare.
Quit at the peak?
Yeah, right? Because, losing in chess is so different maybe than losing in another individual sport. Even in tennis, you're going to see guys sort of not finish in the top, have an injury, and then ultimately retire. Do these guys just not even fathom that they can play in a whole calendar year of tournaments and not win a single one? That's just too heart-wrenching for them?
Yeah, that's interesting, because you'd almost think it'd be the other way around. Almost, right? Where it's that I would feel like it'd be tougher to let go of a game that is so centered around my mental ability, right? Because that feels like it'd be a harder thing, to almost come to terms with, that I am not mentally, as in it as I maybe once was, where it might be easier, to your point, Levy, to say, well, my body just can't do the things that it used to be able to do, right? That seems to maybe be almost an easier understanding, and yet it works in opposition to at least what I feel like would be the decision maker.
Yeah, in physical sports, it's so much more tangible, right? You can see that the fitness level or the stamina perhaps is not where it used to be, but for a cerebral game like chess, it's perhaps harder. And maybe, yes, there's really something to it, because to Magnus's point, he didn't retire from chess. He just walked away from classical chess, right? He still plays pretty actively, maybe not as much as in classical time formats as he used to, but he's still up there. I feel really bad when I see this happen, and I feel a bit sad, because there have been so many great moments that they've given to the chess world. These titans have. So I hope Hikaru still has more fight left in him. I'd love to see him fight for the World Championship one day.
And you make a good point. There was a lot of drama, and I want to throw it back to the chess, because a lot of stuff is happening. For example, if we cut to the Sindarov board, he has given Magnus a pawn. He is trying to open the position in one desperate, final attempt. But there is something to be said for the world champion. It's a big deal, and the world watches. It doesn't matter if it's Gukesh and Ding or Ding and Nepo or Magnus. It was definitely bigger when it was Magnus, but at the end of the day, world champion is world champion. You can't really, get around from those words. And it's a lot of fun when the whole world is watching two people compete for one game and one crown.
Yeah, with that in mind, let's jump back to some of our top tables here. That third place matchup between Javokhir Sindarov and Magnus Carlsen, as Levy just mentioned. Javokhir looking for a way to break open the position, and by offering a pawn up, that pawn over on the H file, which we had talked about before, was always an option, and he will ultimately elect to go for it.
Actually, insanity is happening here.
Did he go for your idea? Did he sacrifice that pawn on A6?
But Magnus's knight is hanging. We gotta just hold on a second.
Magnus started it. I'm gonna say Sindarov is punching hard as well.
We got back up. Yes.
And it's all happened literally since we were last here. Within 3 moves, the position here, relatively stable, that we were last at. We talked about the move bishop to h5. Daniel mentioned that this was a good source of counterplay for black, at least tying down the white queen. Magnus said, nope, you're not tying me down at all. No commitment issues here for the white queen on Valentine's Day. The diagonal opening up potentially. And Sindarov said, okay, I'll capture your pawn. Maybe expecting a recapture by one of the white pieces, white pawn, white knight there maybe. But Magnus said, nope, knight takes on f4. Given a brilliant there, given double exclamation point, this simply is aimed at opening that diagonal here. Pawn takes knight would walk into bishop to d4, and you can see the danger ahead for the black king. Although this would continue, for example, the black cross, Magnus would blow open the center in the near future with great compensation. Sindarov said, anything you can do, I can do better. You took a pawn, I'm going to sacrifice another one. Please take me. And Magnus says yes. So Levy's idea, now rook to a8 looks more appealing. Now the white bishop cannot be defended. But yeah, this is just pure chaos. And something Sindarov needed. This was his moment. He chose to gamble.
Some chaos has erupted on this board, but that's exactly what Sindarov needs, right? Again, you got to play the match as well. You play the opponent, yes, but you have to play towards the win conditions for you, and the win conditions here are just getting to a tiebreaker first, Tanya.
For Javokhir, a draw and a loss means the same thing, right? It's a match loss. So you just go all out. You throw the kitchen sink at your opponent. You hope for that chaos. You hope for that complicated forest where, you know, it's very difficult to work things out and only one person gets out of there. So there are a lot of ideas, but to me, it does appear that the complications might favor Magnus here. At first, you know, the line that you were pointing to the knight, so instead he lines up against the bishop. He's also X-raying that pawn in front of the white king. And I see that if the bishop falls back, yes, you can trade. But what happens then? Because as long as you can't pick up the knight on f4, which is just grab that pawn because of the long diagonal opening up, how does that benefit Sindarov? It looks messy, but is it only messy for black?
Yeah, it looks... Oh, I'm not going to make a messy pun here. It looks Lionel for black. But, yeah, I mean, he's not out of it. At some point, he might take that white knight, you know, and he might just say, I'm a piece up and try and checkmate me.
Let's try it. Should we try it? Should we try to checkmate David after he does capture the knight?
Okay, let's...
How about 3 of us
three versus David? Let's go.
I think he's out of it. Yeah, bishop b5. All right.
Let's do this.
I'm going to try and...
Levy, we wanted to match up against the Grandmaster here, right? This is our best shot.
David's cooked. There's no whole... Okay, David, make a move.
Let's make a move. And this is analysis. This is not the position on the board, just for everyone at home. Magnus...
Rook takes.
Smile there. Okay, I'll take you.
Right.
I'm playing the black side.
King takes.
King takes.
King takes. Wow. Okay, I will take your knight because I promised to.
Let's get our bishop at the center of the board.
Yeah, it's probably a good start.
So a pin. I will defend this one. Defend the...
Okay.
No, we can't.
I mean, I'm not sure why you can't.
Actually, wait. Can't we play my move?
Mm-hmm.
We can play my move.
Maybe let me...
King b3.
Okay, yeah, let's go back.
Pawn takes pawn. Rook is on e1.
Yeah.
Oh.
I knew I was a genius.
Okay.
You made me doubt myself.
Accidental genius.
Yes, exactly. I forgot I was pinned, but actually I was... It was clever, yeah. But push, take, it's losing. King b3. King b3, king b3. Hold on. Oh, black to move. David has to find the move here.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
Is he just defending himself and he's completely fine?
Yeah, by fine if you mean winning, yes.
Yeah. Bishop takes.
And
knight takes.
And we're just down a piece, yeah?
Yeah.
Wait, and you have queen g7 at the end.
Yeah, I'm switching sides. I'm on team David now.
Okay, Tanya, you have to make the move if e5 doesn't work.
All right, let's try it one more time. But I believe we did see a move on the board. Are we going down this path?
We are.
Oof. So we might see this.
Back. And yeah, I mean, just to aid this variation for white, maybe you just leave the pawn on a3 as a bit of a shield. So, for example, if this variation does happen, you gain a move at least if you move your queen out of the way. And for example, same thing. And now I would be terrified, Levy, of playing into your idea. Queen to e7.
This
Now
is what I meant. That's what I just.
Yeah.
I just forgot that Queen e7 targets.
I was never finding that move, so I'm just glad that David saved me the embarrassment there.
Tanya,
that was not going to happen.
Tanya, you're like the student in the class who gets a high test score and says, I got so lucky. I didn't study. Yeah,
it's brutal.
You know, it's funny you say that. I was that front row student always, and everyone hated me for that. But
oh, I'm sorry.
That's fine. Bad memories. But that's okay. Were you a backbencher or a front row?
I was a kid in the back of the class.
Oh, you were still acing it.
I pretended to be bad. But I always got good grades. I was always like
percentage of chess players that are front row versus back row students. What do you think? Just like in the whole demographic of chess players, you think it's skewed 75, 25? That's true. Actually, they're no row students.
Guys, big moment, by the way. Is Magnus going to find that queen move because it was not so obvious to us?
Well,
but to Magnus, it might be.
Yeah, I think probably it will be, right? It's an umbrella pawn.
Yeah.
You use the pawn to hide from the rain.
Better on the board than off it.
Yeah.
It's the double agent. It wants to be off the board. It wants to be captured. But helping the white king, despite being a black pawn here. Yeah, I don't think Magnus will capture it yet. I'm not sure he has any other options other than queen c3, maybe. And in that case, taking the white knight would be, I think, a bit too much to ask of Sindarov's position there.
Yeah, if queen c3 happens on the board, the move that David's highlighting, I think it's over, match over. And if not, is Sindarov back, David?
Sindarov's not back. Surprisingly, the computer doesn't give a huge decisive advantage, but Magnus is better in control and most likely will be an extra pawn up later in the game.
So we're eyeing c3, but is that a3 pawn just too tasty? Do we just want to pick it up because it's there?
Depends if he had breakfast, Magnus. Is he hungry?
Yeah.
Is he hungry for pawns here? We're expecting the white queen to stay on this diagonal and for the white king to stay safe, though. I think it's a very Magnus move, queen to c3, just kind of slightly improving the piece. Also covering this pawn, I should mention. This f3 pawn hanging. Multi-purpose move.
Yeah, so do we think this is something he finds quickly? I hesitate to keep us away from our top-tier bout too long. I think it is wise maybe to check back in with Vincent Keymer and Fabiano Caruana. This one's still a very tense battle between the two players. Fabiano, in terms of time, working with just under 25 minutes on the clock. Keymer, 40 minutes in his pocket. So while he spent so much of his initial time trying to craft a response to Fabiano's first move, he's now the one who finds himself with a time advantage.
And I believe we've had one move since we left it last. A move that we were looking at where white does in fact pick up the pawn if we just do a quick action replay of Fabi snagging that g5 pawn right there. We left it last here, David, I believe. And it was this moment we were discussing why that central pawn is not hanging. You've got two attackers, one defender, but the rook is overloaded. So you don't have time to really pick that up. But then that brings the question, right, of the bishop slide that was earlier mentioned in the broadcast, because then I'm seeing three attackers, one defender, and does that mean that that threat would be fatal for the central pawn?
Yeah, it looks like Fabiano might be about to go down a pawn, but with very active pieces for white. We should mention we were away for a while from this game. There were no moves at all until the exact second we jumped in. So Fabiano only just played bishop takes pawn. He's down 15 minutes on the clock. He had a big time advantage before this moment. And yeah, suddenly for Vincent, he has the luxury of choice and a good position.
Yeah, so both of these players perhaps feeling the pressure of the moment, and Vincent will look for his next move. And as he does, we are going to take a quick step away, hear from the man himself following his victory just yesterday, heading into this final matchup against Fabiano Caruana. Then a short break. When we come back, we'll catch you up with all the action. Stay tuned.
I'm here with Vincent Keymer, who's just beaten Fabiano Caruana in game one of the finals. Vincent, you just keep on winning. How does it feel to get the win in this fashion today?
Yeah, I'm really happy about the game. I think it was quite smooth, at least from the human point of view. And also, I think I was quite happy with the starting position that we got, because it was incredibly dangerous for black.
Magnus talked about him struggling today with the black pieces to, unwind out of the opening. Did you get the same sensation that Fabiano was also struggling with finding the right plans or the right ideas?
Yeah, it seemed that actually he played the first 5-6 moves well, and the resulting position was objectively completely fine for black. But again, from a human point of view, I was really happy with that position, and I also thought it's better for me. Just sometimes engines are too strong for us.
And let's talk about how you navigated the position. It looked like you found some important ideas, for example, this h4 push, in order to bring home your advantage.
Yeah, I would say the good thing is that just in searching for harmony of the pieces and making sure that everything fits together, all the right moves were coming. So I didn't have the feeling that I had any incredibly difficult decisions to make, which is actually very rare, because usually to get the winning position against these top guys, you need to work like absolute crazy. And yeah, I think the position was really just playing itself, kind of.
I've talked about this yesterday already, but I have to repeat, I'm so impressed with how calm you remain. I mean, you beat Magnus Carlsen in a match yesterday. Today you beat Fabi. You're just one draw away from winning this event. How do you think you managed that, to just, stay so level-headed?
Yeah, I actually think it's way easier to stay calm when things are going well or when you're winning compared to when things are not going well, because this way I don't need to think about what to change or what I should do. I can just, basically keep doing what I've been doing, and as long as it works out, everything's great.
Today I watched the broadcast a little bit. Levon was joking about your Peter Leko's influence on your play when you played this rook f to b1 instead of taking on f7. How much do you think you've been influenced by your coach?
A lot, for sure. I mean, Peter has been around for so long. Basically, I think we started at the end of 2017 to work together. And he has been there for pretty much my whole professional chess career. So of course, that's a huge influence, but I don't really think that exactly the move rook fb1 was because of that. Simply, I think it's very fair to say that in general, of course, he has influenced me a lot and also helped me really a lot in improving as a chess player.
Can you talk a little bit about how you work with Peter here? Because there's not that much time right before the games. We start at 1 p.m. He's also a commentator. Is it mostly just discussing things, or what does it look like?
Yeah, here I don't really work that much on chess, like in general. If we see each other at dinner or breakfast, of course we will have a chat or also discuss maybe how to approach the game in general, but I haven't done a single thing of like concrete preparation for this tournament or the matches or the games, which I think is quite different to Fabiano. From what I heard, he played like hours of training games with his second, which also seems to have worked out quite well. So I think it's interesting to see that different strategies can also work.
As I mentioned, you're only a draw away now from winning this tournament, which would be huge. It's on your home turf here in Germany, but there's also a big prize fund. First place is $200,000. Do you think of that? And if you won, what would you do with that amount of money?
Yeah, I don't think I would have any special plans. Of course, it's amazing. It would be amazing to win this tournament. Also, would then clearly be the strongest tournament I ever won, and for sure, if not the most important, then one of the really most important moments of my chess career. But I will just try to remain as calm as possible and play good chess, and then the rest should work out.
Speaking of wins for you, you won in 2018 the Grenke Open, which was, I think, the first time, you broke out onto the international scene. First of all, how do you reflect on the memories of that? And second of all, today it was announced this year Grenke will incorporate a freestyle event. So your thoughts on that? Yeah,
it has been a really important moment in my chess career, because basically that's when I started to be more known internationally. I got invitations to very strong and known round-robin tournaments like Wannsee and so on. So I think it's fair to say that this was kind of, in some ways, the start of my professional chess career. And always coming back to Karlsruhe is something I really enjoy, because we are still playing in the same hall, and the memories are just really nice.
Vincent, thank you so much for your time. Congratulations on a huge win, and all the best for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Are you curious to play freestyle chess but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my Freestyle Chess Masterclass. you'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja, and Fabiano Caruana. Freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my Freestyle Chess Masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.
Every chess master was once a beginner, learning, struggling, and mastering chess, one game at a time. And now, it's time to prove your skill. Welcome to the world's biggest chess tournament. Compete in the Grenka Classical Chess Open for €70,000 prize pool, or enter the Grenka Freestyle Chess Open with a massive €225,000 prize pool and the opportunity to qualify for the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam in New York. And the best part? You could face Magnus Carlsen, Vincent Keymer, and other world-class players. This is your chance to play against the best. Are you ready to make your move?
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam. Straight into that 7th place matchup we go between Alireza Firouzja and Gukesh, because big developments here, David. Perhaps a blunder a moment ago, but fantastic capitalization from Alireza, finding the one move to take advantage.
Yeah, big blunder from Gukesh, but a bone cruncher in return by Alireza. This is the current position we see in front of us. We see all of Black's pieces, literally all of them here on the correct side of the board. Some big threats lining up. The White King feeling the heat now. White's knights are just misplaced, but we have to recap the blunder because it was just a moment ago. Gukesh captured a pawn here. He's already in a bit of trouble, but the best solution was to trade off the bishops first, using the fact that there's currently a pin along the d-file, so trading bishops would have forced the black queen to a slightly worse square, and then he can capture this pawn safely. But he took first, maybe just anticipating that Firouzja would automatically recapture this pawn. Firouzja said, no, that's not forced. It's more important to line up the rooks, and just to show the danger, just to show the threats. If White now continues gobbling up pawns here, there's not much to do in terms of defense, but knight takes pawn just unleashes the black rooks. There's nasty knight checks, the queen is hit. It's very important that Black actually covers the promotion square as well in some variations, but either way, this is just winning on the spot for Firouzja. I don't think Gukesh has a solution here. The defenses are crumbling.
And I want to bring your attention to a moment we had earlier on in this game, move number 13. There was this one crazy idea that was pointed out, a move that we thought never would happen, would put so much pressure on White, and Alireza did find it. That king move, one step forward, just looks extremely obscure, comes with the idea of developing your own knight, and then we saw him one by one get those knights towards Gukesh's king, set up the position that needs to take advantage of the way Gukesh lacks development. And David, as you play through and we see how we arrived, in fact, the blunder, I don't think it appeared out of nowhere. There was so much incremental pressure, move by move put on here. And at some point, the world champion just cracked.
Yeah, this is a perfect just picture of piece coordination. Literally all of the black pieces playing their part in the attack, and White's king lacking defenders. It's no surprise that the tactics will work in Firouzja's favor.
Now, before we hop away from this board where Firouzja is in fantastic winning position, I want to bring Daniel Naroditsky back in, who claims he's found an interesting line somewhere within this mess of chess pieces. Daniel, what do you got for us?
Well, my grandfather used to say, it's not checkers, because in the Russian version of checkers, you have to recapture. Here you do not. And after rook e to d7, Black loads up the bazooka on the d file. And look at this line, folks. After knight takes g7, Black will play bishop takes e2, vacating the c4 square for the knight. But White can recapture with the queen, dodging the potential discovery. And after knight to c4, you've got the rook on d1 that's hanging, right? 2 attackers and 1 defender. But White can take on d7, and that is a check. Black has to recapture. And after b3, it looks like White's doing fine. Because even though it may seem like White loses the queen, no, the knight defends the queen. And guess what? Bang, c takes b3, queen takes b3. And look at this checkmate, ladies and gentlemen. In this position, you have to deflect the queen by sacrificing the rook, rook d1. And what a final move this would be if Alireza Firouzja is allowed to execute it. It's over and done, folks. Dash, it's time for these players to pack their bags.
It's over and done. That's the way for Alireza to do it. And what a beautiful end it would be to what has been a tumultuous tournament for him, having winning chances before and not able to wrap it up. This one does feel like an inevitability. So from here, I think we zoom back out. We can kind of quickly take stock of the other boards. Of course, as we mentioned earlier, Hikaru finds himself in brilliant position over Nodirbek Abdusattorov. In fact, a winning position outright. And looks like that game has concluded, in fact. So we have our first result with Hikaru snagging that 5th place finish here on the final day at our Freestyle Chess Grand Slam. Quick update on the Carlsen board. That queen c3 move was found in that complex kind of line that we were looking at as well. So he seems to still have solid control. That means our focus goes right back to the top of the ticket matchup. It's Fabiano Caruana trying to keep his tournament hopes alive here against a Keymer that is rather having the tournament of a lifetime.
Yeah, this is Vincent Keymer in control, and I don't want to be pessimist here, but I think Fabiano might be running out of ammunition, simply. This is the current position. The queens are off the board. A quick action replay of the last few moves. Fantastic control again from the German Grandmaster. We left it here. We actually saw a trade of bishops, the white queen coming out, but instead of getting fancy here, Vincent said, okay, all I need is a draw. Let's shut the door on your chances here. He gets the queens off. This queen exchange, there's only one way to dodge it, but not a great move here. The white queen sliding to the edge of the board. This would have backfired because Black can still castle, and suddenly we see the might of all of Black's pieces playing a part here. Instead, Fabiano had to trade off the queens and castle himself on this d-file, but just a couple of moves down the line, we see knight capturing pawn, finally. That could have happened as early as move 5, but it happened on move 17 instead. The white rook shifts, runs away, and now a knight fork. And yes, this isn't going to win material, but I just wanted to point out one final detail. The white rook probably wanted to land on the 7th rank, but after a trade here, Black can still castle. It's still legal. It's a bit of an optical illusion here that the rook on d7 normally would prevent anything from happening over on that flank, but the white rook suddenly would get challenged twice. Black is a pawn up here, we should remember, and I think a draw is the very minimum Vincent Keymer will be aiming for here.
An extra pawn, and the only dangerous aspect for Fabi is the central pawn, right? You want to get that moving, but where is it going? It's a big weakness here. It's not a strength. It's not an asset. It can easily be blocked by Vincent's bishop if required, or can be put under massive pressure. I want to just point out the universal style that Vincent has shown well throughout his matches, but especially today as well, right? Going into these extremely tactical ideas at the start, very sharp play, playing in the most principled manner, you know, with direct confrontations of the pawns that we saw. And then when it was time to pull the brakes, to offer the queen trade, he was ready for it. He didn't go on pushing the narrative that I'm playing for the win here. I feel I have the initiative. So having that sort of awareness of the match situation, of understanding the practicality of it, again, just often the youth shows that lack of experience in these moments and fails to pull the brakes at the right time. I think Vincent in every single game has shown such versatility as a player here.
Just the fact that he remembered he could still castle in this endgame, I think that's actually quite key. Otherwise, Black's rook in the corner stuck. But yeah, Vincent, he's just mastered all the forms, all the kind of little nuances of freestyle chess. And it's incredible. I mean, what's his accuracy here? I just want to check. It's still in the 99s.
Oh, wow.
And again, it's not like Fabi's playing an inaccurate game. His accuracy is 97%.
Yeah, when 97% is not good enough, it's nothing you can do.
Yeah.
And in a starting position that most players struggled with, that was difficult to deal with. And here, Vincent, with this accuracy, is the one, if anyone's pushing, it's him right now. He's got the extra pawn. He's got the attack on the central pawn. He's got that key resource of castling if required. He's trading off pieces one after the other. Traditional chess wisdom, you're up material, get as many pieces off the board as possible. Vincent Keymer on camera looking confident as well.
Finding and recognizing that critical position and where the critical move needs to be made. Who knew that in this round, in this game, it'd be move number one, the one where Vincent spent his most time, that maybe set him up for this kind of success where others weren't able to find such an accurate first move on the board.
I think for the last 8 days, we can say for the first time in a decade and a half that in a type of chess, Magnus Carlsen is not the best in the world. Now, he has not finished first place in tournaments. We don't then go on and say the person that won that tournament is the best in the world. But in this format, he very well might be, and we have a crazy move on the board, by the way, to deal with.
I mean, this is desperation from Fabi, well, we should mention, but maybe there's some tricks that we need to investigate. He's just ignored the fact that this rook is hanging. We can also ignore the question mark attached to this knight move because a draw is not good enough anyway. So playing objectively the best move, moving that rook away, would not have got Fabi the win he needs. But what is the idea? I'm assuming knight takes rook is the first move that players look at. And taking back this rook feels a bit slow. Taking back the knight even feels a bit slow. Is it to jump in with the white knight, attack the black rook?
And this would prevent that castle.
This would prevent castling because the black king could not land on the square it would need to. Cannot castle through check or into check.
And then if you move your rook to stay connected to the bishop, you grab that knight and you're saying, I've got compensation here. My e-pawn lives on. Your rook is out of the game. Or David, have you spotted? Oh my goodness.
This is checkmate.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah, not just I have compensation. I am straight up winning.
Because now you can't castle.
That's nasty. And there's no way to defend that pawn.
You cannot defend the pawn.
Yeah.
This is crazy. And if you take the knight,
Okay, that is tricky.
It's a bluff, but high risk, high reward. Yeah.
But also Fabi finding this resource, setting this up. I mean, that last move that you just played is not the easiest spot from the position Fabi has calculated it, right? And he definitely has, because you don't just give up this exchange for nothing.
And what's the most unpleasant here is that if Vincent takes the rook, a player with the black pieces will look at knight into d6. Mm-hmm. And here, you really want to give back the rook also in some positions because you're happy killing the game. So you consider a move like king c7 because you're like, well, if he takes my rook, then I take back. And by the time he takes my knight, I'm still up a pawn, right? Like this is hopeless for white to win. I mean, you might hold it, but even that is not likely. There is one thing that you want to consider, which is rook check. And in a low time situation, this is panic mode for black, but you just run your king out. And at the end of the day, you're still up a rook, so your king, exactly. So we can even finish that. Rook takes pawn check. And I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if, frankly, any king move is fine, but just king c5 and or king a6, and you don't have enough here. Yeah. But king a6 maybe is better, David, to defend the pawn. And also the knight can't take the rook. So, yeah, if Vincent finds this, he's the champion.
But
how
he
cool
has
though.
to.
Yeah, how cool though for Fabiano, right? To still reach for every tool in his toolbox.
Yeah.
And again, we've said it many times. I'll say it at least once more before we go off air. He has been, to me, the most resilient player in this tournament. Of course, maybe you'd rather be in Vincent's position where you're playing near flawlessly. But if I can't be flawless, being resilient, looking for my fighting chances, and not giving up the game until there are no more options, that's the next best type of player to be, and Fabiano is exactly that.
This is incredible because we see that question mark appear, but you just take that and chuck it out, because I think from a practical perspective, setting all these ideas up is Fabi's best chance in this game right now. The other way to look at it as black is, hey, do I want that knight off the board? Just making sure there are no checkmating patterns against the black king. But if black was to do that, the white bishop captures it. And once again, the idea, the core resource that Vincent has of that long castle is not possible anymore, because there is a square which is defended by the bishop, which means that your rook is stuck at the corner of the board. Black can't capture the pawn at the center. The bishop's hanging. White wants to come in with both rooks on the 7th rank. Fabi is really creating some practical chances with this last move.
Yeah, go ahead if you have a point here, David, real quick.
No, I was just going to say, Fabiano's body language, he knows it's a bluff. He was just waiting for Vincent to call that bluff. Knight takes rook played. Oh, he goes the other way.
Yeah.
Fabiano.
Okay, well, as we're nerding out about this and the players are throwing their responses out onto the board, oh, maybe not. Maybe too late to bring Daniel in. I don't want to put him into a position. No, he can still talk. He's got plenty to say. Let's go to Daniel then to help us understand maybe anything we missed in these complex variations that we're discussing. Daniel, sorry to get to you just after the players have thrown a move onto the board.
No, what an idea by Fabi. And this is even trickier than the immediate knight d6. He's just saying, take everything you got. All you can eat buffet. I'm going for your king because that's the 8-ball. And you guys looked at the other move order, which was to start with knight d6. By starting with rook g7, he's preventing king c7. And knight d6 is similarly a devastating threat. Now, Vincent has a couple of ways to deal with it, but the most effective is this move a5, creating Luft. I'm no longer in Germany, but we can still use the term Luft on a7 for the king. And it's a similar idea to the one that Levy pointed out. After knight d6, king a7, just in time to escape the mate threats. And why do you have extra material? Well, obviously, in order to give it back. If Vincent finds this move, he is one move away from 200K. Dash, let's dash back to you.
Thank you so much, my friend. Even within these, crazy ideas, finding yet another small adjustment to make, presenting a different move order and more complexities to the situation.
Yeah, and I mean, the form he's in, he's about to... Okay, he doesn't play pawn to a5. He plays another move, a very safe move, maybe more aesthetically pleasing. He castles his king this deep into the game, as late as move 20. And, okay, he's walking into a check, but now just a couple more accurate moves. He should be able to hold this one. Vincent didn't need to play for a win, didn't need to find the best move. He still has this under control.
Yeah, but this is going to go into an endgame where he's up a pawn, but the h-pawn falls. And that is a draw, but you still have to show a level of technique, right? A5 was just straight up winning on the spot. I'm curious if he saw the idea. I also thought you can castle here and just give up the rook for the knight, but this is not completely over, right? Like if we trade everything and then you take on h7, you still have to play a little bit at least.
Credit to Fabiano for finding this idea. First of all, fighting on. I think Vincent, that last move, he rushed a bit. If you told him there was an immediate knockout, he would have found a5. He has 30 minutes on the clock. But this is where, I mentioned it earlier, especially when I was younger, I would start to get a bit impatient. I'm like, oh my God, I'm going to win the tournament. Oh my God, I'm winning the game. Oh, 200K, come to daddy. But no, I think he just rushed slightly there. And he should still get the job done. But it's not immediately over. So this game goes on.
Not immediately over. And immediately over is about all that Fabi can hope for in this situation. But okay, there are still chances.
Just keep the game going, right? Keep the tricks on the board. Keep some imbalance in the position. And I think as a player, when you look at this castling that Vincent did, it's something that he had in his mind for such a long time, a move that you really want to get in. So when you're given that opportunity, it's very hard to deny that. It's very hard to think about something else. Once the computer points out that a5 was indeed best, yes, it's easy for us to see and admire it, but I think most of us would have chosen the move that Keymer did play eventually. And I think we're going to see that idea that you're pointing out where white will still have that H passer. And the reason I say that is that to win the central pawn, Vincent is forced to get the bishop out of the way, which is currently under attack, which means the pawn on the right side will be left undefended. Yes, you have a 4 versus 2, but Fabi will play this out till the end, till that h-pawn is alive. Like you said, you know, the game goes on.
It's still, I actually feel like if white had a king, bishop, and 2 queenside pawns versus those king and 4, it's still drawable for black. Like, you could be down an entire bishop, but because all the pawns are on the same side, it's drawable. But this will just be a slight nuisance for Vincent, because you start getting nightmares. I'm gonna somehow let the pawn run up the board, and I'm gonna blunder and everything. But if he's smart, this should be easy.
Yeah, the speed that Fabiano is playing, he knows this should be a draw at the very best for white, and that's enough. But yeah, castling his king earlier, Vincent, the most natural move in the position, it's dropped his accuracy down to a mere 96%. Slacking.
It was the first move I thought of. I thought, oh, I can just castle. But yeah, a5 was just there, and it's not the best move. But given the match situation, it's an okay move. I don't want to say it's the best move given the match situation, because a5 was quite literally winning on the spot. He did not blunder his rook. That's a board relay malfunction.
Yeah.
Happens all the time. And now he's going to rotate the rook behind the pawn. And Fabi is going to really struggle to make progress. Even if Fabiano gets his rook up and pawn all the way advanced, he can't queen. It's just not possible.
The white rook is in the way of its own pawn. This good tip for everyone at home. Rooks behind passed pawns are the best way to stop them. White's pawn is the only hope, the only potential savior. But yeah, even if Vincent starts giving checks as well, the white king's going to find it difficult to dodge those checks, hide from those checks, while saving its own pawns. These might be the last few moments of the race for first place.
Yeah, Vincent Keymer, it does look, is about to win the first slam of season 25. And look at this, you know, you look at the camera, you see Fabi's body language as well. And you can feel it, that it's sort of sinking in. He's had a fantastic tournament. He's had a fantastic run. Also playing some of the best chess that we've seen by Fabi, you know, getting the feel. He loves this format. But I think he realizes that just not good enough, because who he's playing against has just been that much better.
And you can see Keymer's heart rate just kind of buzzing in those triple digits, feeling how close he is to wrapping up the top spot, taking home $200,000 and the title of our first Grand Slam winner in 2025.
And 25 tour points.
Oof.
And that would mean that he would be leading the Grand Slam Tour. And what a way to do it as well, right? Well, he's still putting the finishing touches on this. And once again, as long as the H-pawn lives, it's not going to be a draw offer by Fabi. Let's put it like that. He's going to play this out till the very end, you know, hoping and praying for some mistake. But right now, Fabiano Caruana is relying on a miracle.
Yeah, what's going to happen is Fabi's going to take one last risk. He's going to get a dead loss position. Then he'll be like, okay, draw. Save some honor so you don't lose 2-0 in the final. But either way, Vincent, yeah, he's on the brink now. Even just giving a check, as we mentioned, forcing the white king to commit and to kind of side with its pawns here, or just pushing the black pawns down the board. Looks like a healthy way to do it. Maybe pushing the black pawn, bring the black king out from the kind of cut-off 8th rank here. There's multiple ways. There's too many ways for Vincent to get the job done. That's the issue.
Dude, I'm just so impressed with this 20-year-old, right? Playing on his home ground right now. He's played against, well, I don't know, a death row of chess legends in this tournament, starting from the quarterfinals, Alireza semifinals, Magnus Carlsen finals, Fabiano Caruana gets that first win, and it's his home ground. It's the first slam. I don't think anyone would have predicted Vincent even getting this far in the tournament, let alone clinching the victory. And he's been one of those youngsters, you know, in this generation who's been a super strong player, but that tournament victory has eluded him for such a long time. And here he is at the brink of it all. And I will say, we've been talking about the pressure of being so close to your goal. Vincent's handled it so incredibly well today, just keeping his nerves.
It's that walk in the forest with Levy. It's just helped him stay chilled, calm.
Yeah, he looked up, he saw me. I was the second face he saw all day, and he knew it was going to be a good day. So
he's on the brink now.
Spectacular form. There's that rook check that you were looking for, just shoving the king out of the way.
Yeah.
You can keep kind of kicking away the white king, and if it ever runs away from its pawns, you can even just go back behind and start grabbing them, start collecting those pawns. White still too far away from pushing, too far away from touchdown with his own pawn. Fabiano here, you can see there isn't really the belief in his eyes. He's looking desperately, trying to calculate, trying to hope that one variation suddenly emerges where there is a trick, a trap. But I don't think it exists, simply.
And I think you've spoken about this, right? Just how much the prize money here would mean to this younger generation. 200,000 has got to be his biggest tournament win, the biggest purse at a tournament that Vincent Keymer has had. And how that perhaps propels the younger generation to get that support, to get that training, to reinvest in your own sport, to kind of level up your game even further.
Yeah, you could buy a flat, put down a deposit on some property. You can do anything. But I'm pretty sure Vincent will be investing it in his own chess career. This is just the beginning. A big breakthrough for the German. $200,000.
But it's so aspirational too, right? I think that's part of it. To see somebody like Vincent take home, that big of a purse. The young chess players out there, thinking about, the commitment of time and energy that it would take to one day reach the level of these guys. Of course, that's no small investment. That is a full commitment of lifestyle. But to know that if you too can manage to become one of the world's greats, that there is that kind of security and safety awaiting you.
And if you have the belief in yourself, you put in the right work, you can do it. You can do it even in a tournament full of titans right in front of you, where you finish 8th in the round robin and then go on to get that tournament victory just to draw away. And really, he's getting closer to it with every single move. And I also like how he's sort of kept the pressure on the clock. He was never doubting his own calculation. He was never double guessing himself. A situation that I know so many of us will find ourselves in with the goal in sight. Vincent Keymer, belief in himself, confidence in himself, and right now just moments away from tournament victory.
Yeah, Fabiano burning the rest of his time just trying to find a move. I'm expecting him to go forward just to keep his pawns protected. I don't think we need to delve too deep into variations, but just to show one problem here for Fabiano. Okay, he does go this direction. Now Vincent can actually give another check. There we go. He gives another check. The white king cannot centralize. It cannot step onto the d-file because there is a fork, a double attack, and the white bishop will fall. So actually, this is a very awkward moment. If the king goes back this way, there's another double attack on the diagonal. The bishop hits the rook and king, and if Fabiano has to go back, he continues getting harassed. The white king has no way forward.
So just a couple of things still in play here, right? And we want to make sure we're keeping our eyes on all of it, and the players are going to do their due diligence, right? This is not the kind of thing that you want to let slip through your fingers, but Daniel Naroditsky, as we're talking about Vincent Keymer being on the edge of making history here, becoming the first freestyle chess Grand Slam champion here in 2025. Weissenhaus, I want to come to you. I want to hear your thoughts both on how this game is broken down, but what we're witnessing here just out of this young man.
Extraordinary. I mean, extraordinary. It was a cold start. I think Vincent lost his first game in the round robin. And what this must mean to everybody watching, to all the fans across Germany. And I just wanted to share two incredibly symbolic things. The first is the first ever sort of generally recognized Fischer Random world champion was none other than Peter Lecko, who is commentating in studio with Judith Polgar, but of course is Vincent Keymer's long-term mentor. The second, where was this first ever championship held? It was a match between Lecko and Adams. It was held in the city of Mainz, Germany, which also played host to some of the earliest Chess 960 tournaments. Guess where Vincent Keymer was born? 3 years after Lecko won that match. No other city, of course, than Mainz, Germany. This is all too symbolic, and I think Fabiano Caruana might be laying down his sword, the American, with a second-place finish that he can be proud of as well.
Something so very poetic about that. Thank you so much, Daniel. And yeah, it almost feels then like it was meant to be. There's something, you know, again, this feeling of inevitability at this point, not one that anyone had on their radars coming into the event, but day over day over day, it feels like we have been working towards this.
The stars were aligning from a long, long way back, and it feels like it's all coming together in the universe today. And you can see it in Fabiano Caruana, you know, as the players repeat those checks. There's just no way for the White King to hide. And Vincent Keymer still looking as cool as
Well, there you have it. Just a quick peek back into the player hall as Vincent Keymer continues to celebrate his much-deserved victory here. Again, it's not what anyone expected, but now it's going to change the conversation here in the chess world when it comes to the freestyle format. He is the king of Weissenhaus.
He is, and I really want our cameras to be following Vincent Keymer right now. You know, this is the moment, James, when you get to see those emotions on a player. We saw Peter Lecco. Did he just leave his stream, come down to hug, to celebrate, to congratulate Vincent Keymer? And what a moment that must be inside the playing hall right now.
Yeah, what a moment. I see Peter Lecco outside actually discussing with Fabiano, but I'm sure there'll be hugs, there'll be high fives. There'll be a lot of celebration tonight.
That's a flip of a script, but it just goes on to show how much respect the players have, you know, not only for each other, but for the legend that Peter Leko is. He's played a world championship match, the history that Daniel was talking about as well, and he's the man behind Vincent Keymer's success.
Yeah, this whole event is a celebration of chess played in, you know, its purest form. From the first move to the last, it's about who has the best intuitive understanding of the position, and in this tournament, none had it better than Vincent Keymer.
Yeah, Vincent, just fantastic understanding. He even he was able to switch gears, just kind of bank the draw, get the draw that was required for the title towards the end there. I mean, he never looked in trouble. His heart rate was calm. He looked calm on the camera. His chess was perfect.
I mean, I know we've had him on the couch many times, and he's talked about it. You know, the idea that, well, things are going right. When you feel like you're playing your best chess, you don't have to change much. But I have to have just such respect for the composure of this young man, right? As you've mentioned before, when you get into that situation where you feel you're on the verge of doing something great, there's an adrenaline spike, right? There's so much that can go into it. And yet, through all of that, the man has played calm, cool, and collected, not missing a beat.
And this has been inspiring about the young generation to watch, you know, each of these kids, I want to say, you know, whether it's Vincent, it's Arjun, it's Prag, it's Nodirbek, it's Sindarov, they all seem to be just born with that skill to be big stage players, to have that ability that when the pressure is at its highest, the best in them comes out. And David, I can only speak for myself and perhaps the past generation that was not always the case. And experience was what was required to get there. But here, youth seems to already be blessed with that.
Yeah, I mean, they look into the finer details. They work on, psychology so much these days. I've seen so many players choke at a similar age, but yeah. Gukesh in the World Championship. Now Vincent. Now it's a changing of the guard.
Yeah, and I want to bring Daniel back in because just a moment ago we went to him and he painted the most beautiful picture for us about how the stars were aligning from many years ago. It seems almost for this very moment. So Daniel, now that the conclusion has finally solidified and it is Vincent Keymer to take the top spot in our first tournament of the year, your initial reactions to his level of chess here at Weissenhaus. Well, perhaps our connection to Daniel is a little wonky at the moment. If and when we can get him, we'll be sure to do so because with the way that man just broke down for us, what felt like an inevitability, I do want to allow him an opportunity to give us his concluding thoughts here on the tournament.
Meanwhile, I'm just spotting the champion. He's just walked out of the playing arena, and we've got this beautiful glass room with us so we can see it. Autographs being signed right now.
Swarms of people.
Cameras following him, and yet looking cool and calm as Vincent Keymer always does.
And yeah, we'll hopefully hear from him a bit later. Nice scenes here in Weissenhaus, just outside. Another quick update for everyone. Another game has concluded. It was Alireza Firouzja taking the win against Gukesh, so the world champion there. In 8th place, it will be Alireza taking 7th place, and one other game still in action. That is Magnus Carlsen in the fight for 3rd.
Yes, in the fight for 3rd and still in solid control of that game. Finding a way to put the end to it, of course, which is always the difficulty here in chess. You might have a slight advantage. Taking it across the finish line sometimes can be difficult, but if I have confidence in anybody to do it, still, it's Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, especially when he only needs a draw in hand for Magnus. It's actually just queens, pawns, and rooks left on that board. It's currently 1 pawn to the good for Magnus Carlsen. Could be more. He should be winning, but maybe just looking for a way to safety.
And usually when there are majors on the board, we see no minors left right now. It really is. It all does come back to king's safety. And surprisingly, despite having a black pawn in front of the white king, it is that king that feels incredibly safe. Coming back to a point we made earlier on, some pawns, even if they're your opponents, are better on the board than off them. This creates that little umbrella, that protective layer that you need for that white king, it will be completely safe. But on the other hand, any back rank check that lands on Sindarov, it would be game over. An extra pawn to boot as well. You could shuffle around with the rook, and the worst news for Sindarov is that a draw is not enough. He needs to find a way to win this one.
Yeah, it's crazy stuff is happening here at Weissenhaus, by the way. I've just seen Hikaru Nakamura sprint past us.
Ooh.
I've never seen anyone run so fast, heading back to his place after wrapping up his victory.
I believe he's got a stream on as well, so maybe he's jogging his way to join his stream to give his thoughts.
That was not a gentle jog.
Oh, it
was
wasn't.
a full sprint.
Oh, that is still a full
he's
sprint,
still
by
running.
the way. Yeah, that's
Oh,
impressive.
wow.
Oh, I wish you could see what we see, but either way, some fantastic scenes. A lot of drama here today in Weissenhaus. And yeah, I mean, Magnus's king is going to hide in the corner. He should be safe with his extra pawn. He might move his rook across. The black king, also a target. As long as Magnus doesn't blunder, I think barring a blunder, he should be safe. He should be wrapping up third. And for Sindarov, that would be heartbreaking, not being able to qualify for the next event in Paris. But a great week for him too.
Yeah, perhaps a bitter twinge to the end of what was another spectacular performance by another one of our young players, right? And so, while of course going to be a little bit overshadowed by the finish of Vincent Keymer, I think we have to remind ourselves the conversations that were happening around Javokhir Sindarov just a couple days ago as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we were talking about him maybe being in the final against Vincent Keymer, and one accurate move, he would have been. He was on the brink of knocking out Fabiano. There was a last-minute turnaround in some of their playoff blitz games.
Yeah.
But yeah, for Javokhir, it's been an admirable performance. He's still fighting hard in this game. He's still pushing the world number one to the very maximum, to the limit, at the very end of the last day. But tie breaks here, very unlikely.
It's so impressive, James, to your point. What a story arc it's been for this Uzbeki Grandmaster. And I think one of the highlights, one of the biggest moments that we've had here in Weissenhaus in freestyle chess has been that pick during the quarterfinals when Javokhir just stunned us all and shocked us all, picking Hikaru Nakamura as his opponent and then going on to prove good on that pick, getting the win and sort of relegating Hikaru to a lower bracket in that one. And what a run he had in the round robin as well. Incredible performance by the youth here in Weissenhaus.
And while we will continue to watch this one play out here in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, we have to return to the studio because we are so very happy to be joined by the King of Weissenhaus, your newest Grand Slam champion, Vincent Keymer, $200,000, 25 circuit points, a win over Fabiano Caruana here after an incredible run through the bracket stage. My friend, how you feeling? Top of the world?
Yeah, it's amazing. And yeah, I still can't really believe it, I think, because, going through this tournament, it was like, okay, first step is to get into top 8 and then hopefully play a good tournament. But that I would, win 3 matches against Alireza, Magnus and Fabi is not something I expected.
And Jan-Henrik, you've joined us in the studio as well. We crafted this beautiful experience for these 10 incredible players. Felt like on day one, any one of them could have taken it, but as the days ticked along, this man right here felt like an inevitability, and we've shaken up the chess world.
Yeah, you said it right. He's a king from Weissenhaus. I was always thinking, because this was a historic area, so there was an earl or whatever here, and the name is von Weissenhaus, so it is now up for grabs. I was like, who is worthy of having the title like von Weissenhaus? I think now he's Vincent von Weissenhaus, giving him the aristocratic title. No, I must say I'm still in shock, because it's like, as I was thinking when Vincent reached 8th place. I think you were 8th, right? Last and in the or 7. How much? 6 or 6. But he was basically top 8. But he, it was very close with except for the top 2 or 3. I was thinking, okay, like if I was in Vincent's shoes, like you have ahead of you like 6 of the top 8 players of the world, and this wunderkind, who beat everybody before. It's like he's like as Alireza bet like on the least chances of really winning it, and then he also had the most difficult way, because I mean, beating Alireza is one thing, right? Beating Magnus is of course insane, and then also Fabiano. I have no words. This is it's a Star is Born. I think.
Very much so, a star is born. And Vincent, we return to this idea of intuition, I think, when it comes to the game of Chess 960, and whether or not you can put words to it, but it just seems time and time again, every time you step into that confessional booth, every time you make a move on the chessboard, it's to perfection. It's as if the engine itself is up there in your brain. I struggle to understand how a player can have such a feel for the game.
Yeah, I also don't understand, maybe I can get that feeling for classical chess as well. Yeah, but
99.5% accuracy.
Amazing.
Just wild. Yeah. Just wild. I think that's the thing, because you look at Fabiano's accuracy, it was like 5%. Anybody would be happy to have 95% accuracy in the game of freestyle chess. It's not enough to take you down.
Yeah, no, the thing is, when I first saw the starting position, I thought, okay, we are fine, because there was no immediate way to attack anything. And then when we started analyzing, I saw that there's this G7 pawn, which is so tough to defend. And yeah, I think we also came to the conclusion when analyzing that D4 was the most critical approach. And then, yeah, we discussed, I think, F6, D6, and F5, because D5 really doesn't look very nice. So none of them looked good to me. And I was really annoyed already, in the sense that, it's hard to accept that you're kind of having a shitty position without having done anything wrong whatsoever. So that's why, of course it looks stupid, no, to sit at the board for another 20 minutes after having analyzed for already 10, only to play the first move. But I think it actually has been incredibly important for me to find this idea of going D5, E5, and knight G6, allowing him to play F4. And yeah, he was also incredibly resourceful. The C4 is something I had completely missed, I have to say, honestly. It was an incredible resource. Okay, engine giving it the question mark, yeah, but yeah, it seemed like a very interesting idea to me. It's so complicated. It's very hard to assess what's right, what's wrong, and so on. Yeah, I guess he must have missed G5, because otherwise I don't really understand going bishop A4, E4. At first I was a little worried, because maybe I'm the one who missed something, and if G5 doesn't work out, my position is just really, really shitty. His knight is getting to E3, and then everything works together very nicely, and my pieces are kind of tied down. So anyway, as soon as I took DC4, in general, my whole idea was to play G5 in one of the next moves, to force him to play E3, and therefore kind of cutting his knight and bishop from the game. But yeah, it seems that here after G5, the lines just work out for me.
Yeah, and pretty much perfect chess. Only one move, I think, the whole game, not approved by the computer, but that was just to make it safe at the end to castle queenside. So, fantastic, Vincent. And I just wanted to ask, when you won your game, when the result, when the handshake was made, we actually saw Peter Lecco run from the other commentary room to the playing hall. How much of a role has he played in this big success?
Yeah, a lot. Of course, it's very hard to attribute a specific success to the way we work together, but he has shaped me as a player in pretty much every regard, also as a person, but I don't think it matters so much for this tournament. So yeah, certainly it's most of the chess player I am because of the way he taught me to be. So that's for sure. And yeah, I also had the feeling that in that moment he was happier than me. But yeah, I think for me it will take a little time to sink in.
Vincent, over the last week, you've completely shaken up the chess world. Winning the first slam, it's huge, but winning it with the path that you had, that's massive. To take down Alireza, Magnus, Fabi, it's something that few chess players can boast in their entire career, and you did that in one tournament to get to the championship. And I want to ask you, over the last week, is there any one particular moment or game that you're extremely proud of? Oh, that's extra special for you?
Yeah, very hard to say. Still in terms of the single match win, of course now that it's the final touch to it, it's a bit different, but in general winning the match against Magnus was, I think, most important for me. Because, yeah, usually this is the toughest thing to do. Still, Fabi, of course, also here in freestyle, he was being quite convincing in the sense that he beat Gukesh 2-0, the world champion, which is also quite something. But yeah, no, not really. No, I think everything has been going rather smoothly in the sense that, of course, I was under pressure quite a few times, and I made my mistakes But in general, I always kind of managed to keep some sense of control or at least fighting spirit.
Levy mentioned that he bumped into you in a morning walk today and you were by yourself with your headphones on. Is that something that you've been doing in Weissenhaus, sort of just, being a part of nature and getting into the zone of the game that's coming up? Because the battles have been, well, very epic from our perspective. And how have you been preparing for it?
Yeah, that was pretty much my preparation. I mean, I just woke up and then I'm going for a rather long walk, alone, headphones, and then coming back for breakfast, relaxing a bit, and then going to the game. That's all I did.
A massive victory here. I know you said it might still take some time for it to fully settle in, but $200,000 coming your way as well. Any ideas how you might celebrate this incredible, career-defining victory?
No, not yet. I just know that the next tournaments are coming up. As chess players, we don't have a lot of time.
As a chess player, right?
Well, that's
we have like 1.5 days, and then things will continue. So,
well, how about that then? Because you are now the leader in this year-long tour, which means to a degree you've put a target on your own back. You are now the guy to beat. How do you feel about being in that position going forward with all of these other guys now knowing who it is that they have to overcome?
Yeah, it's nice. I mean, I don't mind that. I think anyway, whenever you play matches or in general chess, no matter who you face of these incredibly strong players, they will try to beat you and win that game. So I don't really think it changes anything for them if they know that I won the first slam.
Vincent, some dancing tonight, maybe some champagne?
I will leave that to Peter, yeah? Not the champagne, but the dance.
There you go. Jan Henrik, I'll bring you back in because this was such a thrilling conclusion to the event. I know a lot of people might already be thinking about that next tournament. We're looking at Paris in April.
Yes.
And this will be the guy that I just mentioned everybody's looking at. But of course, there's so much happening leading into it for yourself. Is it everything you've envisioned so far with only greater heights to come?
Yes, I mean, this is and you guys, I'm using this moment to congratulate and thank you for this incredible, great commentary that you're doing. We have improved, from the beginning, even more now with the introduction. I think, did it work out with Daniel?
It was awesome.
I saw some
beautiful stuff.
Great. I just had a chat with him also when I saw. I loved it what he's doing. I think this is the right spot for him. It's perfect. Just put him in for the deep dive. And so so the whole tournament is you see all this media out there, although we only let a few people into Weissenhaus. Everybody's excited, and of course, because we are in Germany, of course we are an international company based in Germany. And it was basically Vincent. He didn't qualify through the last tournament, but he was qualified because he's a local, and we always want to promote the locals. Like next time in France, we want to also promote French. So he's now in Paris. Then we will have the third one in April, also in Grenke. So there are still some points to collect. But I was already calculating. I was thinking if you have 25 points now, and I think it's very, very likely that he will be among the 12 people that will be in South Africa, even if he wouldn't get another point. So he will be, in all of these tournaments, as a participant, being able to collect more points and winning the whole thing maybe in the end, right? So we'll see. But it's exciting. It's so exciting, and it's just especially because we are in Germany and we're getting all of this extra attention from the German media, of course. Of course, internationally they're also interested. How is this for you now? You see, all of a sudden everybody's you see it, and the world champion is just walking by because he has to make room. So how is that feeling for you?
Yeah, unusual. I mean, of course, I played top events before. Not many as strong as this one, but winning such an event is certainly something entirely new for me.
Perfect.
And it's the first time, right? We have a different winner in freestyle chess. Last year at Weissenhaus, Magnus Carlsen. The Singapore event, Magnus versus Fabi, Magnus won that. And this time it's Vincent really shaking things up. Vincent, when you came to this tournament, when getting into this and looking at the stellar star cast that it had, what were your personal ambitions and how far were you expecting yourself to go?
Yeah, that's the thing. You don't really think about that beforehand. I mean, of course, I was aware of how strong the field is and thinking that will certainly be a tough event. But of course, it's also something I'm always looking forward to, facing all the best players in the world. But yeah, I mean, the minimum goal was to qualify to the quarterfinals. And I think as soon as you hit those matches, you can't really expect anything. I mean, of course, it's great not to get knocked out immediately, but I didn't really have any plans or specific goals coming here.
Well, again, it was such a brilliant victory. I'm, in fact, getting peppered with some curiosities as to whether you'll partake in the Freestyle Friday that's happening in 50 minutes, or maybe a moment to breathe and relax.
Yeah, I think I will rather take a moment normally, but we'll see.
All right, well, let somebody else maybe take the top spot in Freestyle Friday. Final thing to you, as you did take this much-deserved finals victory, give you the opportunity to talk to any of your fans, anyone you'd like to thank along this journey to greatness.
Yeah, so of course, thanks to everyone who supported me. It was has been an incredible journey, being here, playing here, facing all the best players in the world, playing all the matches. Also, thank you for organizing this amazing event. It's really a pleasure playing here. I mean, as players, we are just free to do everything we want, and then we just fully focus on the game. We have a lot of freedom in that sense, which is really, very pleasant. And of course, a huge thanks to everyone who has been here with me. So yeah, this is important.
Well, once again, congratulations on a much-deserved victory here and overcoming so many greats on your way to the top spot. And thank you, as always, for joining us here to give us some of your insights. We look forward to seeing what you have on the chessboard as we look forward to Paris. With that, I'll let you go continue your celebrations. Thank you, Vincent.
Congratulations.
Jan-Henrik, we'll see you later as well for some celebrations, my friend. And back we return to bask in the glory of that man there and what he put on display on the chessboard. While there is still one game in play, it looks like it is Javokhir Sindarov trying to reason his way out of a lost or a losing position here against Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, this endgame going on, continuing. Magnus is the one trying to find the way forward, the way through Javokhir's defenses. I just want to point out one interesting moment where Magnus actually decided not to agree to the draw that would have banked him the match, would have secured him third place. It was just a couple of moments ago. This is the current position, Magnus in thought, but he jumped his rook forward, attacking the black queen, and Javokhir reacted by giving a check to the white king. Magnus stepping back. Javokhir gave another check, and here, moving his king forward would have pretty much forced a repetition of moves, Magnus. Javokhir has nothing better than continuing to check with his rook. If the black queen had jumped in, then Magnus could have simply walked up the board to safety, because watch out, as Tanya mentioned earlier, it's actually suddenly the black king that would be under heavy fire. This would have been winning for Magnus, so he would have pretty much clinched it. Instead, after this check, he dropped back, and after the white rook retreated, the black rook retreating, Magnus trying to find a way through. He could still force a draw, most likely, by bringing his rook back where he came from, but the world number one, once more, he's going to force us to keep going.
Man wants to play some chess.
Freestyle chess.
Freestyle chess.
Yeah, it's funny, right? He needs only a draw to wrap up the match, but he's always playing for the win. And we've seen him do that so many times, even in standard 5-1-8 positions, you know, where it's just about his love for the game. He feels he has a chance, he'll go on playing. That pawn has moved forward, so looking at further clamping down Black's king. If it steps one more square, you know, you're in this eternal danger of checkmates on that final rank as well. He's putting the pressure on. He doesn't want to just win this match. He wants to win it in style.
Yeah, he wants to end this week on a high. Maybe still frustrated, Magnus, that it's only third place he's fighting for. But I think most of us would have been very tempted by kind of securing the points, securing the money, securing the match victory. There we go, Magnus off. Hopefully to the confessional, or maybe just to the players' chill area.
Well, and let's not forget here, too, though, that Magnus picking up third place, as we heard just the other day on the broadcast, does mean that Arjun Erigaisi will be booked into that Paris Grand Slam as a result of being next on the rating boards.
Yeah, shout out to Arjun, who's definitely watching us right now with bated breath, hoping, cheering for Magnus. Maybe Arjun frustrated that Magnus didn't kind of clinch it there with the draw.
It would be awesome to see him on the circuit, right? Another very creative player, somebody who loves the chaos on the board, somebody who voluntarily goes into all these absolutely insane positions. And I think freestyle chess would be awesome to watch with a player like Arjun's brand of chess, and that will be in Paris. And right now, the big question is, will Sindarov be able to make it to Paris as his chances dim out?
And while Magnus is away from the board, Javokhir will rack his brain for any remaining resources that he has available to him. Both players working with less than 15 minutes on the clock, only 30 seconds to add per move. Don't think it's going to be a time trouble game per se, but even still, it's a difficult equation to solve, if anything, here for Javokhir Sindarov.
Yeah, he is a pawn down. We shouldn't forget in this endgame, his king is cornered. He's reaching.
You can see the indecision. He's gone to both sides of the board almost.
Yeah, you can tell he wants to move, but every player second guesses themselves when they're facing Magnus Carlsen. He eventually does bring his king out into the open.
A last-ditch effort.
Yeah, a last-ditch effort, but that king does not have too many hiding places. It wants to hide in front of some pawns. This looks like the beginning of the end for Sindarov.
Yeah, while Magnus returns to the table, we'll write down the notation of his opponent's most recent move and look for his own. I want to bring Daniel Nodirbek back in to get his concluding thoughts here on how things broke down in Weissenhaus.
And just a matter of pride for Magnus. You might ask, why doesn't he take that draw, that exit ramp that David showed earlier? And there was a famous case of this in the FIDE World Cup where Ivanchuk only needed a draw against Anish Giri. And to Anish's incredulity, and mine as well, Ivanchuk turned down a draw and proceeded to play for the win. The game did end in a draw. Also famously, in one of the first World Championship matches between Steinitz and Isidor Gunsberg, Steinitz only needed a draw in the final game, the 19th game. He made that draw, and when the players agreed to a draw, in the most 19th century thing ever, they actually agreed to finish the game for a small side bet. Steinitz won the game as well and won that side bet as well. As for this game, I can bet you a silver dollar and then some that Magnus will find the move h6 check, just forcing the king onto a mission that will result in its death. Then the queen might slide over to the side of the board. So I'm going to put this on the board, h6. And if the king takes the poison pawn, after queen h3, it is fire and brimstone, no matter where you go, such as right here. Look at this beautiful checkmate. You can choice of mates. Let's go to h6. And that is one of the many ways that this game will end in the victory for a Norwegian. Dash, back to you.
Thank you so very much, Daniel Nodirbek, for joining us all day with your incredible insights. We very much appreciate you. And right back into the player hall we go, just to watch these two as they work their way towards our final result of the tournament.
And that move would be the clincher. Magnus actually goes a different direction, maybe less direct. Maybe Black can cling on a few moves longer, but I think equally tempting. And it should not change the result here. Magnus is going for the kill against Sindarov's king. The Black king, if it steps back in the corner, that's just an admission of defeat. And Tanya stepping out into the open. That doesn't look too tempting either.
I think it just walks into checkmates. I mean, you've got the queen and the rook targeting the black king, so that's not even an option. The bigger question will be, if Sindarov does fall back with the king, will Magnus once again play for more? Does he want to get that 2-0 victory, or will he simply come back with the rook and invite the repetition? When I look at the world number one on the screen, it looks to me that it's going to be the former. He wants more. He's not getting ready to just shut this down just yet. He's looking for the killer blow.
Yeah, I love this camera, the eye tracker cam. We can see which part of the board he's looking at. He keeps glancing over, firstly to the clock just there, but also to his opponent's king. That is where he's honing in on, and he's trying to put those finishing touches on, trying to close a mating net around Sindarov's king.
I will point out, though, that this rook move that Magnus has just played, checking on the 7th rank, does open up Magnus's own king to checks by Sindarov's majors on the board. So if the king was to fall back, indeed, he'd have to also answer the question, do you have time to push one of the pawns, or do you have to come back to your own defense now that the black rook is ready to come in with some checks?
Yeah, that is the question that Magnus will most likely answer on the next move. And just again, for everyone at home, walking out with the black king will allow checks, as similar to the ones that Daniel was pointing out there. The white queen will start sliding across depending on where the black king goes. So it might be time to hang your head and say, okay, I'm going back where I came from. That idea didn't quite work. Magnus, I'm not sure exactly what he's got planned there.
Does Javokhir resign in this position?
No.
He plays on, you think?
Youngsters never resign. That's another thing I've learned. They only resign once it's like one move away from checkmate.
And they never let that checkmate play out either.
Never. They're just spoil sports. We want to show the fans the checkmates, but
reticence till the final moment.
Exactly. Where's the artistry in resigning, you know? Allow the checkmate on the board, allow the diagrams to be printed in all the magazines or the books. But no, he'll fight to the bitter end here, Sindarov. He knows a draw is the same as a loss. And I don't know, I would be tempted in Sindarov's position to just offer a cheeky draw, just to get a glimpse into Magnus's mindset, just to get that smile, that moment. But yeah, he knows this one is drifting away. He's down to 9 minutes against 12.
It's just hopeless, especially knowing that you need to win, and second, seeing how Magnus has denied the repetition so many times already, and the world #1 in this position, in this match situation, still once more up upon your own king. You don't have anything better than to drop back or to go get into a checkmating pattern. Yeah, the bitter end is going to be pretty bitter here for Sindarov.
Yeah, and I must say, I love Daniel's kind of historical precedence of these types of situations, you know, when the top players like to play on and when not to. For Magnus specifically, though, I think it is against the younger generation. He likes to hammer home the point. If this was an older opponent, they've played each other so many times, the psychology, the kind of dynamic between them will not change. He might just take the draw, take the money, go home. But against the young guys, he knows Sindarov's coming at him. He's coming up through the ranks. He wants to kind of plant this in Sindarov's head that Magnus is the boss. He is going to torture the young guys. And yeah, this is kind of a clear sign that Magnus wants to, I mean, that the ego shines through, even now.
How many times we've heard Magnus say in an interview, beat them while they're young. As many times as you can, you know, before it gets too tough. And this could be exactly what he's trying to do this time as well. You know, so close to that match victory, but just wants a 2-0 to take it home. As we see him on camera, is he waiting for a resignation there? This is over.
Well, yeah, perhaps. But as we've talked about kind of thematically all tournament long, well, is the young generation that will take the top spot with Vincent Keymer overcoming Fabiano. We had Hikaru overcoming the younger generation in his bout. So this, in essence, the tiebreaker between those three old versus a new generation matchups that we had. So perhaps he can tip the scales there in favor of the old guard once more.
Yeah, it's the 1990s crew, plus Hikaru Nakamura, who's in the late 80s, versus the kind of mid-2000s born generation. It's the battle that's going to be waging on. It already has been starting over the last few years, but it's going to be waging on for the next few.
Yeah, the youngsters that we've had in this tournament, David, all 20 or younger, right? Yeah. Vincent Keymer, Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Alireza might be the oldest out of this lot, and then you've got Gukesh, of course. Now, you know Magnus really, really well, you know, and this is not the fight that Magnus wanted. He wanted to fight on another table for another position. Do you think, despite, well, getting this match win, how does he feel about his play and performance at this first slam?
Yeah, I do know Magnus pretty well. I kind of see the body language. It's not at his most kind of excited, determined necessarily. At dinner the other night, he was actually, after he lost his first game to Vincent, he was like, oh, I still think I can come back tomorrow. I'm not playing that badly. But he knows that not badly and not at his best, there's still a distance between those two. So we will see Magnus come back and strike, and most likely he will kind of get into the final of one of these slams throughout the season. But it does feel like maybe this is just the beginning as he warms up throughout the year, gets to grips with this new format. It's new for him too, we should mention. He had a bit of say and kind of telling the organisers what he wanted the top players to see, what kind of he thinks the new future is for chess. But it's new for him too.
Yeah, and that, you know, you speak of Vincent, and it just reminds me again of that moment. And that's it. We've got a result.
There you have it. After a long think, Javokhir Sindarov realizes the inevitable and will resign the game to Magnus Carlsen.
And Magnus Carlsen finishes third in the first slam as the players go into the position. And I'm just thinking about the player who did knock him down into this fight for third, Vincent Keymer, the man of the moment. You know, he was the one who was picked on by Alireza in that quarterfinals bracket, and only to go on to prove him wrong. For Magnus, he lost that match to Vincent, but perhaps realizes that truly the best player at Weissenhaus was indeed Keymer. So it makes him feel just a little better about that loss.
Yeah, Magnus is a realist. He'll come in, he'll tell us, you know, Vincent deserved it. I think nobody can argue with that. Sometimes we see winners of tournaments where they rode their luck. Vincent rode zero luck. He just dominated games, whereas yeah, for Magnus, that semi-final was a difficult one. Here, nice to see, though, the last discussion of the final game of this slam.
Yeah, in this tournament, as they say, right, Vincent created his own luck. For Magnus Carlsen, maybe a sour note to be in the third place match, but he does come out on top. Of course, he was guaranteed on to Paris. Javokhir Sindarov, I mean, what a tournament he had. First overcoming this very guy right here in the round robin. Let's not take that away from him. And while he will fall short to the world #1 in the classical playoff or in the classical elimination rounds here, I think a tournament that he can be immensely proud of.
Yeah, simply the best tournament of his life, Sindarov. He still walks away with a healthy kind of prize there, and a decent chunk of tour points in 4th place. But this last game, yeah, it just proved to be one challenge too many. Sindarov will be back at some point. This is not the last we've heard of the Uzbek teenager.
Undoubtedly. I mean, he's the newest entrant to the Super Grandmaster Club, the 2700 plus rating. And Sindarov, what a performance he had. I mean, his whole story, how he even got to Weissenhaus. You know, it felt like that was not even going to be possible, but then finishing runners-up in the qualifiers, in the play-ins, and then being a last-minute replacement there for legend Vishy Anand, going on to dominate in round robin, taking down Magnus Carlsen on day 1 with a 4.5 out of 5 score, winning in the quarterfinals. Yes, he goes down to the world #1, but there is no shame in that. No. There is absolutely nothing to losing to Magnus. I think he's got so many reasons to be proud of his performance.
And what a great point about how he got here to begin with, right? The idea that we almost didn't have this storyline, that we didn't get to see the fight out of this young man. And in the end, Magnus, though, does come out on top in the top 3. Let's pull up that tournament bracket that we've been checking in on all week long to see how things broke down in the very end. Up at the top of your screens right there, that's the final table, and it's none other than Vincent Keymer with a 1.5 to half point win over Fabiano Caruana. Carlsen will get it done in the third place matchup, and so will Hikaru Nakamura. Our final results of the day, of course, is Firouzja finding that decisive victory that he needed today to overcome the world champion in Gukesh and lock up 7th.
You know, Jan was here earlier with Vincent Keymer, and he said a star is born in Weissenhaus. Shout out to Lady Gaga there. But I would say 2 stars are born here at Weissenhaus. So Vincent Keymer and Javokhir Sindarov, 2 players to watch out for at the Grand Slam circuit the entire year.
This is only the beginning too, David Howell. It's only the beginning.
I know. I'm excited. I must say, I didn't quite know what to expect at the beginning of this week. I thought, okay, it's a new concept, new format. Will the players take to it? Will they really commit and shine? And yeah, it's lived up to expectations. It's been fantastic. As Jan Henrik Buchner said, yeah, this is exciting. This is the future. This is the players.
Yeah, incredible chess, and what we were promised, right, with this format is bloody games. Bloody games. You know, yeah, exactly. We'll be able to reflect on a number of these games for weeks, months, maybe even years to come, with some of the brilliance that we saw, some of the decisiveness that we saw, some of the attacking chess, some of the defensive chess, the resilience out of Fabiano. I mean, everywhere you look, players were pushed to their absolute limit.
And to your point, you know, I think this has been something that we've seen in standard 5-1-8 in classical chess so many times. When it comes to the elite players, you don't get that bloodbath so many times. You have these positions ending in draws. Sometimes you've got the Berlin draw being played out in just 15 moves, you know. The fight that we want is somehow missed there. But in freestyle chess, there's just no way for that to happen. And I think it would be awesome to see how many decisive games we actually experienced this past week. It's definitely got to be more than 60%, I want to say.
Yeah, it's got
it's got to be more than that.
I would say maybe even more than 70%.
Yeah.
somewhere in 70 to 80s probably.
And there were no quick draws, no board draws. Often in traditional chess, we do see very balanced games from start to finish.
Yeah.
Here, even the draws were topsy-turvy with chances, mutual chances for both sides.
With so many decisive games, I better see a decisive vote here from the viewers in chat. Yeah, we're going to ask the question, but I feel like it's more of a formality than anything. Who was your player of the day? Exclamation point followed by the name of the player. And I swear, if we don't see the person that we all believe it should be, we're going to have a chat with chat.
I think that's still going to be an easy one for chat one more time. I mean, it's the player of the day, player of the tournament, the most valued player. And, you know, you said it earlier. He's got his cross on his back. He's going to be the big target going forward with 25 tour points. But let's see what chat says. We might be in for a surprise. But I'm going to say I have a feeling this one's easy for our community to pick out. It's got to be the man at the moment.
Yeah, this is not a complex chess position with 16 hanging pieces and a whole calculation of how we need to trade pieces in the move order. There's a right answer here, and we need to find it. I'm telling you there's a right answer, and as we know, chess players being told there's a right answer at the highest level can generally find it, so I believe in y'all too.
We're just testing if our chat's still awake. Because, yeah, this is a forced move. There's only one move in the position, one legal move, and, yeah, Vincent Keymer, what a player. We will confirm that very shortly.
Yeah, we will we'll collect the votes, and we'll let you know soon enough. And while we do collect those votes, I'm just going to get both of you working in your brains on what might be that move of the day. We'll first reveal the player before we dive into that move of the day. I'm just prepping you, giving you time, because we've seen so much across all of the boards today to end up in no tiebreaker situations, by the way, as well. Back to the point about bloodiness, decisiveness, there wasn't anyone who managed to extend at all.
Yeah, and we must say this was actually the quickest day out of all of them. This is the earliest finish, I think, partly because the players were so determined to go at each other, throw all their energy in. But yeah, a surprise. I thought we'd be here all night. I thought we'd be seeing at least 2 or 3 tie breaks, but no, it was the players in the lead who, cashed in.
The votes are in.
Oof.
Let's see them. Your player of the day.
Drum rolls.
It's one Vincent Keymer, the top dog here at Weissenhaus. He took down Alireza Firouzja, the 1 seed, as the 8 seed, then went through the world number 1 and then the world number 2 in the end, Fabiano Caruana, to take that top spot, $200,000, 25 circuit points. No more deserving man than him.
Yeah, he completes that underdog story, finishes the fairy tale that Vincent Keymer started with, and you called it the forced legal move for our community. The only pick they had, and it turns out, I think I have to say, also the best move in the position.
Yeah, the best move in the position. He was the MVP. Well deserved, of course.
All right, well, when it comes to the move of the day, we're bringing our resident faraway expert back in, Daniel Naroditsky. From afar, you've had the time to narrow it down to one specific move, my friend. I'm putting the question to you. Who takes it?
Well, I did manage to narrow it down to just one move. That was a good one, Dash. And it would be a crime to choose anyone but Vincent Keymer. Unfortunately, each day of chess has supplied plenty of brilliant moves from the hometown hero. None more brilliant than the move that essentially won him the game and won him the tournament. It's his 8th move against Fabiano Caruana from today's game. Fabiano, he sacrificed a pawn in order to strike in the center with e4. Now, the tempting move would be f takes e4. That would enable Fabiano to drop his knight into e3. Does Vincent take on g2? No. He counter-strikes with the incredible g5, a move he found in just a couple of moments. And the idea is no less brilliant than the move itself. If Fabiano plays f takes g5, the pawn slides forward to f4, the dead c parts, and queen takes f4, runs into knight takes g2. That knight, now it's been waiting there since the 5th move, and finally it'll have its moment in the sun. So instead, Fabiano, he took on f5 with the knight. That led to a mass trade. And after queen takes f4, Vincent emerged with an extra pawn, excellent winning chances, and he simplified the game, made the draw confidently, and won the tournament. Dash, back to you. I don't know. if you heard all of that.
Thank you so much, Daniel. It was a brilliant move. And in fact, I had my eyes on David as well when I challenged him perhaps to come up with the move of the day. And like minds, great minds think alike, both of you had narrowed in on the same exact one. So love to see that fight out of Vincent Keymer. We would be remiss, though, to shut the studio down at the conclusion of this event without getting a word from Magnus Carlsen. Magnus, thank you so much for joining us in the studio. Congratulations on your third place finish today. While I understand it may not have been, the ultimate goal, still targeting for that top spot, as I very much know that freestyle chess was in part a brainchild of yours and something that you cared very much about getting off the ground. We're staring down the end of the first event of 5 in this year, 2025, and how do you reflect?
As you said, I don't go into tournaments hoping for third place, but it's a nice consolation prize. It means that I'm qualified for the next tournament, and honestly, if you judge by the quality of the play in the classical portion, I think Vincent was the best. He beat myself, Alireza, and Fabiano, which is unbelievably impressive. It's almost as tough a road as you can imagine to victory. I managed to win a few games, which always pleases me, and I feel like generally my game is in a fairly good state at the moment. So I'm quite happy.
Magnus, one of the qualities about you that I have always admired is that how, when it comes to challenges, it's always inspired you and motivated you. And finishing third here, going into that Paris Slam, are you more sort of ready to take that on and once again perhaps show who's boss? Yeah, no,
I'm not going to win every tournament, of course. So it's good to actually end up third when I don't win, and to win this match to secure qualification for the next one. Obviously, I'm eager to strike back, but most of all, I'm happy that I'm learning, and that I feel that I'm my game is in a decent state. So with that, I should have every chance of doing well in Paris.
What have you learned here? What do you think was the missing factor for you at Weissenhaus?
It's very hard to say. I think maybe the position that I was most confused about was yesterday. But in the end, that didn't matter. But I think a lot of us yesterday just had no clue what was going on, and it was weird to see all of these really good players just making positional mistakes, essentially, because it's too complicated. Obviously, the match against Vincent could have been different for a couple of points, but I was put under pressure from the start in my black game. I had some chances to come back, but then I wasn't really trying to be safe all the time either. So I was trying to keep the tension, and then I lost fair and square in time scramble. As I said, I don't think there's that much to say that I did particularly right or wrong. I think I played okay, and I ran into to somebody who played well, and I missed a couple of critical points. That's more or less it. That can happen, but there's nothing that's happened here that suggests to me that I'm not going to be a top contender next time as well. If I was playing really badly, I'd be more worried. But now I feel like it's actually quite all right.
Some wildly exciting chess across the whole week. Amazing competitors, and a big piece of putting that entire puzzle together. We are welcoming Jason Fiedler, partner to Harley, Left Lane Capital, who we met just yesterday. I don't know if you just stepped off a plane like he did yesterday and into the fray, my friend, but as you've arrived and the chess action heated up, I just want to get your initial reactions to freestyle chess coming to life.
It's been Amazing. Yeah, I just got off the flight, got to stay here last night. This Weissenhaus estate is incredible, and it just feeds right into the elevated production value here is. You guys are doing such an incredible job, and it was amazing first to walk in. I got to see Magnus deep in thought, and you can hear a pin drop in there, but there's so much energy, pent up energy. And then it's amazing, I think, to come out and hear you guys. I mean, it's the value. It's a very different experience being in there versus being live, watching it online. And so we got down to the boathouse. We were watching it out there, and it was just it's very great.
Well, thank you. That's a very kind compliment. As we talked to Harley yesterday, this is not your first foray into the sports world, of course. I heard from him, but I would be remiss not to ask you as well, personally, chess and why it is that you guys wanted to get involved into this of all sports.
We're seeing it's an exciting time for sport in general. I think over the past decades, it's been just kind of accepted, the sports that are popular and the sports, how we play them. There's 9 innings in baseball, or there's 90 minutes in a football match. And I think people are now starting to question that and prioritize viewer entertainment and player entertainment and then player values. And so what excited me here is what we've seen in some other sports where you're really thinking about the production value, the entertainment value. You're creating more entertainment, and you're also giving players what the modern players, the best of the best, what they want. And I think the sport deserves to be elevated. It's a universal game across every country, across every income, and meeting Magnus and we got to meet in Tennessee. We played some golf, and I got to hear just his passion around the current state of it and what he wanted, and it just felt like it deserved to happen. And it's been a privilege to be able to enable the amazing work. I've got the easy job here, so thank you all for everything you're doing.
Talk to me then what it's like to have somebody like Magnus, on the project, right? I think, you can identify things from afar, exactly what you talked about, but I think that buy-in from the players is super important. And so this partnership, while in its infancy still, I'm sure, and lots more to come,
It's incredibly authentic to him, which is what I've been attracted to the whole time. It's not primarily at all a monetary thing for him. It's a commitment to what he believes is right for the game, and that's what I have a tremendous amount of respect for. The focus and passion with which he talks about why he's prioritizing exactly this, to me is really exciting. And so, and I think he has that vision. And it's not easy to do that. There's not many there's been lots of the greatest athletes in a lot of sports, but to pick up from your seat and to advocate for something new, I think it takes a lot, and I think it speaks a tremendous amount, not just who Magnus is as a chess player, but who he is as an individual, and that's been the most fun part about getting to work together so far.
And Magnus, you just got a moment, and the first thing you did was you're checking your game right after that as we're having these amazing discussions. What's going on in your mind, and what is it that caught your attention in these final moments?
No. So the thing is that he resigned, and I didn't really understand completely why, because, well, I think it's quite clear that there are no significant winning chances for Black, and I think part of it was just not wanting to sit there. But during the game, I couldn't see a clear knockout, so I was I was just really curious because it's a fascinating position. I think the only try for him is to go up with the king. Like if he goes back with the king, then I just shut his king out of the game, like h6, and that's game over. So yeah, he fun. So he would go up with the king. I start checking him, like queen f3, king g5, queen g3, king h6. Queen g7. There was a draw there with rook h6 in the rook h7 in the worst case. But then he starts walking. Queen H,
you calculated all of this.
Yeah, I calculated this. Queen G7, Queen G7, and then King, I don't know, King H5 maybe. The thing is, like, I thought, like, I'm not in danger. Like, there is at least perpetual or some kind of winning endgame. But it was annoying me that I wasn't finding mates. And I still cannot completely
He's still trying to figure it out.
It's only like a 10-move variation to find it.
You don't want to turn on the engine.
But I mean, generally in this sort of situations, especially when I don't have to win the game, you calculate up to a certain point and you see that it's absolutely safe. For instance, here I can give perpetual check because the black king can never cross to the f-file, because then I'm going to capture the I'm going to capture the rook. So like you calculate until you're safe. But it was annoying me that I couldn't find mate, and I still cannot find mate. But I still have some faith that if we'd play the game. But I think it speaks to, I don't know how it is for the others, but this is the second game where I've actually refused draws in games where I only needed a draw. And the thing is, I feel that when we're playing in this format, every game is sort of an event in itself, since it's a completely new position. So it feels more natural just to play it out, because, you know, we are entertainers, and it's also supposed to be fun to play. That's why we have this this format. So I'm just trying to be a good example there, and yeah, it's just fun to play.
I mean, on that note, Magnus, have you had as much fun as you hoped, as you expected this week?
Yeah, I mean, it's more fun to win than to be third, but apart from that, it feels incredibly interesting and rewarding to play these longer games, and just to go into every single game not knowing what is going to happen, but that you're going to create something new.
Well, to that end, we have 4 more events ahead of us, so it's good to hear that some fun is being had across the board. I think the point about playing games out is interesting because it does feel so much like the new frontier, right? In one of the promo videos, we said the revolution of chess starts now, and I think to your point, there does feel like there's so much uncertainty around this game, aside from intuition. And so there's still so much learning to be had. I'm curious for you if you take any specific learnings from this event going towards Paris.
I think the main learning I take away is that every time you feel like you know a little bit about this game, that you feel like you can recognize some patterns, you feel like there are a couple of rules that you can follow, then exceptions arise and you can just throw it out the window. That's the main takeaway, that it's really, really fascinating but super difficult, and this is not going to take, I feel like there is a learning curve for sure, but it's not going to take 3 events to master this.
Well, an exhaustive 8 days, no doubt, for you. Congratulations again on the 3rd place finish. Thank you for taking the time to speak with us here. I do want to let you go. Jason as well, thank you so much for being such a massive pillar of support in this new endeavor. We can't thank you enough as well. Please go enjoy everything this resort has to offer. And as they step away, we will return to the man of the hour, Vincent Keymer, getting one more word from him as he spoke to Take just a bit ago. They're loading the video up, so I promised it before I could deliver it, but we'll get there in just a moment. I think it's so fabulous, though, to hear even what Jason said about the way that Magnus talks about the game, right? The energizing way in which he talks about the game, that you can get so many people behind a new endeavor.
And I think Magnus has been pretty vocal about how strongly he feels about freestyle chess, Fischer Random, Chess 960, and especially bringing in the classical time format to it, understanding how important it is for the players to have those extra minutes to work it out, and how he finds this the absolute pure form of chess being played. I will say, while Jason was talking all about that, the instant Magnus had a chance, he was doing a deep dive into his own game. He never switched on the engine. He never really tried to get, Mr. Fish's help to figure out those mating patterns. And that was really interesting to watch. He's just gotten out of that chessboard, but the chessboard is still in his mind.
Yeah, and Magnus, he really cares about his fellow players. He really wants to look out for them. We see Vincent Keymer there. Magnus wants to inspire the younger generation, help bring them through. Of course, he wants to win while he can, Magnus, but yeah, a great spokesperson for chess.
A brilliant spokesperson for chess. And I asked him whether or not he learned anything about freestyle going into the next event. I'm curious for the two of you, if you've learned anything, either of you feeling the urge to jump into that Freestyle Friday anytime soon?
I completely am. I can't wait to get in. It's funny because and as Magnus said earlier, you need more than a few tournaments to really understand the concepts and all these ideas. But I think I was able to pick up a few themes, which kept recurring in the starting position: undefended pawns, knight behind the pawns, activate your queen and your rook, your majors if they're at the corners of the board, open up the diagonals of the bishop. But I just love the beauty of the game and how every single pattern was something that I've never seen. And I've been playing chess for more than 20 years now. And yet all these ideas that appeared, pieces randomly placed, how much they changed the position. It was fantastic, David.
Okay, David, before I come to you, I'm going back across the Atlantic over to Daniel Naroditsky. A final word from you, my friend, as we start to close things down here in Weissenhaus.
Indeed, and I'll try to keep this short, and I'll try to keep this non-emotional, because I do have some news to share, which I know is probably going to make people a little bit sad. It's definitely making me sad, but it is what I need to do to keep myself going. First and foremost, I just wanted to say how much of an honor it's been to participate in this production. It wasn't always easy, and I didn't always see eye to eye with the organization and with Jan Henrik. But as I said at the start of the show, the hallmark of a good chess player is not someone who doesn't make mistakes. We all make mistakes. It's someone who's able to analyze the game and sit across the board and correct those mistakes, discuss them. And that's exactly the qualities that I saw from the freestyle team. They heard me out. We found common ground. And I think that that is indeed one of the most important qualities of a successful organization. So it has been such a privilege, whether in person or in Charlotte, to participate in this first of many, many successful productions. But now I get to a bit of sadder news. I was going to do this after the World Championship ended in November, but I couldn't pass up the opportunity to play my part, even a very small part, in this tournament. But over the last couple of months, it has occurred to me that I've kind of run myself into the ground with commentary. I've been commentating for 4+ years. I bring my A++ game to every show, and I promised myself I wouldn't get emotional. I'll try my best. But unfortunately, this has come as I'm close to 30 at the cost of my mental health and at the cost of my physical health. I've worked really, really, really hard. And as of today, I wanted to sort of announce kind of my soft retirement from commentary duties that are intense. This is not to say I won't participate in some capacity a couple of times a year in some of the most important shows. It would be my honor to participate in subsequent freestyle productions, but I just wanted to let people know that I need to prioritize myself. I need to take care of myself and love myself as much as I like a fianchetto dark squared bishop. So I'll obviously be talking more about this subsequently, but I do need to take some time, reprioritize, and just get some rest, because commentary is my passion. It is my love. And the chess community is what allows me to do what what my calling is. But just wanted to put that out there and congratulate once again the players, because the spotlight should be on them. Thank you, folks.
And thank you, Daniel. Nothing but love coming from us, my friend. Health and wellness paramount to everything else. I know that I'm not the best representation of the chess world, but from where I stand and when I got reintroduced to the game, you are a shining light within it. So thank you for the role that you've played. We still look forward to every opportunity that we have to get to work alongside you and celebrate your chess brilliance. Please take care of yourself. We'll see you soon, my friend.
I just want to say to Daniel that you are, I think, not just for me, but one of my favorite, one of the best commentators in the world, and working with you has been an absolute pleasure in whatever tournaments we have. I know sometimes, Daniel, I missed out on those amazing puns. I'm still getting used to all the Western references, and I wasn't the best at it, but I'm still learning as well. And from you, just the knowledge you have of the game, the way you communicate your ideas, how you're able to break down the most complex positions in the most simplified manner has truly been spectacular to watch. And I don't think I can persuade you in any way to change your decision, but whatever lies ahead for you, Daniel, I'm rooting for you.
Yeah, and likewise, Daniel, I mean, you're one of my favorite people, you know that, as well as co-commentators. It's been a pleasure working alongside you. I'm going to be tuning in to your games, to anything you do in future, and hopefully it's not the last time.
And Daniel said he's going to try not to get emotional. I'm going to try not to get emotional, my friend. Like we said before, please, your presence is still going to be felt and ripple through the chess world. I am certain of that. We'll let you go. Thank you again for everything you've given us, and we can't wait till the next time we see you.
Thank you so much.
Well, cheers. On that note, my friends, I think, nothing left to do but to reflect. We're in a reflective state now. Let's reflect on the 8 days that we just saw play out in front of us. A mission statement to bring the best players from around the world, different walks of life, different stages of their career, and give them the space to interact in high-level competition and in a format of chess that so much rewards and encourages ingenuity, creativity, and intuition. I don't know if we could have asked for better in a lot of ways in terms of how the tournament ultimately broke down and the winner that we ultimately arrived to.
It's a script you could not have written. What a week we've had here in Weissenhaus, and the whole journey along the way. Coming into it, we were talking about who the favorites are, and I think there was one name that was a standout again. Whichever tournament Magnus plays, is it a fight for second place, and how will he assert his domination? Who will be his challenger in the finals? And none of that happened. Just the storylines that we saw emerge here when we speak about the battle of generations, when it's youth versus experience. And I will say, I was here at Weissenhaus last year, and experience prevailed. You had Magnus finish first, Fabi second, Levon Aronian finished third. And today, we see a complete switch around. We're talking about Javokhir Sindarov. We're talking about the 20-year-old Vincent Keymer having the tournament of his career, a real breakout moment for the German star here. And look at the players he's taken down on that path. Alireza Firouzja, Magnus Carlsen, Fabiano Caruana. I can't think of a single person who would have expected this finish. It's like this blockbuster movie, and somewhere along the path you still feel you know the ending, but it's nothing like what you expected at the end. The final plot twist is what takes it away.
Yeah, twists. I'm sure there'll be a few ahead this season on the Grand Slam, that's for sure. Just judging by this week, it's been fantastic. But I mean, I can only imagine how the players are feeling. Dash, it's been crazy.
It's been the pleasure of a lifetime, I have to say, to be here. I promised everybody at home just a moment ago that we'd get one more word from Vincent as he stepped away to talk to Take just a bit ago. Don't worry, I didn't forget my promise, and I'll fulfill it now. Have a look.
I'm here with the winner of this first Grand Slam event here in Weissenhaus, Vincent Keymer. Vincent, congratulations. Is this the biggest triumph of your career so far?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, it has been clearly the strongest tournament I ever won, and also, yes, so many world-class players, and being able to win this event is certainly very special.
And what a way to win it. You played a near-perfect game against Fabiano today. It was a draw in the end, but how did you manage to do it, to stay so calm until the end and play near-perfect today?
Yeah, I think the kind of good thing for me was that the critical phase was only a few moves long. So as soon as I had found the few important moves, the position kind of played itself. And yeah, I think the kind of one of the most important moments was immediately the starting position, because for me it wasn't obvious at all how to deal with the situation, basically, how to develop the pieces and so on. And yeah, that I took my time there and kind of managed to stay calm, even though I was aware that, of course, being lower on time is always a risk. But yeah, I think that was very important. And then, yeah, it seems to have been a quite good game.
What went through your mind when you shook hands? You knew you were the winner, and shortly after Peter Leko came into the hall to congratulate you. What were your thoughts, your emotions?
Yeah, I don't think it had really settled in yet. This will take some time. I also remember this from both Grenke and my silver medal at the World Rapid Championship, that this will take a little while. But yeah, already during the game when I played knight g6 and I could see he was thinking for, 20, 25 minutes, and also his body language didn't show that he was happy with anything. And also it was from simply the moment that either he shows something now or basically his winning chances are kind of gone, that I was aware that the only way I can lose is if I mess up incredibly badly myself. And this is, of course, a very nice feeling, only needing a draw for the match win. So, yeah.
You came here straight from Wijk aan Zee, which was not the result you had hoped for, but you won that marathon game in the last round against Prague. Do you think that kind of set the tone and put you in the right mood for Weissenhaus?
I think that's hard to say, but certainly winning the last game of a tournament always gives you a boost. Wijk is a very tough tournament, both because it's very long and the players are very strong. So it takes a lot of energy, and then of course I barely had any break before coming here. So leaving Wijk with good emotions and a good feeling is certainly very important.
Your run here in the knockout was just incredible. After the knockout, you were the first player to be picked by Alireza. You beat him, then you beat Magnus, then you beat Fabi. What do you think makes you such a good freestyle player, and do you think you're one of the best now in this format?
I think it's hard to say, but from what I could see, my main strength has been the first few moves. Usually my intuition in terms of where the weaknesses are, where to put the pieces and so on have been quite right, which often gave me very at least pleasant or easy to play position, which of course also is incredibly important. One thing is what you see on the engine bar, but also how difficult it is to find those best moves really matter in a practical game.
Now this tournament is over, as you said, it's still gonna settle in. You played in Wijk before. What's next for you?
Yeah, I think I'll play the Chess.com online event, and afterwards I will play the event in Prague, so there's not much break.
Never much break in the chess world. I have a final question. There are 4 more events, or at least 4 more events coming up in this Grand Slam tour. Is there one that you're particularly looking forward to?
I think it would be great if I could play the final. I'm not exactly sure whether this one will already be enough to qualify there, but it's certainly something that I would really look forward to being part of the final of this tour.
Vincent, thank you so much for your time. Massive congratulations once again. What a fantastic achievement.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam here in Weissenhaus 2025. Lovely to hear once again from Vincent Keymer. Again, probably riding on cloud 9 right now, peak of his career. I'm still waiting to see that moment of complete realization from him, right? It almost feels like still he might be in the haze of the victory a little bit.
You know what chess needs? It needs someone who's going to come out of a tournament hall, having just won the tournament, who's going to get the champagne, who's going to be spraying it, who's going to be partying, cigars come out. But no, I'm so happy for Vincent. He's such a cool customer. It's crazy, Tanya. He said he's just going to take a day and a half off, then it's back in chess mood, back in the zone. It's crazy.
It is, right? But I think the chess fans are going to love it. And he's earned so many of them this past week. And I completely agree with you. We've been calling freestyle chess the Formula One of the chess world. We need one of those celebrations, Bring that champagne out. And this stream has been so much about our community and our chat, right, James? I think we are waiting for that big moment when the prize giving, the trophy giving happens, and perhaps the champagne does come out. I say we open up our chat to questions.
Okay.
About freestyle chess. and, you know, make this a real chill stream. One-time offer. You've got David, you've got James. I'll be here as well. If you've got any questions, I've got my laptop in front of me.
Rare AMA offer. Okay,
AMA.
Tanya, bold. But let's see, chat. What do you have for us? Fire away.
Ask us anything while I'm waiting for the questions to come in. My laptop with me.
We'll wait for those to fly in, but I think you're exactly right. An amazing finish, an amazing champion such as Vincent Keymer does deserve an amazing celebration to boot. So going to make sure that we celebrate in good order and in the right way when we award that first champion of our 5-stop year-long tour.
And I'm going to jump in with the first question.
Oh, okay.
It's been your first tournament calling the shots in chess, in the chess world. What's the highlight for you? We haven't scared you away?
No, definitely haven't scared me away, my friend. I have never been so happy, in a way, in a sense, to be thrown into the deep end. I mean, it's very much what I wanted in this regard. I've said it to people here when I was approached about this event and pitched on the idea at its core for freestyle chess. In a lot of ways, and very selfishly perhaps, I felt like I was being pitched a broadcast that I would want to watch, that I would, you know, clamor to get to see. And so then the idea that I could be a part of it, no less, I would be a fool, an absolute fool to have turned it down. A blunder it would have been in my career, let's say, to have sidestepped that one.
James, I just want to say it's been awesome working with you. This is your first chess tournament, and to me, it felt like you've been doing this for so many years. You know, it was such a great experience for all of us, and I would love to see you back in the chess scene whenever there's a possibility, because this has been a lot of fun, and we're getting some fun questions from
Let
chat.
me just respond real quick. I am made to look great by the great people around me.
Oh,
Okay,
stop.
so let's not kid ourselves
Valentine's
who the
Day,
heavy hitters are
it's
here.
love everywhere.
True. True. All right, fire away. What we got from chat?
So the first one that catches my attention, will there be any female players in the upcoming event? I'd say I'd love to see that happen. You know, whether they're part of as we see it, maybe more players, or perhaps a separate freestyle chess women event, and giving you know, the top talents a platform to sort of test their chess skill with the very best in the world.
Yeah, I mean, the likes of Hu Yifan would be a worthy wild card. For example, the world champion Zhu Wenjun. I would love to see us coax Judith Polgar out of retirement.
We had this conversation at dinner table. David, not happy news for you. I think, yeah, Judith was, you know, it was, I think 2014 was the Chess Olympiad which was her last tournament, where she played as the top board, I want to say, for Hungary. Or both two, one of the two. But yeah, the only female player in the history of the game who's been in the world top 10. Would be awesome to see her back, but it's going to require a lot of persuasion.
Yeah, I'm sure if we put it to the masses, it would be an easy vote. I do have to remind everyone that if Judah was to play, you would lose her on that pro commentary stream, which has been rocking all week.
We don't
Again, as I said, I think I know the way the vote would go, but it is just another reminder of everything that this event has put forward. It's not just our stream, right? It's the pro stream as well. It's all the influencers and content creators here too to celebrate top tier chess.
Question 2, and I think the best person to answer that or have insight would be David. How do you think Magnus will celebrate?
I'm not sure he will. 3rd place. I was actually supposed to hang out with him in the sauna at some point, but the sauna does close very shortly, so I'm not sure he'll be celebrating that way.
Maybe for the final evening, they'll keep it open all night long. Who knows?
Oh, that would be the dream. I think he's going to save the celebrations, Tanya, until later this year, until later in the Grand Slam season. Exactly. Then, who knows?
He did say that, right, James, where finishing 3rd, he's looking forward to that next tournament to once again assert his domination and try and do that.
I mean, he couldn't even rip himself away from the laptop when it came to analyzing his own game. So, yeah, I'm sure we'll see more analysis happen between the players tonight at the party.
That's guaranteed. Maybe he'll celebrate by late joining Freestyle Friday. Play more chess. He's done that before.
Yeah. I mean, didn't he, on his day of his wedding
night,
go on to play a blitz match a couple of hours later?
Against our colleague Daniel Naroditsky, I believe. Yeah, I was actually with him. We went to a bar after the wedding, and next thing I know, we all go home. I log onto Chess.com, and he's busy playing.
Ready for the next one?
Let's go. Fire away.
Which player played in the most impressive way? question for a grandmaster, our resident one, is David Howell. Who impressed you the most
this week?
Yes.
I mean, I sound like a broken record. I'm going to say Vincent Keymer. I will say that I was very impressed actually by Hikaru, despite the fact that Hikaru couldn't finish a couple of games in the quarterfinals. He wasn't quite able to get things done against Sindarov, but we could have been talking about Hikaru making a big impression on this event if in those tie breaks he'd been able to convert his advantages. Of course, Magnus and Fabiano, very consistent players, but I'll signal those two. There are a couple of players I thought maybe didn't bring their best chess, but more about that later.
Anything else?
How about you, Tanya? I want to know yours.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, this has to be an easy pick, right? It has to be Vincent, and it has to be Javokhir Sindarov as well for me. I will say, though, one thing. I wish Gukesh had gone further in the tournament. I was really excited to see him as our world champion, you know, from India. He's just the chess that he's had in the past few months as well. So that I wish had gone a different way, but it was so awesome to see. It always is, right, to have a new switch up of who's going to win. And I think I wasn't expecting it to be Vincent, but he showed one by one with his win against Alireza that I'm a real contender and went down the path with the finishing touches when required. Just incredible stuff. It's got to be Vincent, you know, as the MVP, not of the day, but of the tournament.
Of the whole tournament. All right, one or two more.
All right, I'm trying to look for one.
Yeah, try and find a good one.
And okay.
Question for that. Oh, sorry. No, go on.
Go for it. I was going to ask, what's the most surprising thing you learned about chess or chess players this past 8 days?
I mean, the most surprising thing? I think actually, again, I'm just going to quote Levon, because I think it's something that from the outside I would never glean by watching, you know, a world's top 10 player or something like that. The idea of finding the critical moment and then, you know, consequently finding the critical move, but more his commentary about how he feels that's really not a skill that anyone has mastered, that's something that you will spend your lifetime as a top GM still trying to wrestle through those moments. Do I understand this critical moment? Is it even the right one? Does my intuition lead me in the right direction, or am I following it off a cliff? And I think, you know, to a degree, I don't know exactly at my level, you know, how that becomes internalized, but I think it's such a surprise because you do so often see these guys as infallible, right? From the perspective that I have on the rating ladder. And so just the kind of the humble approach that it requires from somebody with that level of understanding to still admit, in the end, we know nothing almost, you know?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, these top guys, I still see them as infallible.
Yes.
Despite the fact that I've seen them make a few mistakes in their time, but yeah, that's a nice insight there.
I've got one question, and I'm kind of debating if I should put that out or not because it's a bit controversial.
Do it.
I'll do it.
Freestyle. Let's freestyle ourselves.
All right. So this one is, do you think this is the end of the Magnus dominance?
Oh, shaking up the chess swap.
No. I mean, my gut says no. And I mean, I guess the question, I'm going to like answer the question with a question more so. I think it depends on what you consider to be the end of dominance. Or rather, is the question more about, is Magnus, you know, at what point does Magnus no longer become, is he no longer the GOAT, right? Those are two different conversations, I think, to a degree, right? His current dominance, the expectation that he will dominate every field of players that he's in, maybe. Now the answer is maybe. When it comes to the conversation of when would anyone, you know, talk about the legend of Magnus being superseded by another young great climbing the ranks, I think we are so far away from that conversation. In sports, I think you need a lot of time to understand and have that point of reflection.
I'm going to add to that and say I think Magnus, with everything that he's done in his career, has got nothing to prove to anyone anymore. I mean, the guy has been at the top as world #1 for more than a decade. You know, his world #1 ranking hasn't been challenged. And David, you will add to this because once again, you know him best. But, you know, in every sport, you've got greats, you've got world champions, and then you have those who reach legendary status. You've got the GOATs of the game who not only push their own limits, their own boundaries, but pretty much push the limits and boundaries of the sport itself. And Magnus Carlsen has been one such athlete. I think he's been a generational athlete. And as a chess player myself, I feel we're so lucky to be at a time to have witnessed that greatness. So it doesn't matter if he's perhaps not the world champion anymore. He's still the world #1. He's still out there doing and playing the kind of chess that he enjoys now. And to just watch that and to have seen his story evolve and what he's done for chess as a game on the board, but even off the board, has been incredible.
Yeah, I mean, almost 15 years of uninterrupted kind of top spot in the rankings is pretty impressive. I'm going to say that Magnus is still a big favorite to win the tour, the Grand Slam this season. I think statistically it's impossible to win every single event, kind of to start on a high and to not be challenged at all. I'm also going to throw out a question. Do you think we'll ever see anyone dominate the world rankings like this? Because everyone's become so good. The general level has increased enormously. Yes, Gukesh is world champion, but he's got Prag, he's got Abdusattorov, he's got Firouzja. All of them are going to be fighting out for the next few years.
How many years was it for Gary? Close to 2 decades or more?
Yeah. Also, around 20 years probably.
And when we have this GOAT discussion in chess, it's usually between these two players. Yeah. So, in the future, will anyone do it? I don't know, David. I think, again, when it comes to legendary status, longevity is such a big factor in that. And it's not just about winning one world championship. I mean, Magnus, one of those few players who also had the triple crown, right? World Blitz champion, World Rapid champion, World Classical champion, showing that he's truly the best player in the world. I would love to see that happen. I don't know who it's going to be. We'll see, but right now it's hard to say.
Magnus might still be most people's top pick to be the eventual winner of the entire tour, but tonight we celebrate the winner here of the Weissenhaus Grand Slam Freestyle Chess 2025. We are going to step away for a bit because we want to celebrate in the right fashion, so they're hard at work inside trying to make sure that we can celebrate Vincent Keymer in the way that he deserves. As we step away, it will be for about 30 to 35 minutes, returning at 5:50 local time for the ceremony, awarding Vincent Keymer his much-deserved victory at 6 p.m. We hope to see you there.
The revolution of professional chess starts now. 10 world-class players, 5 unique destinations, 1 gripping and innovative format, changing chess forever. Welcome to the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour. Bringing a unique chess experience to iconic places around the world, only the world's best players will take on the Freestyle Challenge. During the 2025 season, players are awarded points based on their placement in each Grand Slam tournament. Over the course of the season, each player's points from all the tournaments are added together. And after the last Grand Slam, the player with the most points will be crowned Freestyle Chess Champion.
It really is combat from move 1. This is so much better than classical tournaments.
All events in the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour will be played in the format of Chess 960. Each Grand Slam starts with a round-robin phase. All participants face off against one another in rapid chess. The 2 last-place players in the round-robin stage are eliminated, but will play for 9th place in a playoff match. The remaining 8 advance to the quarterfinals. From here on, the games will be played with classical time controls. Each matchup will be a best-of-2 game over 2 days, and in the case of a draw, 2 rapid games will be played. If there's still a draw, 2 blitz games will follow. And if the winner is still undecided, a final Armageddon match will be played. From the 7th to the 14th of February, the first Grand Slam of 2025 will take place in the luxurious Weissenhaus Resort on the Baltic coast in Germany. As it is the first Grand Slam of the year, all Grandmasters are eager to make their mark, with the top spot there for the taking. After 8 intense days of play, only one competitor will become the 2025 Weissenhaus Grand Slam champion, taking home 25 points and $200,000 in prize money. Let the revolution begin.
Honestly, this is a dream come true. The first tournament here was fantastic and something new, and to do this again and for it to be part of a worldwide tour this year, it's what I wanted. It's how I feel that classical chess should be played, and I'm very excited to get going. I think that the way classical chess has been played in the past and the way that it's played now, it's certainly very interesting at times, but I think it also has its limitations. And I think the way we're playing it now is, taking all the best from classical chess and also sort of removing the part that sometimes make the games less interesting. I feel like here we're essentially entering, in a lot of starting positions, we're essentially entering the middle game from the very first move, and I find that really exciting. I think many of the skills are similar. I think what we've found is that, we don't have enough experience in freestyle yet, so that a lot of people, they take their styles from classical and sort of bring them into, they search for a lot of the same types of setups, players who like more solid structures, they go for them. Players who like more chaos, more dynamic structures, they go for them as well. And it's going to be interesting to see also how much better people get over time. Because I feel like we saw that already in the first tournament, that people had much more of an idea what they were doing at the end. And I found that very interesting because I had spent a lot of time preparing, but I still felt when I started that I learned much more from playing than I did from preparing. I think it's very exciting to actually be able to do this, and I'm very grateful for Jan and his team for putting this up, because I've sort of had this wish for a few years, and this vision for how I think chess should be played. But obviously we needed somebody to really believe in it, and that's what Jan has done. So yeah, it's great to be here, and hopefully we can create something that, as you said, people will look back on in the future. I feel that things are just done really well here. The players and their families are, treated like stars, and everybody here is just very friendly and nice as well, and it feels like we're one big family here, far away from the rest of the world. For my motivation for this tournament and this series
is very simple. I find it very interesting to play longer forms of chess. It's very rewarding to sit down and really delve into a position and think deeply. So that is my main motivation, that I find that to be very, very interesting. I think my motivation in general comes and goes for certain tournaments, certain events and so on, but I love playing. And as long as that's there, and as long as I'm good at it, then I'll continue. There was a very interesting moment last year when we had the same sort of class of generations. There were 4 younger players and there were 4 older players, and we had the preliminary tournament where the younger players dominated. And I believe there was a lot of chatter about the changing of the guards. And guess what? The older guys ended up with the first 3 places. I am very much I'm very impressed with what the younger guys are doing. I think they're great role models for kids growing up, and they're going to have fantastic careers. But I'm rooting for myself and the older generation for sure. It feels that even Levon is kind of in the same generation, because he broke into the top like a little bit later than some people. So it was only like a year or 2 before I did. And I think the thing in chess is that the very biggest talents, like, they usually stay there a bit longer. And it is like this with everything. Like NBA, like, most players are out of the league by the time they're in their mid-30s or even early 30s. But the biggest talents, like, they still remain. So a lot of players have certainly started to decline a bit, but still, like, the best players, like Hikaru, Fabiano, even Nepo to some extent. Aronian had a great year last year, and Wesley. Like, I'm sure I'm forgetting some people, but at least some of the guys are still competing, and and it's good to see that our generation is not quite done yet, even though the kids are really, really good.
Are you curious to play freestyle chess but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my Freestyle Chess Masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja, and Fabiano Caruana. Freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my Freestyle Chess Masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.
Yeah, I'm very excited to be part of this tour. I've played last year and I was really happy to have been invited for this tournament. I love playing freestyle chess. This is, you have a more chance to explore new things in chess, and you can play without preparation. Yeah, this year's field is incredibly strong, one of the strongest fields I've ever played. It's going to be incredibly difficult, but yeah, I'm looking forward to new challenges, and yeah, it's gonna be very interesting. Many like practical skills, I would say, like playing with like piece play, piece understanding, and fantasy is also very important. You have to think from move one and figure out the best way to handle the opening, and then in middle game. Yeah, it requires some different skills from compared to classical, but the most important skills are the same. Yeah, I've played in many places. Weissenhaus is a little bit isolated from the world, so you can fully focus on chess, and there are, it's a really nice place to walk, and yeah, I really like nature here, and you can just enjoy playing chess and also resting. That separates here from other places. I just want to improve my chess, playing every tournament, playing in every game. I try to be stronger, and I have a big motivation to become a world champion one day, and this pushes me to absolutely give my best and to be ambitious. Yeah, that's the difference. Yeah, it's been going on for quite some time, and yeah, we definitely see a switch of generations, and we definitely see many more players coming. Yeah, to be honest, it's going to be very difficult for older generation players to compete with the new generation, because we are very ambitious, very aggressive. We fight till the end, and we have more information, kind of more technology compared to them, what they had in their youth. So we are just, we are going to be stronger than older generation in a few years, but yeah, I'm part of this young generation, and I think that in a few years we'll squeeze the older generation guys from the top ranking, and yeah, that will be my thoughts. I would say the older generation players are more experienced, and I think in general, I think they will do better in freestyle compared to classical, because the young generation players focus on opening preparation, and that kind of aspect is taken away. So we'll have to concentrate on playing his own, and so in that way I think it suits the older generation players, but I don't see a big difference, so I truly believe on young generation players. Ambitious. Yeah, I read many books when I grew up. I really liked the Garry Kasparov books. The way he passed, and the way he handled the pressure when he was young and throughout his career, it was really inspiring. And yeah, I kind of that's my purely chess inspiration, and I tried to be like him, and I tried to role model him for my chess. Fun. Because I am ambitious, aggressive, and determined. I wish them good luck, and it's going to be tough for everybody, and see you on the board.
Yeah, I'm extremely happy to be back here in Weissenhaus with such a strong field, and of course it's going to be very tough, but I'm really looking forward to facing all these strong players and playing good games. I actually think it's quite different compared to classical chess, especially since we haven't played a lot of freestyle chess on this high level. So I think in general it's very important to find coordination between the pieces, because we don't have the usual motives that we can rely on compared to classical chess, where we have much more experience. So that will surely change a lot, and also because we don't have that much experience, the stability we lose a bit. So therefore time management is even more important. Yeah, of course it's a very special place here. We are kind of, it feels like kind of a bubble only for us chess players, and we can really fully focus on playing as good as we can. Also, we do not need to prepare here in freestyle chess, so we have more time to really save our energy and all focus for the games. Yeah, I always try to win the game. Of course, playing a good game is also very important to me, so it can even happen that I win a game and I'm still not happy about the way that I played. At the end of the day, of course, the result is what matters most to me. Yes, so this clash has been around for, I would say, quite a few years. Of course, now it has changed a bit since many of the younger players broke into the top 10, but I personally don't treat the games against older players different than games against the younger ones. I think it depends, of course. I think that especially since there have been some freestyle or Chess 960 events in St. Louis, some of them might have much more experience in this format. But of course also here it's very much about focus and specific calculation and so on. So I think everyone has their own advantages. Everything to me. Hopefully because I'm playing the best chess here. Yeah, I'm wishing you all good games, and hopefully we will be able to play very high-level chess.
Yeah, I think it's pretty cool to be part of this tour. I mean, it's a pretty new thing, and I think it's very fresh. So I think that a lot of people are looking forward to it. Yeah, I think you should be more talented and creative. Talent is not skill, but creativity is very important because you have to be very fresh from the very beginning. So I think that's the biggest difference. Yeah, I think here we can really just focus on chess. It's the best place to play chess, I think, because you have the nature, a very good hotel, so you have everything inside, so you don't need to think about what you go get, and I think it's amazing. I think to make the best move and trust my guts and to really be in good shape. Yeah, of course, there are some players that are getting a bit aged, but they are still very good players, like Hikaru or Magnus. I mean, they are a bit older than us, but they are still playing absolute best chess, so I think it will be very interesting. I don't know anything, because there was not much 960 freestyle happening, so we need to see. I don't know. I think very fresh and sharp. Not really. I think to be yourself is very important. It's normal stuff. Chess is the most intellectual game you can play, I think, and it's really good for your brain, so I really like it. Because I think I'm pretty creative, and I think I'm in good shape. To not underestimate me. Yeah, I think it's pretty cool to be part of this tour. I mean, it's a pretty new thing, and I think it's very fresh. So I think that a lot of people are looking forward to it. Yeah, I think you should be more talented and creative. Talent is not skill, but creativity is very important because you have to be very fresh from the very beginning. So I think that's the biggest difference. Yeah, I think here we can really just focus on chess. It's the best place to play chess, I think, because you have the nature, a very good hotel, so you have everything inside, so you don't need to think about what you go get, and I think it's amazing. I think to make the best move and trust my guts and to really be in good shape. Yeah, of course, there are some players that are getting a bit aged, but they are still very good players, like Hikaru or Magnus. I mean, they are a bit older than us, but they are still playing absolute best chess, so I think it will be very interesting. I don't know anything, because there was not much 960 freestyle happening, so we need to see. I don't know. I think very fresh and sharp. Not really. I think to be yourself is very important. It's normal stuff. Chess is the most intellectual game you can play, I think, and it's really good for your brain, so I really like it. Because I think I'm pretty creative and I think I'm in good shape. To not underestimate me.
Every chess master was once a beginner, learning, struggling and mastering chess, one game at a time. And now, it's time to prove your skill. Welcome to the world's biggest chess tournament. Compete in the Grenka Classical Chess Open for €70,000 prize pool, or enter the Grenka Freestyle Chess Open with a massive €225,000 prize pool and the opportunity to qualify for the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam in New York. And the best part? You could face Magnus Carlsen, Vincent Keymer and other world-class players. This is your chance to play against the best. Are you ready to make your move?
I'm really excited, and I think it's a really great initiative, and also it's very fresh. You know, freestyle, in our entire careers we've been playing classical chess with the standard configuration, which of course is great, has a huge history behind it, and we've learned a lot, but now we have something that we haven't learned so much about when it comes to the starting position and some of the opening patterns. At some point, of course, it just becomes chess. The same skills apply. But when it comes to the opening, creativity, and learning some new patterns, that's really unique. And we don't have so much experience. You know, we've played a few events here and there. I played one in St. Louis every year. I played this event in freestyle here in Weissenhaus last year. And there have been a few world championships that, for example, when last time in Reykjavik, which Hikaru won, and then in Oslo, the one which Wesley won when there was 4 of us playing. But besides that, it's been very few events, so it's really fresh, and the field is very exciting. You know, pretty much all the strongest players in the world, and there will be new players, of course. So all the top players are kind of in the freestyle club and have a chance to play. And I'm looking forward to playing as many events as I can. Hopefully, I qualify after this one, and hopefully doing well in the whole tour. I think most of the skills apply the same way, and that's why you see the same top players for the most part. I do think that you have to kind of rethink your approach in the opening, especially when it comes to time usage in the opening. That's very different because we're not relying on our knowledge. We can't rely on knowledge. We don't have much or even any for most positions. And we also can't rely on memorization because you can't remember 960 positions. Or you can remember it, but you can't remember the starting moves or what to do beyond maybe move 2. So it's very different in that sense. All the different stuff is really in the opening, but a lot of that carries over. How much time you use in the opening maybe means you're in time trouble in the middle game. So there's a lot of carryover, and I wouldn't say it changes it really fundamentally. You're not going to see, Magnus losing to an FM in a match, let's say. You're not going to see totally different standings in the world, but you will see different approaches and perhaps a bit more variance at the top. I would still say that if we're calling us the older generation, I still take a bit of exception. Okay, well, I'm not old yet, but if I guess the more experienced generation for sure. I mean, Magnus, Hikaru, and I, and not to mention some of the players who are even more experienced, like Levon. We've been playing chess at the highest level for the last 15 years, let's say. For some even longer than that. Magnus played probably his first World Championship cycle in 2007 when he played Levon in the candidates matches. And if we go back to some other players, even longer. And we have these young guys who, they don't have much experience, right? They've been playing chess at the top level a year, 2 years. Gukesh managed to go from that to becoming world champion in a span of basically a year and a half, where he was just trying to enter the top level, and then everything kind of cascaded from there, and he won the candidates and so on. I don't think that they have an edge over us at the moment. overall. Like if you had like an all formats included match between the old generation versus the new generation, I do think we would, with great difficulty, win. I think it would be very close, but I do think we have an advantage. Of course, part of that is that Magnus is still showing the best results in the world overall, I believe. But it's close. I mean, Gukesh is showing incredible results. The candidates win, probably the most significant and impressive achievement in the last, maybe in the last decade, I think, in chess. And then also after he won the World Championship in Tata Steel, he did play a really good tournament as well. So he's not slowing down at the moment. In this format, I do think we have maybe a bit more of an edge. I don't know for sure, of course, but you know there are some advantages that the younger players have that are maybe a little bit neutralized in this format, and part of that is their like ability and eagerness to work really, really hard, which is perhaps not shared by, and I think it wouldn't even be too controversial to say that Magnus doesn't share the same enthusiasm in preparing for classical chess that Gukesh or Nodirbek perhaps have, right? But in this format, it's that takes a bit more of a backseat, and it's more just down to like the practical skills during a chess game. And in that, maybe not for long, but maybe for now we still have. I really like this place. For me, it's kind of, again, it's a very individual thing, but for me, it's really the ideal place to play chess is a secluded and peaceful place without much noise from the outside world. I've played a lot of events in big cities, and that's, you know, when we say like we want to take chess to the next level, it's very often been like, okay, let's take chess to New York or Madrid. And we played the World Championship in Rapid and Blitz in New York. I've played the candidates in 2022 in Madrid. And it's great to see chess in a big city. But from the point of view of a chess player and like what I wanted in my surroundings, of course, I prefer to have less distractions and more just being at peace. So here we're in nature. There's nobody from the outside world is here. It's just chess players, chess media, commentators, representatives. It's all contained, yeah, it's all chess, which I think is nice. And last year I really had a great time here. So I was able to relax and I think put forward pretty good chess and concentrate at an ideal level, which sometimes has been a struggle. You know, if my concentration drops, then my level can drop significantly. So for me, that's quite important, and I hope that my feeling will be the same this year. I would say, maybe this sounds a bit weird, but maybe a bit mercurial, because I think that I can have a really high and a really low, and maybe at some point I found a middle ground for that. But I really do think that my like quality at my best and my quality at my worst is a big gap, and maybe more than other players. What I've always missed compared to Magnus has been consistency. My best tournaments can compare to his best tournaments, but he's had less bad performances. And I think it's something that I maybe remedied a little bit at some point, but it still is, I think, one of my downsides, that if I'm not in good shape, it can go pretty wrong. Chess is great. Because I've been playing so poorly recently, it has to go good at some point, yeah. Don't think just because my last tournament that I'm an idiot. maybe I won't be.
So, I actually won the Fischer-Random World Championship in 2022, I believe it was. So I've always had a big interest in playing Fischer-Random. I think being part of this freestyle tour, which features a lot of the top players in the world, is a great chance to showcase my skills. Yeah, so I think in freestyle chess, there are a lot of similar things to classical chess, developing your pieces, playing for the center, but I think the intuition on where certain pieces belong, especially in the first 2 or 3 moves, is very critical. The strategy you come up with is going to be unique, and I mean, generally, I think that's what decides the game, the first 2 or 3 moves, and specifically where you put the knights. Yeah, so I think this location is quite different. It's obviously on a resort. It actually reminds me quite a bit of when I played against Magnus. We played a match in Norway in 2018 for the World Championship in Fisher Random, and it wasn't on a resort, but it was a little bit secluded, and so the environment here is very similar to that. I would also say, though, compared to many tournaments that I play in, you know, just the scenery and the general high-class amenities here, it's quite nice and nicer than most events that I ever play in. So when I'm playing chess and I'm at the board, these days at least, the biggest motivation is simply to play well and be competitive. I know pretty much nobody believes me when I say this, but it's not really about ambition at this point. It's simply trying to prove that I'm still competitive. And so I just want to prove that I can play with everybody. Yeah, so I mean, I think certainly you have a mix of the old generation players like myself, Magnus and Fabiano, and then you have a lot of the kids here. You've got Gukesh, you have Sindarov, Fedoseev, I guess. He's not super young, but definitely younger than we are. So it's definitely a clash, and I think certainly being part of that generation, I want to prove that I still belong, much like when I play normal chess. And it'll be exciting to see. Eventually, the kids will overtake all of us, but I think for the time being, we're still a little bit ahead of them. I think in this game mode, it definitely favors the players who have the most experience. I think specifically Magnus and myself have the most experience. Fabiano's not quite at that same level in terms of experience, but he's also quite strong at this variant. So I think all three of us have significantly more experience, and I think it's going to show at least early on. Now, there are many games to be played, and I think, you know, as players like Gukesh adapt to it, there's a chance they will catch up with us, but at least at the start, I think we do have an advantage. So to describe myself as a chess player in just one word is kind of hard. I think if I had to come up with a word, since I heard it being used the other day, I would say enigma. I'm trying to think over the years versus recently, because there's an obvious one in recent times. You know, I think maybe it's not about a motto, but I think just play to win, for lack of a better way of putting it. That was always my goal when I was younger. And I mean, I don't want to say the recent one because everybody already knows it, so let's leave it at that. Because I'm used to playing in these formats and pretty familiar with a lot of these players, and I think I have pretty good time management. I think if I can get to critical moments, the intuition has to take over, and I'll be better in the time scrambles. I mean, there's so many ways I could take that question. I could be like, you know, I'm going to beat them all and be like that. I could also say, you know, I think you just want to play good games. And I think for me, probably the biggest thing is if the games are interesting, I'll be happy regardless of the result.
It's a privilege to play my favorite game. Yeah, it's amazing. You have to let go of lots of misconceptions you have. So you have to be calculating a lot and continuously getting out of the, you know, of comfort zone. That's what freestyle chess is, I think. I didn't really discover the game, but I enjoyed it a lot, and I tried to, every single time I was giving an interview, I was trying to promote the game. So I don't know if I succeeded, but I got in the minds of some chess players, definitely. It's great, yeah, I think this is unique. You don't get this anywhere else, you know, in such a, to be in such a venue. I'm not sure the older generation is better in Chess 960, but one thing that is clearly the case, the older generation is far more excited about Chess 960 than the younger generation. Because we've played regular chess for so long, we're already tired of, I think, spending hours on trying to find something playable in Petrov, let's say, or in Tarash, or in Catalan, you know? Yeah. And here, we get a chance to to play and get a chance to use our understanding and use the skills we got from regular chess.
Okay, das heißt, machen wir nochmal eine Minute on top.
Ja.
Okay, wir müssen eine Minute.
Oder machen wir das zweimal? Du willst auch zweimal machen. Perfekt. Perfekt. Harten Showstart.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the prize-giving ceremony of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Weissenhaus. Welcome we are welcoming you all that are here, and we would now like to show you some of the recap of this last week, the highlights, what happened, share some of the excitement for all of you that maybe just arrived or did not watch all of it, which I think you should have. But here are the highlights of this week.
In a world where chess is not just a game, but pure passion, the best of the best gathered this week. Magnus, Alireza, Hikaru, Gukesh, Levon, Javokhir, Vladimir, Nodirbek, Vincent, and Fabiano. Thank you guys. With your brilliant chess moves, you have shown that freestyle chess is fantastic. We experienced thrilling evenings, surprising strategies, and countless exciting moments to discuss. The Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour in Weissenhaus brought 80 intense matches, 8 days of live streams, and unforgettable moments. Also, a huge thank you to all commentators, content creators, and participants. You've helped share this event with the world, leaving a lasting impact on the chess community.
It's a totally historic moment, and it's like couldn't have been better. I mean, it is so good now that you didn't even want to think about this outcome because you would jinx it, you know. It's a dream come true.
I think it's clearly the strongest tournament I ever won, and also beating Alireza, Magnus and Fabi in consecutive matches is fantastic. The game itself was incredibly complicated, but I'm quite happy with the way I played.
Stay tuned for the rest of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour. See you in Paris.
All right. All right, all right, all right. Oh my God. First of all, because maybe I have not introduced her properly, because this is not just a hostess, this is my wife Holly, and we have been doing this together as a venture. So she is as much in charge as I am, and she was like unfortunately a little bit sick the last days, so she was out of order, but she's back in order a little bit now. So thank you, and we're doing this prize giving together. So you had her wonderful voice before, and maybe if I forget something, she will.
I will let you.
Okay, perfect. So, we would like to start because some players are still missing, I think. So until everybody is there, we're going to have the marching in again of the players and then also the prize giving. But before, maybe it's even better because after that, the attention is not so much there. So we would like to thank again, first of all, what we did in the beginning. First of all, to Holly's father, and builder of this wonderful decoration, and the whole team, 100 people he's working for him. Torsten, thank you very much. And I don't know, Natalie, Frank, are they here? Usually they're just working somewhere else behind the scenes. So thank you very much again for Natalie and Frank for the whole hospitality and location. And now we want to thank individually all of the wonderful people who brought you at home the wonderful freestyle chess event here. So we start with the moderator team, and I think I got them all on my mind. So I start with the professional stream. We had a professional stream of the most incredible talent that we ever had in chess. We had Judith Polgar, who is the best female player of all time. She was even number 8 in the world with all the men. She's the only woman ever achieved that, right? So she's here. Judith, want to come over? Come here. You get. So you heard her in the professional stream. And we'd love to have you back in Paris if you are available.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Judith. You can stay because your partner in crime, so to speak, also from Hungary, Peter Liko. Thank you very much for coming. And to those people, as we are streaming a lot to non-chess players, he's a legend as well. He was once the runner-up to the world champion. He was the vice world champion. Which year was that?
2004.
2004. He was nearly the world champion. Just one match was missing, right? And also he's still, I think, on the top 30 of all-time players. So we have these beautiful, wonderful, perfect experts for the professional stream. In my little, when I say we don't understand, I always call it R2D2 talk, because we don't know. We have to look where they mention the squares. Where are they? So this is why we're doing this. And in addition, they have been joined by Niklas Huschenbeth. Is Niklas around? Very special also because Niklas is, of course, to blame because of starting all this. Because when I wanted to go back into chess after like 50 years, I asked him as a grandmaster to teach me a little bit, and he did. And then we had together thought of this idea: why don't we bring a wonderful tournament to the world? And now even going back, because I bought his original course for the traditional chess, and he now has done a professional tour for freestyle chess. Can you just say 2 words about this?
Yeah, so for everybody who wants to dive more into freestyle chess, they can check out my masterclass. It's on the website, Freestyle Chess, and I hope that a lot of people are excited to explore this more now.
Perfect. You can buy it, I think, 97 euros. It goes into our pocket, freestyle. We have a joint, but it's like our endeavor. So we basically like to promote this as well, because we want to have everybody, of course, learn the freestyle chess. So this is our professional stream. Thank you very much, and see you in Paris. So now, as you know, we say we had this other stream that we say, okay, we call it the community stream, the non-R2D2 talk, and by that we had some experiments. We said we had some maybe too many moderators and so on, but I think in the end we found the perfect format for that, and we also want to carry on with that in Paris. So with that, it starts with our wonderful hostess in terms of our face to the nations, to the world, is Tanya Sachdev. So with Tanya, we started it last year, and everybody loves her, and she's such a wonderful host, and she's so beautiful, and her chess explaining and everything, and so everybody wants to see you, and so we said, who do we put on your side, right? So we were thinking, okay, let's go out of the chess world a little bit, you know, let's see somebody. And so we found James Patterson from League of Legends, and I think... Huh? James Dash is his name in the League of Legends world, right? So if you know him. And so we made this experiment, and I think it worked, right? So, do you want to continue? You want to come to Paris?
I would love to.
Perfect. So you are invited. It's an official invite. Yeah, perfect. Okay. Wonderful. So, and then we said, now we have this wonderful, I think we're going to explore more, go more wild, have more ideas, more craziness. We had this craziness of even putting Danny Wrench here in a bathrobe and pulling and so on, right? So we do all kinds of more fun stuff, but also because we still want to explain chess. And so we have a grandmaster, the best chess player of Great Britain, David Howell. So David, very dear friend of ours, very, very dear friend, and we love what you do. And also, again, I would like to invite you to Paris. Right? You want to come? Perfect. Okay. Very good. So I think this is a dream team as well. But not only is that, we have had wonderful addition of Daniel Naroditsky. He was here in the beginning, and then we said maybe 4 is too much, so let's do something else. We tried something out, and in the end, today we found the perfect format because we were testing it out, and I just had a chat with him. He loves it as well. He did the commentary from home because he's doing the deep dive. So whenever something is really very much has to be explained, or in the engine to see what is the computer seeing and what is some other results, then David is putting in Daniel, and that has worked very well, I think. Yeah. So he's going to also be invited. I don't know whether he can work from home, so he doesn't even have to travel. So we will put him through from his home or wherever he may be. I just heard that on the internet he said that he wanted to take a little break from commenting and wants to relax, and so maybe he's back in Paris. And in addition, we also had, of course, the most successful, biggest chess streamer of our time, Levi Rossman, Gotham Chess. Where is he? So Levi, we also invited here. But he said, "Well, guys, I can do it from home. It's all easy." I said, "No, you have to come here. You have to experience." And so, do you regret coming here?
No, not at all. I unfortunately won't be able to make Paris, but I will gladly welcome you to New York. And if it's even half as exciting as the last major chess event in New York, I think it will be a success.
Perfect. I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna also like Daniel. We try to once in a while just have you in the commentary. Maybe you stream. So you will stay in New York. That's fine. And then maybe we see you live in our Grand Slam in New York. Then, right? Yeah. Perfect. So that's a home turf, of course. So that is our community stream, as we call it. And thank you very much to all of you. So then we had, of course, not only is Levi Rossmann like the greatest chess streamer here, but we have all the other great chess streamers here. So we, for example, have Anna Kramling from Sweden. She came here from Stockholm, and we are so happy. So Anna, we just talked about it. I know the answer. Are you coming to Paris?
I would love to.
Yeah, she's coming. Perfect. Okay.
I might not be able to make Paris, but I want to come to New York.
Okay, perfect. All right. So same answer like Levi. Okay, whatever. But anyway, so we can still count on you streaming and doing some stuff. She did some great stuff. I can always recommend she's played basically chess with everybody. Like, who did you draw with? Javokhir, okay, basically. So she even got to a draw. And then, of course, we have Andrea and Alexandra Botes, the Botes sisters.
And we would like to welcome Alexandra on stage, since Andrea has already left as far as I know. So we would love to have you. They're getting ready. Okay, then I will bring the flowers to their room later. Okay, but a big thank you to them. They were amazing streamers, just like you, and such sweet, wonderful people that we love to have welcomed into our world of freestyle chess.
Perfect, but stay here because we have two more people we want to honor in this stream. So first of all, we have Saga Shah. Where's Saga? Ah, there she is. Yoo-hoo! Perfect. All right. Wonderful. Perfect. Thank you very much for doing this wonderful event with us. And then, Saga Shah. Thank you. So, he has been part of our family already since the beginning, and we are always happy to have you back, of course. Like again in Paris, you will come, I'm saying? Yeah, perfect. Okay, very good. So, and finally, we also want to welcome on stage Danny Rensch, our partner from Chess.com, and he has. He came a little late because you were busy with what was the sports? Was there some interesting, some football, whatever. It's like Super Bowl event, whatever. So yes, but thank you very much. So this is basically our streamers, the top streamers, together with Levi, and thank you very much for helping us getting this off.
And also a very big thank you to Jules, the amazing chess streamer that worked with us as well. Yeah, I think she was a little bit of a spontaneous addition on our side, but we love her so much, and it was just...
Jules deserves these. I didn't do any streaming. I just
That's
did a
true.
Okay, these are for Jules.
Okay, so then let's give it to Jules.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Perfect.
Of course. Definitely more
Jules?
deserving. Here you go, Jules. Come up. Take my spot. I'm gonna hide over here. You do it. Perfect.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, guys. You were amazing, and I love how we integrated you into the event. Thank you so much, and can't wait to work more with you.
Thank you.
Perfekt. Haben wir noch jemanden vergessen oder was? Alles jetzt können Spieler kommen. All right. Okay. So now we're gonna reintroduce the players. We're gonna play the intro video once again, and we have the gladiators marching in, hopefully with the video. So let's go. Yes, so now we have all of our wonderful superstars here. I don't know, the combined ELO must be like in the stars, and I can't even count that far. So it's amazing, wonderful. Thank you very much, seeing all of you here, and it's such an honor for me to, and I'm so incredibly proud of what Holly and I and Torsten and everybody together, what we built here, so that we have the privilege and the honor to have all of these incredible chess legends, each and every one of you. And as I said from the beginning, it was very hard for me because with each of you I have a personal relationship. I like and love all of you, and so for me it was like incredible to see that we have to. In the beginning we had a round robin, a very interesting round robin, and two of you players had to leave the tournament after that, and so we still want to honor you, of course, and you still got some points. So it's like the 10th place. I wouldn't say the last place, because the 10th place we start with Vladimir, basically. So Vladimir, first of all, I have to explain to everybody. So Vladimir has won the online competition of how many players were competing in the online competition? Do you know?
I do not remember the exact numbers, but I believe it was more than 3,000 in the Swiss event, and then we had 16 players elimination bracket. So
yeah,
quite a bit.
Yeah, so it was 3,000 players, and he was actually in the end beating like a lot of grandmasters, a lot of members from our players club to make it to the final, and he won the final, and so he was qualified. And so even though his ELO was not at that point, now since then he moved up to rank 17, or where are you right now? Even
I think maybe 17 in live, but at the current moment maybe outside of top 20, like by his first February rating list. Yeah.
Okay, but anyway, so he moved up, and so what he gets is he gets the 7,500 prize money for the 10th place, and he gets 1 point, 1 Grand Slam point that's counting for the Grand Slam final in the end. So the players who have the most of these points, the 12 best players, will qualify for South Africa for the final event. So thank you very much. And hopefully see you next time, right? Yes, so you have to... So now, the second player who didn't make it to the quarterfinal was our very dear friend Levon, and he won in the end the match for 9th place. Levon, of course, is a legend of himself. I think he's like one of the greatest player of all time. I think in the top 5 or whatever. It's like insane. He has like an insane achievement. If anybody doesn't know about him, you can Google him. It's incredible. So he got $12,500 and 2 points in the Grand Slam tour. And what I also can say is that he has just been recently elected as the chairperson of the Chess Players Association, or the Chess Players organization that we have created in this whole turmoil around FIDE. We said the self-organizing of the top players, and they have elected Levon as their spokesperson. And so they are on their own. It's nothing to do with freestyle chess. It's on their own. But in that function, you are always invited to any Grand Slam, even if you don't qualify, so you can join us as a guest. And he did a fantastic job as a commentator here in his role when he exited the tournament. Thank you, Levon. So now it even breaks my heart to say, that who is 8th place in this, but I think there's nothing like, anyway, like Nelson Mandela said, our South African former president and legend, he said, either I win or I learn. I never lose. And so I think for the world champion of chess, like the Gukesh, the legend from India, and he was playing against all these other great players, and he finished as the 8th place. So thank you very much. So Gukesh will receive for 8th place $20,000, and he will get 4 points for the Grand Slam final. And as he is the official FIDE world champion of the world, the world champion of classical chess, he has a standing invitation. So you have an invitation to Paris, and you can still think if you want to. Do you know already whether you want to come, or will you think about it, or are you coming to Paris?
Yeah, sure.
Perfect. Yes. Okay. He's coming. Wonderful. So here we are. Woo. Perfect. Wonderful. So, Gukesh, we'll see you in Paris, and then we'll see you beating these guys, right? Okay. Perfect. Now, for 7th place, it's the person that has beaten Gukesh in the last game for 7th place, and it's also somebody who I would say is like one of the greatest players, but it's all greatest players. It's my dear friend Alireza from France. Thank you very much. So Alireza finished 7th, and he will get $30,000, and he will get 6 points for the Grand Slam final. Thank you. All right, so now we have the 6th place, which is basically after the game for 5th place. He lost that game, but it's a wonderful person also that we have known for more than a year, because he has been here last year, Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Thank you very much. So Nodirbek finished in 6th place, and for that he will get $40,000 and 8 points for the Grand Slam final. So now this tournament is tough. I mean, you see, you have greatest players like becoming 9th and 10th. We have the quarterfinal, which is basically, if you lose that game, you end up in the bottom 4, like 5th to 8th place. And the winner of that kind of round is Hikaru Nakamura. So Hikaru gets $50,000 for 5th place and 10 points for the Grand Slam final. And as we have this, I will tell you later who all has qualified. We have now, I think, 9 names out of the 12 who will show up in Paris, and Hikaru is one of them, because we have qualified the top 3 of the tournament plus the top 2 of the classical World Championship rating. And as Hikaru is, I think, in the February rating, which is relevant number 3, and we know that Fabiano and Magnus have already qualified, Hikaru is already qualified for Paris. And so the question is, are you coming?
Yeah, why not?
Wow, perfect. Okay, wonderful. All right. So we'll see Hikaru in Paris. So now we have 4th place, and that is basically somebody who has won his quarterfinals, so he moved up to the top 4, and it's a person who has astonished us all. It's Javokhir. I can bring him on stage so that you know. It's like Javokhir. Congratulations. And so Javokhir, in the tournament where Vladimir won the qualification tournament through all of 3,000, he got 2nd. They had the final. And the final, if you ever want to rewatch that, it's a historic game. It's like insane. The Armageddon game that they have played together. It was like, in the end, he won the game, but he like drew him out of time. So it was a really very exciting game. We were all on our heels, and so when I watched this game, we already had the information that Vishy Anand, who was invited here, did not want to come, so I knew we had 2 places or free, and so I immediately said, okay, let's invite both of those wonderful players. And so he came in like the very last person coming in, and he together with, I think, Fabiano. Alireza was first, but he was basically second, like in the round robin. He beat like everybody except Alireza in the round robin. So he is our rising star. And then he got to the semifinals, and then he lost, unfortunately. And now today he lost against Magnus. But still, losing against Magnus, I think, is not a real loss. And becoming 4th place in this incredible field with all these super grandmasters, and now getting $60,000 for your home, and then 12 points. Thank you very much. Thank you. So coming to the winner of that last game, and you know who it is. It's our wonderful Magnus, and I don't have to introduce him, I think. So Magnus, come on stage, please. Thank you very much. So Magnus, of course, he's top 3, so he qualified for Paris anyway. And he got $100,000 and 3rd place and 15 points for the Grand Slam final. And so I asked the question, Magnus, are you coming to Paris?
It cannot come soon enough.
Perfect. Okay, he wants revenge. And so thanks for this. Now, the learner, as I would say, the loser, because loser is the learner of the final. I think Fabiano, you learned a lesson that previously Magnus had learned and Alireza had learned, that there's one guy who was not beatable in this tournament. So come up to stage, at least getting. Thank you very much. So second place. It's like Fabiano last year, he was also 2nd place. He lost the final against Magnus here. And this time he gets a little bit more money than last time for the 2nd place, $140,000, and 18 points for the Grand Slam final. Thank you very much, Fabiano. And final questions. You are qualified. Are you coming to Paris?
Wouldn't miss for the world.
Perfect. Okay, very good. All right. So now it's a chilling moment. I get chills. I just like incredible that our hometown boy, Vincent, come up on stage. I don't have to say anymore. So it's really historic. I must really say I have goosebumps myself just saying that. And so I think I said enough. I want to have Holly to do the honors. I think that's better.
So Vincent, you were here last year, and this year you just crushed it. The qualifications made everyone underestimate you, and as a revenge that you were underestimated, you hit back, and you hit back hard. And congratulations, we are so glad that you won. We would have absolutely loved everyone else to win, but we are so proud, and we loved all the excitement and the surprises you gave us. Thank you so much. And I would also like to give you the trophy. I would just like to.
So yeah, I can also say, so he wins $200,000 and 25 points for the Grand Slam final, and he gets the trophy. And I think we all might guess the answer, but are you coming to Paris?
For sure.
Okay, perfect. So very good. So thank you very much, Vincent. And now we still have the top 3. So now we basically, it's the prize giving is kind of over, but we still have something to give. You can put this down. You don't have to carry it. And dann kannst du so, dass die Kamera das besser noch. So, okay. And then, so I just want to announce now the field for Paris that we have. You have already heard most of the names. So I would like to have on stage, of course, the top 3, which would be Vincent, Fabiano, and Magnus. And then you also get your wonderful champagne bottles. Like Ella's mom said, we needed a piccolo bottle for the 3rd place, but I think it's because Magnus doesn't drink so much champagne anyway. But so can you come on stage and get your bottles, Fabiano and Magnus? Perfect. and then stand next to, because we're going to get some more people on stage. So I wanna have all the people who are also coming to Paris. So Gukesh, of course, you're coming to Paris. You're coming up to the stage, and we have Hikaru coming up to the stage. So now these are the players that from this tournament have qualified for Paris. Now, as you know, our rules and regulations, they have been renewed. They will be just after this prize giving. They will be on the website. I have put them here just to show you. Those are the rules and regulations that we have put out, and so it's clear how you qualify. So we have the top 3 of the previous Grand Slam, which is the top 3 here. The current FIDE World Champion in classical chess. The top 2 classical ELO rating in the month of the previous Grand Slam, which is basically now Hikaru Nakamura and Arjun Erigaisi. So Arjun will come to Paris as well as the next player, and he already agreed to come, told me. Then we have the winner of a major classical over-the-board tournament preceding the Grand Slam, which was Weissenhaus. So the winner of Weissenhaus will also come to Paris, and he also agreed, is Prague. He will also come. So we have a very strong Indian field. All of the top 3 Indian young players are playing in Paris. Then we have the winner of a co-organized freestyle over-the-board open preceding the Grand Slam. And as you have heard yesterday, it's going to be Hans Niemann. He also agreed. He will also come to Paris. And then we'll do the winner of an online match between 2 players that have been previously selected. And we have selected the 2 French players. So basically, Alireza, you can come on stage because you will also join us in Paris. Because it's like Vincent for Germany, of course, we want to have Alireza for France playing in France. Yes, and then so in the end, then we have 2 wildcards to be given, but we have some ideas, but we don't reveal the names right now. So this is basically the field that you're going to see in Paris, plus an additional 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, an additional 6 players. So we're going to have 12 players in Paris. Thank you very much. Thank you for the show. Thank you for everybody. And now we're going to have a great poker night. We're going to have a party. We're going to have the great DJ from last time again. I know my Aunt Moni and Martin, they danced until 5 o'clock in the morning. So have fun, enjoy your time, and thank you very much, and see you in Paris.